Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Game Junction Podcast. We're here for episode 82. We're actually doing this a day later because we had some problems yesterday. Some stuff came up, so it actually gave us a little bit more time for some extra news, and I guess we can kind of talk about, some of the things that came out. But yeah, we're going to be talking about a bunch of news. There's just a ton of gaming and movie news, but also we've got like the anniversary of the Game Gear. We've got the anniversary of Majora's Mask. Mark has his anime segment. I've got my retro game segment. We got a little show and tell, and then we've got like 5 topics each to talk about as well. So we're gonna kind of break up the show a little bit more, try a different kind of flow. I think we actually might be in for our audio listeners. We might actually be moving the live over to Twitch. We're in the talks of figuring out what we're going to do for the show and kind of the future of everything. So we'd still be here on YouTube if we end up doing that, but we'd be live over there and then posting it to YouTube. So we're going to figure that out along the way. But yeah, Mark, how's it going? How's your week been?
I mean, yeah, it's another week.
You got your Stellar Blade, man.
Trying to enjoy the weekend. Yeah, no, that finally came out Friday, so I've had a few hours with it. Obviously, it's not the normal hack and slash, run and gun type of game I used to or prefer to play, but it's an enjoyable game for sure.
Did you stare at the cover for a while?
I actually didn't know. I just went straight into the game and then realized, oh yeah, this is kind of like the whole.
It's kind of like
game.
It's kind of like Bayonetta and Dark Souls, isn't it? It's like kind of a mixture.
I thought Bayonetta was far more of a forgiving game than this one. Like, you have to block and parry or else you just get wrecked.
I guess I haven't watched enough gameplay, but just kind of the general consensus that I've seen and what I have seen. That's the vibe it gave me. It felt like kind of Bayonetta-ish, but also kind of Dark Souls. I'm not good at like Souls-like games. So if it's like totally like that, I'm not gonna do well.
The combat's more Souls-like. You can't just like bum rush the game and just like murk everything. You have to take your time and approach every enemy. You gotta kind of like use combos, learn how certain enemies attack and stuff like that. That way you can properly defeat them, because it's not like you can just heal yourself for forever. You only have so many heals between like camps and stuff like that.
That sounds like Demon Souls. Exactly. Everything you just described. So that makes me a little nervous because I was excited. We talked about it numerous times. I played every Dark Souls game. I played all the other big Souls-like games as well.
So used to it.
Sekiro.
I heard a lot of people make comparisons with that. It's not as, I think some people say it's easier than Sekiro, but still.
Elden Ring
is combat like.
Elden Ring's supposedly like the easiest Souls-like game. It's weird because I actually haven't played Elden Ring yet. Like, I should have. And I still do plan to pick that up at some point. They've got that big expansion that's about to drop, so I think that's the perfect time for me to jump into that. And like, it's been discounted and stuff. But yeah, I definitely. My problem was I was like debating today on Sandland, or yesterday, Sandland or Stellar Blade, and like I had so much fun with the demo. For like, I was blown away. It's been a while since there's a game that like made me feel that way. I kind of like emotional with it because I'm like, man, this is like just absolutely beautiful. Like, this is a perfect adaptation of something else that was never made to be this. So like, I'm having a hard time, but like all the hype is there for Stellar Blade, so it's like I just don't know. I haven't grabbed either. But I do want to talk about them. I think that I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to wait on a sale or not. I haven't even finished Final Fantasy. I did grab a game today because GameStop had a crazy deal. And then I got a few other things, but I guess we'll just we'll dive into some news first, break up the segments. I want to give a little talk about some of the anniversaries of some stuff and all of that. But I guess like one of the first things we got is that the Xbox, apparently their physical year has gone up massively, by like 200%. So they're in the positive, which is good news. But apparently it's just because of Activision Blizzard.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So like that, it says it's up 62. Oh, sorry, 62%, which is a lot. That's a lot. I mean,
Yeah, it
that's
is definitely.
a lot. So, uh, yeah, it seems like Activision Blizzard is the reason for that. I don't know. I guess also we can go sort of dive into, since it is Activision Blizzard related. BlizzCon 2024 got canceled, but they promised that they will return. So I want to say that it was canceled last year, or maybe the year before that. I can't remember. There was a year or two. It could have been during COVID that it had gotten
That's what I would
canceled.
assume.
Yeah, I think it might have been then. But they did put out a statement. I guess I'll read that. They said Blizzard failed to share the reason for the cancellation of the event, though it said the decision was not made lightly. Additionally, the company plans to participate in other industry events throughout the year, and they said over the next few months we'll be sharing more details about our launches coming later this year, including World of Warcraft: The War Within, Diablo 4's first expansion, Vessel of Hatred. To celebrate these upcoming releases and to bring our communities together in new and special ways, we will soon share some exciting plans for, share more about those plans soon. We're also looking forward to the Overwatch Champion Series that stops at both DreamHack Dallas and DreamHack Stockholm, and the anniversary of Warcraft, which will be held in addition to the in-game celebrations across our Warcraft games throughout 2024. While these events are distinct from BlizzCon, we're harnessing all of our creativity and imagination to ensure that they carry the same spirit, celebration, and togetherness. So, I there's no actual reason given. I feel like it's asked.
Yeah, that's just it's a non-explanation. You're saying words at that point. Just come out and just say we're not doing it. Screw you.
I mean, like here was my thinking. It might have something to do with Diablo 4, like pretty much bombing, and that's like their game right now, right? I mean, World of Warcraft is ongoing forever, but that's like their game right now, and it does seem weird that they're about to launch that expansion and they don't want to do the BlizzCon. I'm like, kind of wondering why, like what's happening over there, that because this is a big event. This has been going on for years. I mean, a long time. So yeah, they kind of gave like a non answer for it.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it was, a non-answer.
We like a couple of news things, Overwatch 2, like Hearthstone. Yeah, I don't know. Apparently they had an upcoming survival game that got canceled. I don't know. We might have talked about that. It was called Odyssey. Apparently that got canceled in January. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. But that's interesting. I don't play World of Warcraft. Do you?
I tried it once, like a few years ago, but I don't know. I didn't get into it. I think it hasn't aged that well. It still looks like a game from the early 2000s. I didn't like how it controlled, which was like the big issue for me. But I mean, if you're gonna pick an MMO, you're just gonna pick one and play with it. And I rather just prefer to play ESO. It just plays how I would prefer a game to play compared to how or World of Warcraft is pretty much. But I like MMOs, but I also like the ability to, if I want to just solo content, I like to just solo content. But that's just like that's a personal thing for me. I'm also primarily a solo gamer on most games anyways. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm mostly a single player guy these days. There's not much I can't think of anything here recently that I played that's multiplayer. I have no idea. But yeah, I guess it's interesting. So we'll see what comes of that. I don't know what's going on over there. It's kind of a big deal to people love that event. So they've got like a cult following, and you see that they make all those, they announced Diablo Immortal there, for goodness sake. One of the best games of all time.
Do you guys not have phones? I think that was that's when they just signed their death warrant, really.
I don't know.
At least to me, where I was like, okay, yeah, no, I have no interest in your company anymore after that.
Meanwhile, I've got a Diablo 4 poster right here. I'm always talking crap about it. I'm very disappointed in the game. By the way, during that crazy Walmart sale where I showed all those, actually there was a few more that came after. I'm going to show in a little bit, but Diablo 4 dropped down to $20, so you can get $20 at Walmart, and I think it's still $20 right now. It's on Game Pass. I want to say it's on PS Plus as well. So like,
Okay,
and they
they
still
make up
can't
their
get
money by getting people to spend their money on microtransactions.
Yeah, I mean that's the way it seems. I mean, I don't know, dude. I just don't know. I did.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Diablo 4 is the game that had that $60 amount. The price of a game,
Yeah,
damn near the price of that game.
yeah, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous.
Crazy.
It is crazy. So I heard something this I want to say yesterday. So this is kind of crazy. I'm just pulling this straight from the Steam charts. So this is an article, but I did hear about this, reported a couple places. So Gotham Knights right now concurrently only has, and this is higher than they said yesterday, but playing 1 hour ago, 213 players.
That's bad.
But it says 24-hour peak 258. And I'm looking at like active second to
That
second,
game's
right?
less than a year old. Yeah, that game is. I don't know how much longer they're gonna have it be able to keep it up.
I just picked it up too for $5. I don't. There's no way. Like
You may have overpaid for it.
apparently, I even said I'm not gonna grab that unless it's like below $10 because I'm not. It's just one of those games that I don't like that type of game. I don't like games as a service. I just can't get into it. They always disappoint me.
Unless it's a pure MMO, I don't really care for it.
Yeah,
Most of these games should be offline, single player.
Like RuneScape and World of Warcraft makes sense, okay? Like that makes sense to me. But these other games, it just doesn't. It doesn't work. They think it does, but obviously it doesn't. 200 the entire world. This game is like what is it like? Maybe 6 months old. Maybe I feel like it's not even that old. I don't know when it came out, but their all-time peak. This is the all-time peak, the highest player count ever. 23,000 people. That is horrible.
It's not ideal unless they're the whales that are just paying for stuff on the online service, or not the online store, my bad, and it just boosts the artificial load numbers where it's like, yeah, we only have a few thousand people, but if they're each spend like $100 a month on our game, we're making money.
It's crazy. Like I'm looking, it looks like for the last 30 days they are down 130 players, about 41% they are down. So it looks like February there was 1,100 people, January 1,100 people, December 1,000, and this is like the peak. So yeah. The highest they had was the month it came out, 23,000. Immediately the next month it jumped down to 7,000, and it just keeps going lower. So yeah, currently their peak is 200. That's really bad. Like that game is about to shut down. There's no way that they can. And that's one of those games where they dumped it's a rock steady game. Like they dumped millions into that game, which, we're totally against. That's just crazy to me. So yeah, I mean, it only launched. It launched in October, man. Crazy. So it's not even that old, but it's
just a testament to you made a bad game.
Yeah, no kidding. And it looks like the only times they've had jumps is where it's been I think where it was like added to Game Pass or something, and it was like very minimal, like 5%.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm curious to see if the sale, since like everybody like it's sold out at my store and it's sold out online. That was like dirt cheap. Curious to see if that bumps it up at all, but I can't imagine it would be much if it did.
I don't think it will.
So
not without like massively overhauling the game or doing something that drives people back that doesn't cost them any extra money. But I can't imagine them doing anything to right the ship. But yeah, who knows? Maybe in a year from now they're averaging 50,000 a week on the game. So
Yeah, I guess since we're already talking about the Steam thing, I want to jump ahead here in a little bit in our notes, just because it's kind of relative to that. But this was an absolute shocker to me, because this was not something I was expecting much from at all. I thought it was just kind of like again a throwaway game. But the game Manor Lords surpassed 100,000 concurrent players within hours of release, and is now the global top seller on Steam. So
Not bad. Doing pretty good.
yeah, I'm doing very good. It's it's above Helldivers. So people are
I mean, that
clamoring.
game's been doing pretty well. I mean, it still gets beat out by like what, League or Dota, whichever one of those games is actually on Steam.
It was getting
But
beat out by
it's
Stardew
consistently.
Valley. Stardew Valley's above Helldivers right now. So
Rise and fall. I'm pretty sure. Obviously, it wasn't going to be at those highs forever, but it's probably got
no,
a decent
it got that big
base of people
update.
that are following.
It got that
Yeah.
big update, so that's why people are playing it right now. But yeah, it hit 3 million wish lists on Steam. Yeah, within hours, 100,000 concurrent players, and it hit just under 130,000 within hours of coming out. So, this was not even on my radar at all. Like, this game was not even some. I don't even. Have we even talked about this game? I feel like we might have
think so.
mentioned it, but like very lightly whenever we're like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, I mean, it does look interesting. It's one of those things where it's like a Helldivers situation, because like I'm still very interested in checking out Helldivers now. We were like didn't give a crap about it before, and
Yeah, fair enough.
it looks like an okay game. I mean, like I'm watching the trailer right now. It looks fine. It's just shocking the number count for this.
No, I mean it's a really cool game. I think it's like I don't think it is a very community driven game. You don't go for it for the game itself. You go there and you stay because of the actual community. It's very community driven culture, pretty much, which I think is what you need to help keep your game relevant for years to come. You need the community to be invested in it and to be contributing to like the lore and the world and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like, it looks cool, but it doesn't look like my type of game. Really, it kind of reminds me.
Third-person shooter.
That's not what I see. It looks like you're building, just straight building.
Wait, did you change the game we were talking about? What game are you talking about?
Manor Lords.
Oh my god!
What were you talking about?
I thought we were still talking about the other game we were talking about before.
Oh no, Manor Lords.
No,
like this.
You had me completely confused. I was talking about a different game. That's my bad.
No, this is like you're building cities and like in medieval era. You're building like little towns and yeah, organic city building. Like, I'm just kind of shocked because this does not seem like the type of game. Like, it says this is like the actual description. Strategy game for PC that combines deep, organic, and realistic city building with large-scale tactical battles. Handcrafted by a solo developer. It uses the power of Unreal. So this is a very indie game. And it is on PC Game Pass, so I don't know. Maybe I can check it out. It's on GOG, Steam, Epic.
You said Banner Lords?
Manor Lords.
Manor Lords, okay.
Yeah. So, I mean,
like, Banner Lords is not like a solo game, definitely.
Is that a game?
It's like, I think it's Mountain something Banner Lords.
Oh, interesting. Never heard of it, but yeah, it's
I mean, it's the same aesthetic, like the whole medieval thing, pretty much.
It just does not seem like the type of game that would like capture people like that, but it's an indie game. It's another indie game hitting big, which is good. A solo developer, that is shocking to me. Crazy. So, I mean, good.
I mean, if it's
good
if
for
it's got
them.
a following, there's something good about the game.
I mean, number one on Steam. That's a big deal. That's a massive,
Yeah,
Held
for a short time, it matters.
Yeah, I mean, it's already beat the concurrent for Gotham Knights.
I mean, talk about a community that's definitely not afraid to crucify a game.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, but good for this guy, solo developer. I can't even imagine. Doesn't look like my type of game at all. It looks like civilization and city building. Like it looks like that's what it reminds me of. Medieval,
That's the best part of any game is city building, even if it's not part of the actual game.
like it looks like Roller Coaster Tycoon and Civilization. Or
I don't think it's anything like doesn't. I don't think it looks anything like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
well, no, just as a comparison, you're building like the theme park and stuff. That's kind of you're building these
That's
little
like
towns.
There's a straight sim game. This doesn't look like a straight sim game.
Well, it's got sim elements with the city building. I don't know. It's interesting
Doesn't
though.
mean
That's
it's similar to like Roller Coaster Tycoon.
look. Don't crucify me for
You build a theme
misgenring.
park compared to a medieval world.
I'm
Like, I don't see
sorry
there to be a comparison
for
at all.
misgenring this game in 2024, Mark. Sorry about that. Can't do anything right around here. We did get also, which isn't in the notes, but okay, I'm sure that you saw. So they're doing a Xbox showcase next week. It's that Idea Xbox, and they're partnering with IGN for this, which people were like kind of shocked about on Twitter. So like it's an actual IGN / Xbox showcase. So this is going to premiere on the 29th. So for audio listeners, it will probably already have happened. But it's April 29th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah.
And apparently what they're expecting to tease, or there was teases about a possible Gears of War drop during the showcase from what I saw.
It'd be massive if they did.
To be fair, they haven't put out a good game since 3, so I wouldn't get too hyped.
Yeah, I mean the last one was okay. It like wasn't a bad game. It just wasn't. It didn't capture me like the first
didn't
3.
feel like a Gears of War game.
Did you
is
play
what
the
it didn't
DLC?
feel.
I thought the
No.
DLC was better than the base game. Like I thought,
I mean,
it felt better. Like it was a lot funner to me.
the last game that I played that I knew for a fact that DLC was better than the base game was Borderlands 3, where the base game is just the story in the base game is just terrible.
Yeah,
Gameplay's
if you
good.
don't get the Ultimate Edition, then just don't bother playing it. That's my opinion. But
I mean, I'd rather just play 2 personally, but
no, I'm with you. I almost picked up. Unfortunately I was not able to grab it, but I almost got. It's still a $60 game on the Switch, but I almost got it. It went down $10, but when I went to Walmart, it was gone. So missed out. But I got that Ultimate Edition for PS5. I'll be honest with you though. Yeah, I'm a Borderlands 2 guy. We played a little bit of 3 together. It's fun with playing with other people, but
just turn off the dialogue audio and it's a really good game.
yeah.
I will never not crucify that game story. And then don't forget the new Tales from the Borderlands.
Oh yeah, terrible.
God awful. Let's turn into a sitcom, like the worst decision you could have made.
So
On top of unlikable characters.
I did not. I was trying to decide if I was going to pick that up or not, and I did not. Instead, I just watched a video on everything that happened, and I was like, okay, I'm glad I didn't pick this up. I didn't miss much. I got the whole story in about 10 minutes.
I got it just to have the game, but I was like, I'm not playing this. It's just I have it just for my collection at this point.
Yeah, you are a pretty hardcore collector, so.
On some things.
On some things.
God knows if I end up getting rid of some games, it'd be like one of the first ones to go. But at that point, I was just going to the trash because it's kind of worthless to keep or try to sell.
It's pretty bad. But this IGN / ID at Xbox, sorry, it's what they call it, showcase. ID at Xbox. Is another big show for them following their developer direct. That was with showcasing Hellblade 2 and all that, Indiana Jones and all that. It says that the Idea Xbox showcase is a great sign that we are getting ever closer to all the video game fun happening this summer, because IGN Live is kind of trying to take over that, fill that E3 space, if that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
somebody's got to do it, right? E3 was such a massive thing. We got the
I
Summer Game Fest too, though, so it's like
I don't think anything's ever gonna really replicate what E3
it,
was
won't- it
because I don't think
won't.
you can. First of all, everyone's gone to this digital. We're gonna
There's
announce
no
everything digitally or
need.
stream it because it's just cheaper for us. And if you're gonna bring people in, it can't be something that's more industry focused. You have to bring in the average person, and you have to bring something that they want. So it has to be events, it has to be entertaining. Essentially, it has to be an event, kind of like a gaming or an anime convention type thing. Is what you essentially need. Because
Yeah,
those are doing fine, but I think really the era of E3 is just over, and I think Nintendo kind of started it just like, hey, we're just gonna pre-package a video, pre-record it, and then just stream it because it seems to be we're still gonna get the views, everyone's gonna watch, and it's just easier for everybody, and we don't have to have this big setup and waste all this money and travel and go to these actual physical locations. And if
yeah,
there's any negative reception, well, we can just ignore it. I think there's that as well. Because when you go out and do a front of an audience, it's being live streamed. Well, if the audience doesn't like it, they're gonna let you know, and now it makes you look bad. Where if
yeah,
it's just streamed online, you can kind of ignore a lot of the criticism because it's not like right in your face.
yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing that can replace E3. It just there's no need. Like it sucks because I love that. You know, we grew up kind of like it was a massive thing for me and my brother. Like I would skip school or whatever. Like it was a big thing. Like I would watch it all day on G4 TV. I was watching everything. I was so excited. I remember in 2012, right after we graduated, I started doing because I was working with Nintendo Enthusiasts right after that. But the kind of predecessor to Game Junction was the VG Center. It was like something I did way back then. So I would tweet out all the video game news. I would cover all these events and tweet out all the news, and that account is still there. It's kind of interesting if you ever want to do kind of a deep dive on Game Junction and check that out. But I enjoy doing that stuff, and you know, I've always liked talking about news and like kind of my thoughts on stuff and um, you know, things like that. So um,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's happening,
I don't know if
and
you heard, it's a little bit minor, but Bandai Namco finally announced their next Armored Core 6 model kit that's coming out. And I think we know for sure it's the 30mm Armored Core 6, the RAD CC 2000 Orbiter Nightfall model kit. It's about $40, and it's supposed to come out roughly around September. Obviously, some of the sites, like if you go to the US GundamStore.com, they have it releasing sometime in third quarter, but when they had their Japanese live stream announcement for it, they pretty much said we're expecting it right around the September timeframe for it.
Hmm.
So if you're into mechs or models or just Armored Core 6, you know, it's a pretty affordable model. It's not like it's a $200 one, which is pretty expensive.
yeah, that's kind of neat. So
I think it's about 135 millimeters tall. I don't know
dang,
how that relates to football fields tall, but
I don't know, but I will say
we're
this:
America.
I I had to make the decision, and I don't think I made the wrong decision because of Nintendo games really never dropping in price. But Armored Core 6, which is still a $70 game, like MSRP, you go to the store, it's $70. It dropped down to $30 during that Walmart sale, and I picked up
That's not bad.
one $30 game, and it was that Kirby game. And my decision making was Nintendo games never drop in price. This was a Walmart decision, not a Nintendo.
Yeah, unless
decision.
you buy it at an actual physical store that drops the price. Nintendo's never going to drop their price.
Ar-
And I
Armored
just want to
Core,
clarify
Armored Core,
that
I'll find at some point, you know, for 15,
yeah,
20
I just want to
bucks.
clarify that 135 millimeter, it's about 5.5 inches, or just shy about 5.5 inches tall for the kit.
Oh,
But
okay.
you know, for $40 for something that's going to sit on a shelf, it's not too bad.
Yeah, that's kind of neat.
Might look into it.
I mean, have you played
keep-
Armored Core 6 yet?
No, I haven't.
It's supposedly
Too many other-
very good.
there's just so many other games, and I got a massive backlog, and then there's always new games coming out left and right, so it's kind of hard to pick a game, because if I pick a game, I don't want to play it up and then drop it. Like, I'm gonna play this game until I'm done, and then I'm gonna move on to the next one. So
See,
my backlog will forever be massive.
I haven't even beat Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like, I'm not even close. I'm not even halfway through the game.
I picked up that game. I'm just like, I don't have the time now.
I haven't played anything. I haven't played anything in weeks. Nothing. The last thing I played was the Sandland demo, and then that stupid potato sack game, whatever it was called, Potato Sack Simulator, some crap like that. The really, really weird game. Literally, I've not touched anything.
No, like a game like I'm trying to remember the game. Like when the next Mass Effect game comes out, I'll probably pick that up probably around launch and play it. Hopefully, it's not like Andromeda, which I absolutely hated with a passion.
Yeah, it's terrible.
But we pretty much already kind of know from some of the teaser trailers they've dropped that lore is going to probably be canonized. As much as I hate that decision, some people like it. Not one of those people. I thought the game should just be ignored and forgotten about for all time. But we can't all have what we want.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, is the movie TV news that you had in there, is that all new? Sorry, with the notes, I was just adding something in.
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
I mean, it's mostly. It's technically movie, TV related.
Okay.
It's just that's mostly more anime related stuff that I have in notes.
No problem. I'll just make sure it was new, so I didn't delete it. All right. So what do we got next as far as news? We'll hit the news we got there. We're kind of adding news on the fly. We're trying to get ahead and do a little bit better, but kind of adding some stuff in here. We're gonna break it up and do a little show and tell, and then also want to kind of touch on the anniversary of a few things. But I think I guess we'll go ahead and talk about the well, first I will say I've watched 4 episodes of Fallout.
What'd you think of it?
Great. What I've watched has been really good. Like I was shocked at how good it was. There's a few weird things. There was a few things where it like felt too. There was a couple of things when I watched, like in the second episode, where it felt like too video game-ish for a TV show, if that makes any sense at all.
No, it does.
But overall, like, very good. I would say the first 4 episodes I watched, solid 8 out of 10, maybe a 9 out of 10. It's really good. Like, I just haven't had time to watch anymore, but I like it a lot. So alongside that, we've got the Fallout 4 next gen update, the patch, and we got the actual patch notes and kind of everything that was added to it. And by the way, to add into that, it is I no longer have the tab up, but I think it said the 5th most played game on Steam right now. I want to say it was, I think, the 5th. But it's high, so their concurrent player count for that game went up massively because of this update and the TV show, for sure the TV show. Actually, what's funny, I have a loose copy of Fallout 4 that I was selling that I have on my car, and it sold about 4 or 5 days ago. So
that's not bad.
Like that was the only copy of it I had too. So I'm sure I'll pick it up if I find it for like less than $5. I'm not a big fan of the game. Like I've made that pretty apparent. I'm a New Vegas and 3 guy. I like 2 as well. Fallout 4 was massively disappointing to me, but I sold a loose copy for like $18, which is I think
bad. I mean, I've played
too high.
I played Fallout 4 multiple times, but unlike Skyrim, I just can't bring myself to beat it. I kind of get bored with the game.
Yeah, so we'll go over
unlike New Vegas and
Dude,
Fallout,
that's
little
perfection.
Bit with Fallout 3, where it's just just a more entertaining, more engaging story.
Well, apparently the highlight of the update are performance and quality mode options. When players select performance mode, they'll run the game at up to 60 frames per second with 4K resolution and dynamic scaling. On quality mode, the game runs at 30 frames a second at 4K without dynamic scaling. Okay. It looks like if you got Fallout 4 through the PlayStation Plus collection, you don't get this update. So you've got to actually like own the game. It says it's going to be available for PS Plus and PS Plus Extra and Premium members. So if you're in the second or third tier, you'll be able to play it. But yeah, we knew about this patch for a few years now. Like they announced this in 2021 or 2022, I can't remember. But so I talked to a couple people that had played, went back to it and played. Talked to two people.
Yeah.
Both of them said the update is pretty disappointing. Like doesn't add much. The one guy said it was barely noticeable any difference with the patch. Like he said, it just did not.
Something that people were up like there was the patch caused more issues than it resolved, and I think I saw somewhere that GOG actually reverted pre to the patch, and that therefore making the GOG version as of right now like the best version to play because it doesn't have this buggy patch that Bethesda just can't seem to get out of their own way.
Are you serious? There's a whole patch notes here. So there's a new Creation Club content that's free for everyone. Makeshift weapon pack, Halloween workshop. Looks like there's too many to name off, but changes and new features, native PS5 and Series X versions. We already went over the resolution scaling. The dynamic scaling is cool, but I had somebody tell me he could barely tell the difference. The other person said it was just kind of a letdown, but there's about 17 bug fixes that they put in here that were fixed apparently. Like some camera stuff, mini maps, like just some flickering and Vault 111 stability improvements. So I don't know. Can you like confirm that you saw that? Because this is saying it like stabilized a bunch of stuff. Like it shows the Xbox. It looks like Xbox got the most additions. PC got one thing.
This article from IGN that was posted the other day pretty much goes over the fact that it's a bug. It became a buggy mess after this next gen update. And then, same thing. This was yesterday, like on the PS5 Reddit, they were talking about it.
Yeah.
And, ideally the first comment that I saw was like, at least new Fallout fans from the show get like authentic Fallout experience. But apparently like this texture is not loading properly. Like characters are now being bugged out. Just generally it's just an issue playing the game again.
Yeah, I saw.
So, like, if you can roll back the update, it just makes it playable. But I don't know how do you release an update for an 8-year-old game, and it's just this buggy. Like, do you just not care at all? You're just like, rolled out, who cares? Enjoy it while I just take a big dump on your chest.
My thought is that this was just a throwaway thing because the new Fallout's coming out soon. They're announcing it soon.
Back to the game.
Yeah,
what they did.
My hope is that it's a kind of update or not update, a sequel to New Vegas, but doubtful. I think they're just going to go for a Fallout 5. They already said they're going to keep Fallout 76 alive. It's got a pretty big following now. But it looks like okay. So I love this YouTube channel. They cover a lot of this stuff, but cover a lot of retro and modern stuff. But Digital Foundry highlighted said it appears the game's quality mode, at least on Xbox, is not functioning correctly. The resolution is not increased, and the frame rate remains at 60 frames per second, neither of which is meant to be the case in quality mode. And he said that they'll report back for more. And shout out to Digital Foundry, because I think they're one of the best video game channels on YouTube.
You know who I really want to shout out? Shout out to Bethesda for keeping up an age-long tradition of never releasing a working product.
Yeah, it looks like
if they sold you a Nuka-Cola, it would be an empty, broken bottle, and they'd be like, "Enjoy."
Well, funny enough, did you see the Nuka-Cola Arizona teas that they're sold out? They keep selling out on Amazon. You can get a case of Nuka-Cola Arizona teas, and I tried to grab one. They keep selling out. It's not in stock right now.
It's that artificial scarcity.
It's like I don't care enough to. It's freaking Arizona tea.
For something that's gonna taste like crap.
Yeah,
Arizona tea kind of tastes like crap.
It kind of does. I used to drink it a lot back in the day, but I don't like it anymore.
And then you realize it's just packed full with way too much sugar.
Yeah, I don't do sugar at all. Even like the soda I drink zero sugar. I no thanks.
Because we pulled that up. It's actually kind of weird. I was trying to figure out like how many, uh, like the size for. Because I had somebody say this to me. So it's like what, like a sugar cube has like it's like what about 3 grams of sugar or something like that.
That's not. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
It's right around there. I was trying to.
It's
Pull
got
it
a
up, but I
lot
didn't
of
wanna-
sugar. Yeah, there is a lot of
Yeah,
sugar.
but you look at
That's
like
why
a
I don't
12 ounce
drink.
can of soda, and there's like what 12 of those in there. You're like that. There's like so much sugar in a lot of our food. It's like you wouldn't
It's
just
crazy.
eat a cube of sugar. Like that's disgusting. You're like, oh my god, like it's just not
That's
healthy. Like
that's why
makes it
diabetes
generally,
is rampant here in the U.S. and it's not in
health
Japan
issues.
or Europe or any other places that actually,
Well, first of all, we don't use this artificial sweetener that we use in all
the
the sugar.
high fructose corn syrup
Yeah.
is a problem.
But even then, it's just high sugary foods. It's just like in everything.
It's
and you're
not
like,
good. I do
I gotta start backing off.
everything in my power to stay away from like as pretty much any. Legitimately don't because right now I'm like I've lost a lot of weight. I'm almost 60 pounds now.
Yeah.
And I've just been doing
That's pretty
excessive protein, eating a lot of these bars, drinking a lot of protein shakes, and doing like a meal a day.
I pretty much just drink water. That's like my.
I mean, I drink a lot of
liquid
water
diet.
too, but I do drink. Well, this is normally it's Mountain Dew, but I mean this is zero sugar. I don't touch regular pop anymore.
Yeah. No, but I thought the best thing I said, or that somebody brought up to me, and especially with soda, was like read about how many grams of sugar is in this, and then visualize that with sugar cubes. 'Cause that's how much sugar is.
You
in there.
can
That's just
see-
sugar. That's nothing else. It's like so much.
You can look up, like for instance, McDonald's. Like I worked at McDonald's in high school. The amount of sugar that they put in their tea, which is why people like it so much, is absolutely insane. You
Yeah.
for one batch, you put an entire bag of sugar in it, and for
Disgusting.
one
At
batch,
the very least, if I have
one
to eat
batch.
out, yeah, if I have to eat it, which I don't like to do, either I'm getting a water or if I just something with a little bit more flavor, it's like give me an iced tea. Like I don't want any sugar in it. I mean, you already burnt it because I can taste it and it tastes disgusting.
When I got to eat, I just say, "Give me water with a lemon." That's it. Lemons are good for you, so that's my thing. I'm like, I can't do that.
I don't keep it at home.
And
I got milk for cereal, which is sugar heavy, but I eat it like maybe once a day, if that.
I
And
don't do.
I also use milk for cooking, and then orange juice. It's pretty much all I keep.
I haven't drank milk in probably 10 years. Don't do any milk anymore. I used to love chocolate milk, but I just don't. Dairy
I
doesn't
still
do
drink
well
it.
for me. I eat cheese, but that's it. Like I don't and
I
anything
think a lot
else
of people
dairy.
become lactose intolerant because they just stop. If you stop drinking milk for like a long period of time or dairy, it's not gonna.
I noticed a
not gonna
huge
agree with you
change
again.
because I used to have like a couple milkshakes a week. Like I really liked milkshakes and like that was the milk was fine. I was like whatever, but like I loved milkshakes. Like my daughter
I mean,
liked
like
them,
I don't
so
think. I like you. You don't want to go heavy on dairy in general, but I mean, I like to have it every once in a while. It's kind of like yogurt.
well, see,
They like
yeah,
to
I don't even
advertise,
do
"This is really
yogurt
helpful."
anymore.
It's not as healthy as you would really
It's
think.
not.
Like I'll have it periodically, but if you actually like look at what some of this stuff,
The
so,
pro-
like, I've gone
The
what I eat a lot
probiotics,
now.
that's it. The
Yeah.
probiotics out of some of the yogurt is good, but in
That's why I'd
general,
rather
it's
just
not
eat-
good.
I'll just eat the fruit instead. But like I've gotten to a point now where like a lot of my meals that I meal prep for the week, it's just it's rice and chicken,
That
or
is
it's rice and pork chops,
exactly
something like
what
that.
I'm
Pretty
doing.
much incorporating a lot of
That is
rice.
what I'm doing. The exact same thing. Yeah, I'm doing white rice, chicken breast, white rice, fish or white rice, and pork chops, like you said. So like
I do
any
pork
other.
chops because they're cheap. They're really cheap.
They're
You can
cheap.
buy them
I
in
don't
mass.
even like pork chops, so like it's kind of a. But they're cheaper than chicken breast. Expensive right now.
Yeah,
It's-
they are.
it's-
That's why I don't buy it all the time.
Yeah, so I can't do that every day, but yeah,
Well, I
that's
mean,
what I'm
I
doing. White
I
rice
still get
and
beef. Though I try to get it as lean as possible, but
yeah, I get the like 90% lean or whatever. I get the leanest one
whatever
now,
the
but
store offers.
yeah. Do you ever do the turkey? Do you ever do the turkey meat? Because it's the healthiest.
Not
That's
really.
I grab
It
it.
probably is. It's my least favorite to cook, so I don't really get it a whole lot. I'm not a big fan of cooking anyway, so I just want something that's really easy to
Yeah.
cook for the most part. Like I'll cook a turkey at like what is it, Thanksgiving or something like that.
Yeah.
But they'll like actually get unless you're getting like a pre-cooked or like I'm getting like like a specific pre-cut up portion of a turkey to just have like a whole on turkey and cook it. I think it's just a headache.
I agree with you. Uh, Also, on the 22nd, there was a Nintendo Switch update patch. Apparently, with patch notes, it fixed an issue where some wireless access points cannot be found, and then general system stability improvements to enhance the user's experience. And that is the patch notes. So we're at version 18.0.1. So
segue.
Make sure you get your Switch updated.
No, I'm just gonna. We're talking about Fallout. Let's spend 10 minutes and just talk about food, and then right back to some patch.
That's
Sorry,
what
I couldn't.
That's what we do, man.
It made me laugh.
I don't know. It is funny. We got a couple other minor news. We'll hit the minor news, get to the big stuff, and we'll kind of break it up and maybe do a couple topics, talk about the anniversaries. But in other news, we do have. I thought this was it's like kind of non-news, but it's interesting. So somebody after 10,000 plus hours grinding MapleStory's first level. Our first level 300 player slams the brakes at 299.9 to rant about the MMO and then quit, all on a dev promoted stream.
Oh, I dig it. I love it.
I love it. That's so punk rock. It's not even funny. There were like 20,000 viewers.
I'm done.
20,000 viewers in the chat of the Twitch stream, and
you gotta know that Twitch chat was going nuts when that happened.
This is Niru. Niru on Twitch, and then if you want to check out their YouTube, it is TNIRU on YouTube. So obviously they've got a massive following, but yeah, it said on April 25th, a historic moment happened. The first level 300 character in the 19-year history of MapleStory. Instead, they saw a very different yet still historic moment as the fatigued player slammed the brakes at 299 to rip into the game's economy for an hour straight, all on stream, previously promoted by the developer Nexon itself. After 16 hours and 42 minutes in a lengthy grinding stream, Niru kicked off an hour-long rant primarily about how different MapleStory worlds operate and how the game's economy functions. As Twitter user Sub noted, this was merely the latest in countless regular streams, some reaching 48 hours. I don't know how people do that, man. Adding up to 10,000 hours of pure level grinding by conservative estimates.
That's a game that person plays all the time, constantly on their free time. That's how you get that many hours. And it takes years to get that many hours into a game.
I played it back in the day because it was free, but it says, for a quick primer, Nexon says heroic worlds focus on character and self-sufficiency and growing stronger through adventuring, while interactive worlds combine growth through individual effort and access to the marketplace. So, MapleStory tweeted it out on their official Twitter and said the world's first level 300 in MapleStory is happening today. So they promoted this on their Twitter, which had 906 likes. Who knows how many views? And then the guy went on an hour-long rant and didn't do it.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it.
This game's been around forever, man. Like I liked it back in the day. It was just one of those fun games. It was free. It was free. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I can't imagine it's gonna hurt that game. If anything, it's just gonna bring more attention to the game itself. But like to have like the perfect time to, I don't know if it's like a mental break or just be like, I'm done. Thanks for your money. Peace out.
Well, here's what he said. So here's some direct words. He said, I am not advocating for anyone to get nerfed, changed for the worst, etc. That's not what this is about. I'm not trying to make it this server versus that server. That's not right. That's not what this is about. I'm trying to make it about this region versus region versus region. That's not what this is about. I'm not some 260 hyperburn who struggles to kill monsters at Cernium after playing for one month. I have the most playtime probably in this game in general out of anybody. I know what I'm talking about here, and there's all this misconception and all this weird stuff being thrown around over here that just don't make sense. So I'm not going to be here to tell you and show you just how bad it is, and hopefully then people can finally understand. He said that it says the complaints get pretty nitty gritty. Neru's rips into the number of servers available for, and I don't know what any of this means. It says for heroic and interactive
it's all new to me.
worlds, arguing that the latter offers too many, spreads players thinner, and offers a vital player economy. He reckons these servers should be merged. Goes on to argue that some untradeable upgrade items should be tradable. Worries for individual economies that hinge on specific events and items, and of course gets into the game's cash shop. Man, this sounds like politics. That's what this sounds like.
In-game politics at that point.
And it goes on longer, but you can actually, watch back on that stream. That was just, as of this live, was just a couple days ago. It's hilarious that Maple Story tweeted it out. I actually go into their Twitter now. Curious if they took it down. Yeah.
If I was them, I would.
No, it's still up. It says,
yeah, I don't know.
They tweeted it after that on the thread. Neru's at 99.9% with the eyes emoji. Little did they know.
Immediately they lost him.
Yeah, little did they know. This is one of those games I have no idea what it's talking about, but I just thought it was kind of funny and interesting, so why not? Looks like we also got, what else do we got news-wise here that we've gotten the small headlines?
What's that?
We've got...
there was some other news about Embracer Group going around.
Okay.
So apparently the Embracer Group is planning to split into 3 separate companies.
Oh, God.
This is after they already sold, I believe they sold the rights to the Borderlands series.
Yeah.
They had at one point tried to recoup some of their losses.
Yeah, didn't, yeah, it was Borderlands. There was something else big, too, that they... I can't remember, but Embracer's crap. They're crap.
Yeah, so they announced back on Monday that they're planning to split into 3 companies: Asmode Group, Coffee Stain and Friends, and Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends. I don't know where they're coming up with these names at.
I don't know.
But Embracer Group is also formerly known as THQ Nordic as well. So.
Oh yeah, that was the big
really
one.
Long. Yeah.
That's a massive. That's massive. That I think that's the one I was thinking of. So. Yeah, that's that sounds like bad news to me, but.
Yeah, it means they're trying to avoid bankruptcy or who knows. But I saw this and obviously they're just announcing it. We don't really know what's gonna happen, but usually when you see something like this, it's not good news for the studio.
Yeah, it's not good at all. So, what else do we got here on the small news?
I don't know. Yeah, so I guess this would be pretty small. Planetarian, the Reverie of Little Planet and Snow Globe kinetic novel gets a Switch release with English on June 27th.
Okay. Interesting.
So yeah, it was announced on Friday, and this wasn't yesterday. This was the Friday of last week. That the kinetic novels essentially is getting a Switch release on June 27th, and it's also getting a English text language. So it's still going to be Japanese audio, but it'll be, readable. Like the game will still be playable, just with subtitles and stuff in English.
Gotcha.
Something that I'm new to the whole property, but it's good to see stuff not only get adaptations, but to get translations in other languages as well.
I think it's very important, very, very important. There's a lot. I mean, obviously the biggest one that stands out is that we still haven't gotten Mother 3 translated here. It's never going to happen
anyways.
Yeah, I've got a fake translated copy, and I've got it on the EverDrive. I don't even touch the other copy, but there are a couple fan translations, but
yeah. So I just want to bring up apparently this novel, it originally released in Japan on PC back in 2004, but before it was ported to the PS2 and the PlayStation Portable. and it's supposed to take place. The story in the game is supposed to take place 30 years after a world war puts a halt to essentially space development. So
Didn't
you're
we
on the
talk
verge
about
of
this
getting out
game
into space.
before?
I cannot remember if we did, to be honest.
Okay, I thought we did that something about it, but well, that's good stuff.
I
Yeah,
can retouch on it. Know for a fact now that it's got a English release, not English language, but English text adaptation.
it's 1 and 2, right? And a combo pack.
No,
Is
I
it
thought
just
that's a
one
different
game? Oh, okay. I'm
This is
thinking
just
of
one
something
game.
else. Sorry. Okay, I'm thinking of something
Yeah.
else. I guess well, maybe we can talk about it during the we kind of already did, but do you have you got Stellar Blade by you? Show off
I do. I
couple
actually
things that we
still
got
have
here.
I got the actual case.
So for
My
the
light doesn't blind it.
audio listeners, be sure to check out the YouTube. I guess I'll show off a couple things I picked up. Before I do that, though, we did have one other thing in the small news, and then we'll go into some topics and then hit more news. There was a official release date trailer for a game called Gordian Quest, which is a deck building RPG. It's coming out April 30th, so we're live on the 27th, so 3 days from this. If you're listening to audio, it's already out. But it's an early access game, and it says it's very RPG heavy. You guide the characters to unravel the curses laid upon the lands, with the game having an Ultima and D&D inspiration. It's on PS4, PS5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. I'm usually not into the digital card games type of thing, but this looks so different than like any other type of card game I've ever seen in my life. Like this actually, like it looks like a strategy RPG with the cards mixed in. Like take Fire Emblem and you add in some deck building as like your attack and defense and all the stuff that you do. Like it normally I would say this isn't my type of game, but it kind of looks cool. And like you've got the upgrade system like a traditional RPG. It says it has 3 different types of game modes. Yeah, it looks cool. Just kind of came out of the blue. I don't know anything about it. I've never heard of it. So apparently it's been out for a while, but it looks like it's a big update. So, or it might just be that it's a PS5 version that's coming, but it on Switch as well. So I thought that was kind of interesting there. Have you heard of that game?
What was the game title again? Sorry, I was typing something real quick.
Gordian Quest. There's a trailer there in the notes.
No, I actually haven't. I mean, it might be the possibility that I check it out, but there's also probably a greater chance that I don't get around to actually playing it.
Well, if it comes up, I have a feeling. I mean, it's early access, so you
Yeah.
can play it for free. So maybe we can check it out or something. But I guess before show off stuff, also you showed off Stellar Blade. That came out yesterday as of this recording. But also Sandland came out. And also on the same day, the Knuckles series came out. 6 episodes. So I'm hearing a lot of different stuff about this Knuckles series. I'm hearing people say it's really, really good. And then I'm hearing people say it's awful. I've heard both. I don't think I've heard any in between. I'm not sure what the deal. I'm not sure what the deal is because like it looks really good to me. And the people that it seems like the people that I know that have said it's really good are like Sonic fans, and then like there's been other people that said like there's an article out there. I saw a few of these. There's a bunch of people saying, oh well, the live action Sonic doesn't work without Jim Carrey in it. And if you like Google, like there's a bunch of articles that say that. Like from like comicbook.com,
I would
Screen Rant says it.
That really feels like something that the media is trying to push themselves. Because I absolutely think it would be fine without Jim Carrey. I think they used him to get it off the ground. But I mean, to be fair, they could just go away from every.
It's Sonic.
This could be fully in a whole animated movie at this point, or a 3D animated movie. Nothing to do with real people, and it would do just fine as long as it's a well-written story.
It basically is. I mean, so like Rotten Tomatoes critic score 65%. So whatever, but audience score is a 77. So like people are saying it's like a 7 out of 10, almost an 8 out of 10. I think Yeah, that sounds like not bad to me. That sounds accurate. Usually,
Yeah, I mean,
77% can be
not
very
blowing your
good.
sock. It's not blowing your socks off, but it's enjoyable as just a sit down, shut your brain off
Well,
type of flick.
right before this came out, they announced Sonic movie. So, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, the movie. So, you get that, right? You get the
Yeah,
reference. Okay. So, that's funny that they're literally taking the title of a game, one of the games, and it's the next movie. So this makes
yeah,
sense. I get now why they did a Knuckles series. So they're doing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which is a actual Sonic game. Um, it's basically the expansion of Sonic 3. So it, I don't. I'm excited to watch it. So I kind of sucks. I was hoping that I could at least get an episode in to talk about it. But I mean, we can at least say, what people are kind of thinking. And I've heard, like I said, really good things from some people. And then I saw a few people tweet out that it was just like awful. Like they were saying it was completely boring and didn't. But I was told the very end of it is a huge setup for the next movie, and that's why it's
yeah,
called Sonic 3 and Knuckles. We know Shadow's in
yeah.
the movie. So look, it sounds like they're heading towards this is going to leave the 2D Sonic era is what I'm thinking, and they're going to head into like the Sonic adventure, like where Shadow gets introduced. Um,
Yeah.
so like they're going to wrap up the original trilogy with this movie, but also like expand to like the 3D Sonic games with the story,
Which
or
is what they probably should do.
yeah, which is what they should do, or they can do a whole new thing. I mean, but I love that 3 is called Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So you can look up the logo. That's all they put out as a teaser logo, and they dropped it right before Knuckles dropped. So I will definitely be watching this, and hope my hope is that next week I can come back to you guys and let you kind of know my thoughts on it. But I did want to touch on this because I had two people from my work tell me about this show. Uh, it's the number one on at Netflix right now, and it's crazy. It has a 97% critic score and an 83% audience score. It's called Baby Reindeer. So if you look at this, she said there's a little comedy in it, but it's very disturbing. So it's about a guy getting stalked by this big woman, and that's literally the premise right here. Says dealing with a female stalker, a man is forced to face a dark, buried trauma. And she's like, I was talking to somebody at work, and she's like, I can't tell you anything that happened. You just have to watch it. People are
That
saying
sounds
it's
like
like
a really stupid premise.
she had me watch the trailer, and you just see this big lady is obsessed with this skinny guy and stalks him. That's all I mean, that's all I got out of the trailer. Like it doesn't give
And this
any story.
whole story should be over in about 10 to 15 minutes.
But this has a 97% critic score. That doesn't happen often. And I mean, it has a good audience score too. It has a good audience score as well.
How many people actually watched it? I don't know.
Uh,
It sounds like a stupid premise.
I think the name is stupid, but maybe it makes
Where
sense
is it?
in the show.
Where does it take place at?
It's on Netflix.
No, like in the universe. Like where is this happening at?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about it other than that. I mean, I can look up and type in Baby Reindeer, but I know it's number one on Netflix right now.
Just assuming that this wasn't taking place in like Texas or something like that. Have a really abrupt and
this is apparently based on a true story. So I didn't know that, but apparently it's based on a true story.
It's based on a true story,
Yeah.
which means like it's very loosely
Yeah.
to almost non-existent. Or it's like, oh, a story like this happened, but none of the details are actually anywhere close to being accurate.
What's funny is this actually came out on the 11th, but people are just now talking about it. Like for some reason, it took like several weeks for it to kind of
Spread
hit.
mouth of word type thing.
That's exactly what it says. Yeah, because like I said, two people I work with told me about it. They both watched it. And they're like, you have to watch this. You got to watch it. Like, it is crazy. So I'm probably going to give this a go at some point. But if you just look at images, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not like being mean or anything, but
what's the name of the show again?
Baby Reindeer. It's kind of the lady. You'll see. Yeah, you'll see if you look up images. But uh, it apparently is based on a true story. Stalking on television tends to be very sexed up. It has a mystique. It's somebody in a dark alleyway. It's somebody who's really sexy, who's very normal, but then they go strange bit by bit. So like apparently it's like the opposite of that. Uh, and you can watch the trailer like to, I guess, sort of get an idea. But it's only 7 episodes long, so it's pretty short. Not
I'm not
long
gonna
enough.
lie, it looks so stupid.
I thought the same thing.
100%. I'm not gonna watch this.
The lady's name in the show is Martha Scott. He's like on Facebook. It says it's from the makers of The End of the Effing World, which I've never watched either.
Yes. I've not heard of this one before.
It doesn't look like my kind of show, but I was told to watch it, so maybe I will. I don't know. I wanted to mention it though, at least. And
yeah, it definitely doesn't look like my type of thing, and I probably guarantee I wouldn't like it.
You say
I even know
I guess
these-
you say
I
that
don't
about
know-
everything though.
I'm a cynical person. What can I say?
Nothing's ever good for you.
No, it's not. I've got very, very high standard with like how little time I have. I'm gonna invest time into something. I want it to, be worth my while.
I do want to watch the Shogun show though. It's at 99% critic score and a 91% audience
I've
score.
heard a lot about it. I just
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a show.
What is it on? It's on FX. I thought.
Yeah, it's on FX and
Oh, it's on Hulu.
yeah, Hulu. But
So I
it's
have to torrent it.
but you
to watch.
you can watch on FX as well. It's on both.
I don't have either of those.
You can use my Hulu if you want.
No,
But I
I'll just
do need
torrent it
that.
and watch it.
It says you can watch on Disney Plus as well. It says Hulu and Disney Plus.
You made me throw up my mouth a little bit when you mentioned Disney Plus.
I know.
Like that's the worst place possible that I could ever. Why would I ever give money to Disney?
It's set in Japan in the year 1600. It looks really good. This is one we talked
It's supposed
about
to
it
be, like,
before.
It's based on a book that's very loosely based on.
Yeah, it's like
the historical time period, but I'm like I don't know if
it's a fantasized kind of version of the time period.
Yeah, well, because I know it's based on a book, but I can't remember if that book has any basis in reality or it's just
It has basis,
it's
but
just a historical piece.
It from my understanding is it takes historical accuracy with fantasy elements. So like they kind of up it, like they Hollywood it, if you will.
So it's like well, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's essentially would be more classified as like a drama piece or like a
yeah. It's a very serious thing. Like I guess
it's historical fiction. I think would be the better word. I don't know if it's the exact word I'm thinking of, but like
nonfiction.
Think of like I guess I think of the movie like Gladiator. I mean, there's real people in that movie, but it's a whole fictional story. But it's very authentic to the time period it's trying to tell. For the most part. Obviously, it gets some stuff wrong, but it's
Gladiator
still
2. I can't wait. So excited.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. So I guess we'll go ahead and mention some other stuff before we jump into a few topics. We're going to start. But I'll show off a couple of things for our audio listeners. First, I did mention it last week, and I have the other one over here.
Oh,
sorry. I dropped some stuff, though, I'll have to grab. But I did want to shout out in case you missed last week. So this is the Mamba controller. This one I'm going to open up for video, but I did already open one up so that I can show on here, and then I'm going to drop the link in the description as well. But this works for Switch, PC, and then I used it on my analog Pocket Dock. So you can use it Android, iOS, but this might be the craziest controller I've ever used. It has Hall effect joysticks, and the big thing behind this controller is the screen, like an actual screen on the controller. It's really, really neat. It comes with its own charging dock, so like you would buy separately for like your Xbox controller or whatever. It comes with the dock. It's about the same price. I want to say it's $69.99. And for what it is and the way that it feels, I mean, it's very customizable. You can change the way that the triggers work if you want like the soft triggers or you want the triggers that stop, like the analog or digital triggers, basically. completely modular. Like it comes apart, and it's really really cool. Like I love it so far. I've used it probably about 7 or 8 times checking it out. But like I said, I use it with my analog pocket dock, and then I did try it on the Switch, and it's very cool. These controllers, I'm excited to open up the other one and show it off. But yeah, the other one, they got the 2 colors right now. This one's a solid black, and the dock, you can see the dock there is black as well. So for our audio listeners, it is called the Mamba 1, and it has a full color screen interaction. So like you can kind of interact with that screen, change everything on the fly. It's got the Hall effect joysticks, a full color LED screen, 4 remappable back buttons, and a linear Hall effect trigger. So very very unique controller, definitely different, and for sure one of the coolest like new controllers that I've used. And the screen is like very handy. It's really really cool, very cool how it works. So I'm excited about it. I wanted to show that, and today, so my buddy Lucas gave me this a while ago, and then also to show off the Mamba 1 screen. You can see it's a full LED screen there.
It's pretty dope.
It's cool. And you got these. It's a little hard to show there, but you can change the RGB lights there on the side. You can turn them off and on, and like this whole front cover comes off. Everything is modular. You can take everything apart and switch it out with other pieces and customize it the way that you want to. And like
the way gaming controllers are going, I think that's where we're going with handhelds next. It's just gonna be like, here's your controller for your game, and then you can just play it on your little screen on your controller on the go type thing.
I mean,
gaming on the go.
Legitimately, no, I won't say like I'm trying to do anything. But somebody could mod that controller to make it be able to do. It's a full. It would be it's a full LCD screen, like an actual screen, and it's like big enough to be able to see like what's going on.
I mean, you already kind of do that with some of the controllers you plug on the phone. It would be that hard to just make a slightly larger controller and just put a screen on it, and you could use it both on your console and on the go. Obviously, you know, as far as the games themselves go, it's a little bit easier said than done, but
yeah, no doubt. I also wanted to, because we've talked about the Nixie GameCube controllers, and if you're listening to audio, we do have an affiliate link in the description, but this is also one of their other controllers for the Switch, and it's called the Hyperion Pro. And again, it works like Joy-Cons. You can switch these out, become the Joy-Cons, and it does feel very comfortable. What I really like on it is an actual D-pad. They're bigger, and you know they fit better in your hands than the Joy-Cons. I love the Switch, but I hate the Joy-Cons, and so these have got the back buttons there and everything. I mean, it's a great controller as well. Hall effect joysticks, like every controller should have. But like I said, great D-pad. So if you're a fighting fan, like I love it. I think it's great. I love the GameCube Joy-Con / controller. I think it's great. Yeah, and it's really really cool. So I've loved it, and yeah, I definitely, the stuff that Nixie's put out, like we talked about the new actual GameCube controller that they're putting out, and that's really cool. I think the pre-orders are live for that now. I'm not 100% sure. But I did want to, before I show off these other things, I did want to shout out that they just announced this, actually, I think 2 days ago. So, I definitely don't, like, play favorites or anything, and what they do is entirely different than some of these other companies. But Retro Fighters, I've, like, covered all of their, pretty much, I bought their very first controller that they put out. I bought their second controller, and then they did send some out later. So like I covered like the Dreamcast controllers, and then the wireless GameCube controllers, the PlayStation ones, but they just announced this new Pro Series controller, and it's called the Battler GC Pro, and it works on your GameCube, Switch, and PC, and it looks amazing. The pre-orders go live on May 1st. They've got 1,000 units of the clear edition, so they're only making 1,000 limited edition crystal, and after that it would just be the standard purple. Um, basically like that indigo on the GameCube. But
Yeah.
a couple of the things about this controller is it features Hall effect sensors. I don't know what this means. I need to look into it, but it has Kaih switches and GC style sticks, a perfect Pro package. It has analog and digital trigger input, which is amazing. I can't think of anything else right now really that does that. And they show off the Pro features for Pro performance, and it looks like ergonomically designed GameCube wireless controller. It's Bluetooth and 2.4 gigahertz wireless, which is awesome. Improved accuracy, full analog triggers with click-in digital button. They have a custom-built C-stick, and they said no generic sticks used here, so they built this themselves. I don't know what those Kai integrated switches are. Might have to look that up. But that's one of the big things about this controller. It's got added player 1, player 2, or P1, P2 back buttons, sorry. Rechargeable battery, LED battery, and status indicator. 10 plus hours of battery life, and the USB-C charging port. So this is my assumption is they're going to move forward with this Pro series of controllers, and I love retro fighters. I absolutely love any of the retro systems I use. I'm using a retro fighter controller always. If it's available for it, that's what I use. So I'm a big fan. I did want to shout out that they just announced that, but like I said, pre-orders go live on May 1st. That limited edition crystal is probably going to go out and like quick. So if you want to get it, definitely grab that. And then for our audio listeners, the other thing I want to show, I did grab Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I got this for $16. This is a $70 game. So for Pro members at GameStop, this dropped down to $20 if you're a Pro member only. I don't know why, but it did. And then I had my $5 off coupon. So I got a short coming out that I filmed today. But if you look back here, that very first shelf right there, that is all Call of Duty games. So I'm going for the full set of Call of Duty. And I think I'm missing now 5 games. Technically 4, but they remastered the first Modern Warfare, so I need that as well. That counts. I'm going for the full set.
Collection. I'm pretty sure that collection is running you what, $27.99 right now?
Well, most of it I already had. I just made the decision. I'm like, I've got 9 of these games already. Like, I picked up 3 when I went to Super Cincy Expo, and I only paid for 1. The others were trades. So what off the top of my head, what I'm missing is the PSP game, the Vita game, and I am also going for the variants for the Wii and DS. So I have one of those already. I actually had a double. I accidentally picked up Call of Duty 3 on the Wii again. I already had it. I didn't know. But there was also, I think, World at War for the Wii, and it was also on DS. I want to say that the first Black Ops came out on DS as well. I'd have to look it up. But I am getting those variants because they're completely different games, and I actually did have them back in the day and played online. They're very, very fun. They get entirely overlooked. Nobody talks about them, but the Wii Call of Duty games are a ton of fun. So I'm missing those variants. Like I said, and I literally had the Vita game a month ago, and I sold it. I just decided to do this recently, so I'm kind of mad that I did that because it's not a cheap game. But yeah, I'm missing the PSP Roads to Victory, and there's a couple. I have the World at War Final Fronts on PS2, the spinoff.
Yeah. Probably some of the more. I'm sure you get there soon enough.
Oh, yeah, there's only a couple. I'm almost there. But anyway, that was the big one because that's new and it's a $70 game. I paid $16 for that.
I do have to ask: is this your equivalent of Scott the Woz being obsessed with Madden 08?
Yeah, it's similar to that. It's kind of a stupid thing because I didn't like Vanguard. You know what I mean? I harp on Call of Duty never changing. So it's kind of a funny thing. But I love the old games. Like, I love them. World at War is my favorite. So I got Final Fronts, and we used to have that. Me and my brother used to play on the PS2 all the time. A lot of people don't even know that exists, but it's like a spin-off for the PS2. And yeah, like, I want to just show off the full. There's nobody else I know that has a full set of Call of Duty games, so it's just for fun. It's
Like,
cheap.
this is my new goal in life.
It's very cheap, and it's like the most expensive one I think is the Vita one that I sold. So, and it's like still like only $30 or something. This was the most expensive because it's new. So $16. Like, that's gonna even Modern Warfare 2 and the game and Vanguard are still like full price at the store. Those just went on sale with the Walmart thing for $30. So this is the brand new one. I got it for $16. So I was ecstatic, man. And then also, audio listeners, so I picked up a LCD Pac-Man little arcade. $3 for this. $3. I want to say it was originally $20 on Amazon. I wasn't going to open it, but the package is damaged and they don't have replacements. So I'm just going to open it and set it up. But I actually can. So
it just got really quiet there randomly, sir.
Yeah, no. It's kind of like its own. It's not the actual Pac-Man. It's its own game. Like, I don't think this is a Pac-Man from anything. I think this is their version of Pac-Man for this. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. It's $3, dude. Like, I grabbed that.
I mean, hey, you know, why not?
During that sale, I don't think I showed off this one. I don't think. But the other one I know for sure I didn't because I got it separately. But I had this AEW, $5, Series X. I've heard it's okay. Like, I don't care that much, but it's $5, and I have like no Series X games. Yeah, I mean, like, people love AEW right now, and it looks okay. I looked up gameplay. It was $5, and then this was the one that, besides the Kirby game, I was most excited about. Lords of the Fallen, and it legitimately looks really fun. Just look up a trailer of it. $10. So. Really, really good deal. And this is there's actually a big update coming out for this game. They just announced it. I just saw news for it today. So I was like, dang, I just grabbed that too.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah. And then I guess we will talk about this for a second. I don't know your experience, but I do want to definitely talk about it. So this is the 33rd anniversary for the Sega Game Gear, and I'm a pretty big fan. I own. So I'll show off sorry for the audio listeners, but this is my custom built Game Gear from Game Gears for You. It has a brand new made the board, everything is new on it. The board is entirely redone. And then I've got the EverDrive in there now, so I can play every single game, all the Master System games. But it's the 33rd anniversary, and I got the Game Gear as a kid. The little story is I broke my original Game Boy, which that thing is supposed to be indestructible, right? I dropped it and broke it. I was pretty upset. I loved handhelds because our rule was one console for the house, and like, so if I got a handheld, like, it was mine. Like, the Nintendo 64 wasn't mine. The NES wasn't. It was, you know what I mean? My dad.
But the handheld was.
The handheld was mine. So, I had a Game Gear back in the day, and you know, the big drawback to it was it takes 6 AA batteries. It would last 3 to 4 hours if you're lucky, but it has a really good selection of games, and it's basically a portable Master System, which is why I can put all the Master System games on the Game Gear EverDrive too. So, like, I can play the console games. But that's basically what it is. And we talked last week, I think, about the I want to say we talked about the Game Gear Sonic games last week. I believe. But
I think we did a little bit.
Yeah, so, like, I've got those on here, and like those were basically 8-bit versions of Sonic. They were their own games. and it has a really good library of games. There's a big cult following for the handheld, and like I said, it's basically a Sega Master System that's portable. Like the games are pretty much interchangeable, which is why you can put Game Gear games on the Master System EverDrive and vice versa, and it's pretty much the same thing. So it's really cool. Like there's a lot of really fun RPGs on the Game Gear, which is something that kind of stood apart from the original Game Boy. We just actually hit the 35th anniversary 4 or 5 days ago. I did a big post about it. So the original Game Boy turned 35, and these handhelds just they meant a lot to me, and the reason was, like I said, it was mine. If I got a handheld, it was mine. So I have always grown up being like a big handheld fan. Like that was my thing. And Pokemon captivated me. So like, hey, I was all about handhelds. I mean, you played a lot of GBA. We definitely played some Game Boy Color for Pokemon, I want to say. I think you had Crystal, right? And I never had Crystal.
No.
I had Silver.
I didn't have any Gen 2 games growing up.
Oh, see, I started with one.
I had Gen 1, Gen 3, and Gen 4, but I didn't have Gen 2 growing up.
Okay,
I played Gen 2, but I never actually had any.
So somebody had blue. I had red. Was it you that had blue?
I have. I still have them. I mean, I think the batteries on them are all dead, but I have red, blue, and yellow.
Oh, we got swipe.
And I had all three of them growing up.
Send them out to me. I'll put new batteries in for you.
I mean they're easy. It's just.
Do you have a soldering gun?
No.
You gotta have a soldering gun to do it.
Oh, like it's that expensive to go buy a soldering gun if I really want to.
You can get a cheap one for $15.
I also have them digitally on my 3DSs, so it's really I don't really have like a need because I can just play them on my 3DS. That's probably the ideal way to play them anyways, and put them on one of my old Game Boys.
Well, the thing about the Sega Game Gear, it's going to be really hard to show on the screen, but I got this sent out before the Analog Pocket came out, and this was the best looking screen until the Analog Pocket came out that I've ever seen in my life. So if you want to play like in the original Game Gear form factor, like it's obviously not showing it off, but this screen, I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. They call it an HD LCD screen, so it's like a proprietary screen that they use. And like I've got Sonic Chaos on here now, but I love this handheld. So this was my replacement for the original Game Boy, and then I got a Game Boy Color. So like I broke that, and I probably had maybe 12 games for the Game Gear. I never had like a bunch of Game Gear games, but when I got one, they were already cheap, like being marked down to like $5-10. So I got, obviously, the Game Gear when I got it. I must have been, I think I was younger than my daughter. I want to say I was like 6, 7. I started off with the Game Boy really early, and that was my first like me system. And I played the original Game Boy so much. I am very nostalgic for that puke green screen. Like I just love it. Like when I play on the Analog Pocket and play original Game Boy games, I got to play with the green screen. Like I got to play it the way they came out. But yeah, the original Game Boy did turn 35 a few days ago, and this turned 33. And for the time, like the Game Gear, the screen was horrid, but the it was much more powerful than the Game Boy. Obviously, the Game Boy had, you gotta check out the posts I did it on all the socials, but I gave like the whole backstory of them intentionally using a bad screen for the Game Boy, and like they talk about why Gunpei chose to do that, which unfortunately he passed away. But he also did the Wonder Swan, which was a Japanese only handheld. So he made that later, which was it's a beloved handheld by people. Like there are people actively still working on fan translations for games that only came out for that, because it was a very RPG heavy. Like it was a very RPG heavy handheld. But yeah, I mean, I love the Game Gear. I'm very nostalgic for it. I pick up and play this all the time because I can play for like 5-10 minutes. You know what I mean? And check out a game I've never played. But yeah, this specific one, if you're wanting one like this, which is, like I said, it's completely redone. It has it's called a Retro 6 PCB board. So everything in this is redone. And obviously the original did not have a stick. This is basically a Nintendo Switch Pro controller stick. And it's really neat. I mean, it's obviously a big... The D-pad for the original Game Gear is not good. It's pretty bad. So this is something that you can choose to swap out for it, and it just makes it feel really good, really cool. And I love it. Have you ever played a Game Gear?
I haven't. Never played it growing up.
Have you like ever emulated any of the games or anything?
Can't really say that I have. Like I'm not the biggest retro gamer. Like most games that I go back and I play that are retro are games that I pretty much grew up playing. Anything else, more or less, I don't really care for them, to be honest.
You don't care for retro games at all?
I'm not a big retro game person. I like a lot of the newer games and stuff like that personally. I do like playing open world games and stuff.
There's
And to be fair, a lot of these games are difficult. Even the games that I grew up
that's the charm.
Playing. They're difficult to go back and play.
Like in they're bad way, or like they're hard.
They haven't aged well. Like the gameplay is really outdated.
See, I have to absolutely say the opposite. There are games that aged poorly, but my opinion is the games that aged poorly were like so a lot of PS1 games aged very poorly. That first stage of 3D, but the 2D games, like there isn't many I can think of that's hard to go back to and play. Like they're just like games coming out now, the indie games that people want. You know, Hollow Knight is essentially like one of these old retro games, and I mean, like
with a new take, but it's not as I don't know. It's just I wasn't the biggest fan. Like I like a lot of 64 games. Platformers are one thing.
I mean, there's a lot. This is there's a lot of platformers on this, and there were RPGs like Phantasy Stars on the system, and there's
RPGs that do require like at a minimum like 80 hours to beat.
Oh, mainly
because
have you ever played the Phantasy Star games?
I have. They take a while, but I mean, like there are like a lot of 64 games that I like, but a lot of them have just not they have not aged well. Like the control scheme is just terrible.
See, that first era of 3, I think the 64 holds up much better than the PS1. Generally,
a lot of those games, if you went back and played them, you would struggle without significant amount of play time or without like a whole modern control scheme.
Yeah. Just a shout out here, Johnny Garibay said that he hates the Joy-Cons. He said, "I'll see you guys later. I wish I could stay." So thanks for popping in. But yeah, I mean, it just depends on the game, I think. But I agree that there are a lot of that era. That gen was the first generation of like actual 3D games. So like you have a lot of those like polygon 3D. It's very important.
It was important for a step, but it just means those games are not going to be good long term.
But for things like the Game Gear and Game Boy, I don't. There's some games there's definitely some games that don't hold up, but when I get back and play, I mean, I would say most hold up, especially like 2D platformers. And if you're into JRPGs, like there's 2 Phantasy Star games on the Game Gear that obviously are exclusive to the Game Gear. There's Gaiden and then Adventure, and
but to be fair, there's a lot of platformers that aren't good.
There's a lot that aren't good,
as well as you can only play a platformer so long before you just kind of get bored of it. So all it is just platformer.
This is Phantasy Star Gaiden, so this is a fan translation of this game, but this is one I have not played. But yeah, I just 33 years. I think it's a very important handheld. And also to shout out, I don't have it physically here, and sorry again for audio listeners, but Majora's Mask turned 24 today, so I think it's 24 years old. So that's crazy. And you have not played Majora's Mask, correct?
No, I've not even beaten not Majora's Mask, but the other one, Ocarina of
Ocarina.
Time.
So we talked about that you're interested in getting into the other Zelda games, correct? Like didn't we talk about?
I mean, yeah, and I've got a handful of them, but it like everything else, it's just I already have a massive backlog of games. It's like I'll play it eventually, but God knows when that's going to be.
Well, for those two games, I've told you the only way to play those now is the 3D versions. They completely redid the games and they hold up very well. And I've gone back.
Well, I have Ocarina of Time on the 3DS.
That's the way to play.
Like, I still don't like the game all that much. I think the gameplay is just aged poorly.
Man,
I think it holds up just because a lot of people are just really nostalgic for that game. And
I
it did something
love it.
new for the first time, but I think there's better Zelda games that just hold up better and tell a story better.
Well, I will say, so Majora's Mask is one of my least favorite Zelda games. I still don't think it's bad, but the problem is you have a time limit for the game to beat the game, or you lose.
Yeah.
You get 3 days, right? And it'll tell you 24 hours remain. And I could not beat it as a kid. I didn't beat it until it came out on 3DS, and I tried probably 100 times, because when you got a game, you got one game, so you played that game. You know what I mean?
You know, like the back of your hand.
Yeah, I know the game well, so I didn't beat it until it came out on the 3DS, but I played it over and over and over, and it is, it's a very divisive game for people. I would say that Zelda 2 and Majora's Mask are the ones
That's
that
what
people.
I was gonna say. I think Zelda 2 is probably of the Zelda games that I played my least favorite. But then again,
it's my
Zelda
least
1's
favorite.
right up there.
Oh God, I love Zelda 1. I love the first Zelda game.
It has no story and no direction. It's just
It
an
is-
open world, which I
it
get.
is Breath of the
it's
Wild.
Iconic. Yeah, but at least the Breath of the Wild has a story and
Does
fun
it?
gameplay.
Does it have a big story? Because you get a
No,
story in
it
Zelda.
has more of a story than Zelda 1, and that's not saying a lot. I'm not criticizing the game. It's just I would never go back and play it again.
Wow.
I think it's a game that was important for the time period, but has aged really poorly.
Well then, I don't. That's
It's
very
controversial.
That's very controversial, because I think that is one of the NES games that hold up the best, alongside Mario 3 and all the Marios. I mean,
if there's any credit, the only game that's above those two would be then Skyward Sword. It's my least favorite game, and that's wholly because of the forced motion controls.
So I mean, you're pretty spot on. So I think that's kind of the order for most people that are Zelda fans. It's, as far as least favorite goes, Zelda 2, either Skyward Sword or Majora's Mask. One of them, whatever, it can kind of rotate for most people. But I would say they're
Majora's Mask, so I can't speak for it. But I like the story. Sword.
I love Skyward
But the
Sword.
Gameplay, like first of all, the hand-holdy, the tutorial's way too long. The gameplay's really hand-holdy, like a lot of games. And then the motion control just absolutely ruins any potential enjoyment of that game. At that point, you might as well just watch a video that tells you the story, or watch a Let's Play, and that's it. Because you don't want to torment yourself to that, especially on the Switch, with those Joy-Cons, which are even worse compared to the original Wii controller.
Yeah, so the Switch version I think is horrible. I think the Wii version is good, because gyro controls are just not as accurate as the Wii motion control.
It wasn't designed to do what the
was
motion
not.
control was, but I think that's an issue of forcing only motion controls in the
Because
game.
the game was designed around that for the Switch. So I love Zelda. Zelda and Mega Man are my two favorite series, right? I didn't even beat Skyward Sword HD. I hated it. The Wii version, I love it. I hated the Switch version.
I don't even like the Wii version because I hate forced motion controls in a game.
It was the
I
Wii.
prefer
I like
controller.
it. I thought it worked well. I thought the sword worked well. I mean,
it worked well. I just don't like motion controls.
Yeah, I get it. It's a divisive game for people too. I would say, like, for me and most people, those are like the three that are probably like the least. But I did also just want to say, with a few other games that kind of came out today. Alongside that, we also got 32 years ago, we got the first Kirby game. Came out in Japan. We got Final Fantasy III on the NES, came out 34 years ago. Star Fox 64 came out 27 years ago. I mean, this whole list for this day is killer. Power Stone 2 came out 24 years ago. Breath of Fire 4, amazing RPG, 24 years ago. Bomberman Tournament, nobody talks about this game. I had this as a kid. I loved it. Came out 23 years ago. We also got Mario Kart Wii, came out 16 years ago. Super Street Fighter 4 came out 14 years ago. The original Nier came out 14 years ago. And it looks like also Dragon Ball Heroes Ultimate Mission X came out on 3DS 7 years ago. So to this day in video game history is massive. There's a ton of huge games here. I mean, Final Fantasy 3, that's a lot of people's favorite. Like amazing story. I personally recommend to play the DS remake. I think it's phenomenal. But great story, just amazing RPG. You are obviously a big Bomberman fan. Did you ever play Bomberman Tournament?
No. I mean, there's a lot of Bomberman games I haven't played.
There was quite a few on the Game Boy Color, and see, I had Pocket Bomberman on the original Game Boy.
Yeah, I think
you played it when I brought it to your house.
It was one of the Bomberman mini games.
Land Bomberman.
Bomberman
Land Touch.
Yeah, like that's like really the only handheld Bomberman game
that was the DS. So.
Yeah, but then again, I think the Bomberman peaked between 64 and GameCube.
Well,
as far as gameplay, storytelling, we don't have we're still getting new Bomberman games, but it's like old school Bomberman. Like I prefer the 3D Bomberman.
I like classic Bomberman,
not the classic. You're playing a game within the multiplayer map that we kind of come to know.
I don't like.
It's just like you're cheaping out.
I don't like that they're not changing it much, but this game did change it. If you look up some of the gameplay, you'll know what I'm talking about. But it's a fun one. Was it? Bomberman Tournament.
Yeah, but it's also an older game though compared to the newer ones.
But I will tell you, I'm waiting for.
Not the biggest fan.
R2 dropped down to $20 the other day on Amazon, and I was like debating, but I want to pay like $10 for that game. I want it.
I'm just not gonna pick it up. I played the first one. I beat it, but I didn't like the gameplay. It's just not. It's not what I want out of a Bomberman game. It's not when what we had back in the late 90s, early 2000s for Bomberman. And I really think Bomberman peaked at the second attack on the 64. I think that's
know how much that game is now. That is
$200-$300.
Yeah, loose. It is a very expensive game. Last thing that I wanted to show off for audio listeners. So my buddy Lucas gave me this a while ago. I finally got a battery for it. So finally got a battery for the PSP 2000. So this was the slim model, the second one they made. I've got the PSP Go as well, which was the digital only PSP that I am modding. But my plan for this is to mod it as well. PSPs obviously are notorious for the mods that you can do to them. People were modding them when it was new, so I just grabbed a battery for the PSP. So that was pretty much it. But that was my little pickups here recently, and then shouting out obviously those controllers. So definitely check those out. Mark, do you want to go ahead and move to topics while I put the stuff away real quick so I don't trip over it right here?
No, yeah, we can.
Okay.
So I readjusted. I had to run and grab some real quick. So I guess we'll miss the first one just because Brandon's not here, and I don't, off the top of my head, don't have some of those answers readily available. But movie that means the most. So essentially, I don't know if this was intended to be like a favorite movie or a movie that has a really big meaning. This is far from like my favorite movie, but Howl's Moving Castle. I don't know if it means a lot to me, but it was one of the really, it was the real first anime movie that I ever watched. It was definitely the first Miyazaki movie that I ever watched. So it kind of has something there. And then shortly after it, I also watched Spirited Away. For those that don't know, Blockbuster used to, go rent movies at one point in time instead of streaming them online type thing. So you have it for like a week or so, then you got to turn it back in. That's how I watched those two movies first. As far as movies specifically, and it kind of left a lasting impact, and eventually led to my me liking anime as a whole. Obviously, grew up watching Toonami on Cartoon Network, but that was before you even knew what those were. It's like that's all a cartoon. It's all the same thing to me back then. So to me specifically, it's be Howl's Moving Castle followed really closely by Spirited Away. Wait for Brandon to figure it up. First, to also talk about some of the first games that we played. I don't know if Brandon has a hard answer. The problem with this is I don't really remember the very first game that I actually played. I don't know if any of you have like a hard memory of this is the very first game that I remember playing. It was kind of like a toss-up between a handful of games. So it was the Super Mario All-Stars on the SNES. It's kind of a mixture between the SNES and the 64 because I pretty much grew up playing both of those. Because I think the 64 came out in what, 90, 96? So like late 90s, probably where some of my early memories come from. Because I was born in 93, so you have to get to like mid to late. You really have to get to the late 90s before I can kind of have the memory. So I pretty much really grew up playing those two consoles. So the All-Stars with the first 3 games in it. 1, Lost Worlds, 2, and then 3. There's Yoshi's Island, which is probably like my all-time favorite game. And then kind of a mixture with some other games on the 64, which the only one that really massively comes to mind is obviously the Bomberman games on the 64. Played both of those growing up. And then another one that I definitely put a lot of hours into growing up, which was Jet Force Gemini on the 64. A game I absolutely loved playing up, and it's definitely one of those games that we kind of talked about earlier that the gameplay did not age the best. It's a third-person shooter on a 64, so you don't obviously not getting that precision. You have the one Joy-Con. It requires a lot of locking on enemies, or if you, it kind of did the hey we can go first person, but I think it's the one of the shoulder buttons or the Z button would kind of hey you're invisible but you're going first person, but you can kind of really only strafe left and right type thing with that. But that's kind of where I was at with that. Did you have a movie? I kind of already went over the second and third stuff that we had that really meant a lot to you.
Yeah. So I guess first one, 3 favorite bands. What did you say for?
I skipped that. I didn't have anything immediately available for it, so I just went to the next one.
All right. Well, I'll let you think about that. I guess for me, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, and it's so hard because I like a lot of genres. I listen to a lot of heavy stuff, so probably.
The other problem with me is my tastes change over time. So what I liked 5 years ago, what I like now, what I'm gonna like in 10 years is gonna be completely different.
I listen to a lot of black metal now, but grunge is kind of like my. I listen to it and can chill out, listen to it at any time. Specifically, those 2 bands are the ones that I got attached to. Nirvana and Alice in Chains. We hit on it last week, but just like very relatable and real lyrics. So to me, lyrically and just everything said, just true to life, and then yeah, probably like Behemoth might be my third favorite, which is a black metal band. It's hard to say a third. Like there's 2 in the grunge genre, but I listen to like a lot of heavy stuff, but I also listen to like 90s, late 80s hip hop, and like there's a few, like when I say new, not really new, like Mac Miller, who passed away. I liked him. So he's definitely up there. If I had like a top 10, he was there. Towards the end, before he passed, like some of the, if you just go look at his lyrics, it very relatable. That's what the type of music I like, the stuff I can relate to, or like hits me in some kind, if it hits me like in some type of way. That's what I don't know, man. I like all genres. So saying that third is hard, but probably Behemoth, I would say, like specifically like their first 4 albums. But I also really like Mayhem. So it's a little hard to say. Like there's a few. I'm really into the heavy stuff, but I also like like classic country, and like I like all kinds of genres. So like if I had a top 5, Waylon Jennings would be in there. Probably Mac Miller, Behemoth, Nirvana and Alice in Chains could tie for number one. I love them both equally.
Yeah. So I was
So
going through and I was kind of thinking a little bit. I don't know if I can come down to like these are like the top three, but these are like three bands or artists that I definitely listen to. So one I have mentioned before, it's Maury Calliope.
it's
She
who?
is a Maury Calliope. Calliope, however you want to say her last name.
Okay.
She technically is a Hololive VTuber, if
Oh
you
my
kind of
god.
know what that is. But she also does a lot of like music and stuff like that, where it's kind of like a mix between. She does a lot of genres, but she does a lot of like uh, rock, pop, and rap. Because she does a lot of her own music, but she also does a lot of covers as well. I think one of her favorite songs is that I like of her is called "End of a Life." I believe that's what it's called, which I think is a really uh, it's a personal song to her because it deals with a lot of stuff that she went through. Essentially going from like a nobody in the music scene to kind of like making it type thing. But I think it's a really, if you were to listen to that song, it definitely would hit home. It hits home to like most people listen to it for very different reasons.
I'll listen to it if you're recommending. I'll
Yeah,
definitely listen to it. I mean even just today, two songs specifically, Nutshell by Alice in Chains, probably the most heartbreaking song you can listen to, especially if you listen to their unplugged version. That was one of the last shows they ever played together before he passed, and it is a beautiful, I mean, absolutely like a tear jerking performance. You could see the pain in his face, and just that whole
yeah,
I Nutshell and Down the Hole. Those are my two favorite, or two of my favorite Alice in Chains songs, and I really like most of the. I I Smells Like Teen Spirit. I think when compared to Nirvana's catalog of three albums, technically four, they had like an EP that had a bunch of side stuff, but I think that song is not even in their top three to me of their songs. And obviously, it's such a massive song. It's a great song, but like I've heard it a million times in my life. I think
yeah.
there's a lot of other songs that hit deeper and are. I mean, like, do you remember the song "Polly,"
Sounds familiar.
the
I'm
acoustic
sure. I'm
song?
sure I've heard it. Yeah,
Well, it's about I won't get into the details because if you look it up, it's very disturbing. But like a real life story of something that happened to a girl, and like their lyrics, like I said, there's some that people are like, oh, he just kind of threw something in there and it doesn't make sense. That's like a thing people say a lot with some of his lyrics, but then you listen to other stuff and it's like this was foreshadowing a lot of things that happened because he was struggling. Um, the lyrics for both of those bands, they were telling you they were telling the public their problems, and it's the same way with like I liked him as a teenager, but Linkin Park the same way with Chester, like his lyrics, like if you listen to his lyrics, he was begging for help. He and there are interviews with him where he talked about how much he struggled with it with his mental health, and um
yeah,
it's just very relatable to me, you know what I mean, like, and I like that stuff. But then I do like the other kind of like super heavy stuff. I like death metal and black metal, and but I listen to like I listen to everything now as I've gotten older. Like I've become so much more open with music that I just like music, period. Like I love to find new music, even if it's old and from the late '80s, something I haven't heard. Like my buddy Lucas will send me stuff. We send each other songs basically every day, and I love to find like new stuff I haven't heard or. Uh, but what do you got for a top?
uh, oh, I guess I gave you only one band. Another band that I've strangely enough have gotten into recently in the past week or so was I got really back into listening to a bunch of Limp Bizkit songs for some reason. We kind of talked about it before, the whole new metal stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, and then I don't know why, but I really I was trying to think of the name of the song. What is it? Break Stuff.
Yeah,
I think that's the
I was
song.
about to say the
I
lyrics.
really got it. I heard that. I'm like, I just really like that song, so I've been listening to that one recently.
Yeah.
But there's also another an artist I listen to. He does rap. I don't really. I'll listen to some of his songs, but I'm not heavily like I used to be into rap. But I don't remember if you remember listening to Richie Branson.
I do, yeah, I do.
Because he would
remember
rap
him.
about like some anime stuff, video games and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I saw him perform. Yeah, he was at a convention.
I haven't listened
went
to him in a while, but it's one of those artists I go back and you're like, oh, I haven't listened to him in a while. You know, I'll throw on a song periodically.
I like that.
It's one of those. It's good to listen to, but he's not an artist that I can. If I listen to too much, it's just I can't listen to him all the time.
Yeah,
that's if he comes up, it's like a nice throwback.
That's a whole genre. It's called. I want to say it's called Nintendo Core or something. There's like a whole genre because he does a lot of the anime and video game stuff. But yeah, I remember him. I know it's. I'll be honest with you, I haven't probably listened to that in like 10 years.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
I don't know how much he's done in the recently. I know there was a period because I think he was dealing with cancer for a while, so there's several years where he didn't really do a whole lot because he just had other stuff going on as far as the music that I saw.
I
but a lot of his stuff's still pretty good.
I always thought of you more of like as like a Toby Mac or kind of guy.
I hate country music, and I always have. I don't know why you think I like Toby Mac.
Toby Mac's not country. I
swore Toby Mac was a country.
No, that's Toby Keith.
Oh,
he passed away.
It's the same damn thing.
No, that was a Christian artist. You're the one that showed me Toby Mac.
Oh wow! Talk about a person I haven't heard of in years. I know who you're talking about now. I was thinking of something else. That's a whole genre of music I just don't listen to anymore.
Yeah, there was another one.
Talking about.
There was another one that you would listen to all the time. I made fun of you for doing it, but there was another one. Christian
this was like
band.
over a decade ago at this point. Though.
I know.
Lots changed.
There was another one that you liked a lot more, and you loved them, and I cannot remember.
I have no idea.
Oh, God,
I think I know who you're talking about.
I think it was a Christian like rock band, like a very generic rock band.
Listened to him growing up when I was really young.
I went to a few shows.
Is it Newsboys?
Yes, yeah.
I think that's a band when I was still in school. I listened to a lot.
I mean, I saw Reliant K in concert, which I still like a few of their songs. And then what was the one that did the pop punk? Hawk Nelson. I saw him. 1,000 Foot Crutch. I saw a bunch of Christian rock bands and artists back. Do you remember Family Force 5?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, they were like
that's whole genre music that's just kind of died out over like the last decade or so.
Well, apparently people think you don't like Madonna, so unfortunately.
Why would I like Madonna?
I don't know. You're not running any polls, sir. All right, so what else do we got on there? We got a movie that means the most to us. For me, it's a movie. I've got two. The first one is Stand By Me, which is a adaptation of a Stephen King book called The Body. I actually didn't know for years because it doesn't feel like a Stephen King story to me, the movie. Yeah. But it's like a coming of age type story. The one guy that directs a bunch of the Marvel stuff now if you look up the cast, one of them is dead. I can't remember their names. I don't know why. But he's a huge nerd, and he does a lot of he's done a lot of like nerdy movies. I cannot remember his name for some reason, but it is
I got no idea.
It is a phenomenal film. Will Wheaton played, was a kid in it. River Phoenix, Will Wheaton. River Phoenix, who passed away, and Corey Feldman as a kid. So like, it had what I would say is like a star cast that were kids, and it just amazing movie, man. I love it. And my second is one that a lot of people might say doesn't hold up, but I love it. And it brings me to tears at the end every single time I drop a little tear, which is Dragonheart. That movie is a tearjerker. So is Stand By Me, but that movie is a tearjerker at the end, and it has one of the best movie soundtracks ever. Like I love it. The theme song, if you look up the theme song, oh my God, just the song alone like pulls out emotions from me. That's why I said when I connect with stuff. It also brings me back to my childhood. My dad liked it a lot. and same with Stand By Me. He's the one that showed me both of those movies, and they were ones that he liked a lot. Like I've never looked at the like ratings or whatever for Stand By Me, but it's got a 92% on Rotten Tomatoes critics score. It's an amazing movie though. I recommend everybody watch it. But yeah, it's a Stephen King adaptation. I didn't know for a long time that it was based on a Stephen King novel.
I think it's a really well-known novel now, or the movie really is.
Well, I don't hear anybody talk about it. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, I've not watched it, but I know a lot of Stephen King stuff. I just don't like Stephen King's works.
Well,
but it's just it's a genre I don't care for.
It doesn't feel like like I said, I had no idea. It doesn't feel like that. It does not at all feel like a Stephen King thing.
The first Stephen King movie that I watched was The Langoliers, because for whatever reason my mom is obsessed with that movie.
Do you remember?
It's such a stupid movie.
Do you remember Highlander?
Oh, absolutely. There can be only one.
Do you remember the Highlander TV series?
I'm sure I've seen it. I remember the movies. I don't know. I'm not as well versed with the TV series.
The series I thought was so much better. So I had a giant VHS box set of the whole thing. It was like this big. It was like this big, and I mean I'm talking. I was watching this in probably like 2018 on VHS. Went through the whole thing. I became upset. I hadn't seen the TV series yet. And I found it at a Goodwill, and yeah, I loved it. I loved it. But yeah, I mean, Stand By Me and Dragonheart, absolutely recommend those. I also just did a post a few days ago, believe it or not, about Dragonheart, because at Walmart, they've got a 5-pack DVD on sale there. And do not watch anything beyond 2. It's some of the worst movies I've ever seen. And they're like newish. Like that 5th one came out in like 2020. Horrible.
What was the movie series again?
Dragonheart. If you look it up, you'll probably remember the cover.
I remember hearing about it. I never watched it. Have you ever watched a movie? Because I think there's like 7 movies now at this point. It's ridiculous, 7 or 8. But it's I just had it on the top of my tongue and I'm missing it.
Sean Connery does the voice of the dragon, so that's one of the
that is right.
Yeah, it's so good, man. I love it. I think it holds up. It's got the early CGI work, but they did it right with the dragon, in my opinion. And that is one. Both of these movies, these are 2 that I would want to have physically again. I had them, but like I told you before, I sold my movie collection. But they have that 5-pack DVD at Walmart, but they've also got a 4K Blu-ray that just came out for Dragonheart that they completely like remastered and redid from the original film. So I'd like to watch that. Apparently, it's got a bunch of new special features that have never been on anything else, so I want to check that out.
No, like, have you seen the Tremors movies? You remember those?
Absolutely. Sci-Fi
There's
Channel,
like 8
baby.
of those. There's like 8 of those movies right now. It's ridiculous.
There's one that just came out a few years ago.
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh my god.
I watched it. It was really bad.
I didn't listen to the first 5. It was crazy.
I want to say I've seen every single one. The first Tremors is really good. The first one,
it's the iconic one.
It's the iconic one. But man,
I say the first
that is
3.
They're fine. They're Sci-Fi Channel movies to me. That's what I relate them to, because that's how I watched every one of them.
It's just a stupid, Saturday TV movies. What they really became.
Really dumb.
It's like I'm fine with it.
Things living under the ground, coming up and trying to kill you. Yeah, it's.
I can't remember the actor's name, but it's the character's Bert. Who's
Brent?
The husband of Reba or whatever his name is. Like, that's the dude that essentially is in all these movies and has kept it like going on.
Same guy. Even though
really old.
And Kevin Bacon's in the first movie, so that was like the big deal, right? Yeah. And it got so bad, like, where I would say that last one that came out was like a C movie. Like, it might have hit like the B movie level. It was straight to DVD. Most people don't even know about it.
The most recent one came out in 2020 called Shrieker Island.
See, that's why I told you 2020. I watched it. It's so bad. So bad. I do not recommend it. I wonder what it has on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's Michael Gross. That's the dude's name.
Yeah, he's in all of them. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, it's got a 44 from critics and a 37 from the audience.
Yeah, he deserves less than that. It's pretty bad, man.
It's on Prime Video.
Oh
and Apple
god.
TV.
Oh god. I mean, just the cover. Look at the cover of it. It looks horrible.
They don't have a
Yeah.
lot of money.
Yeah, that is so bad. Oh god, it's such a horrible movie. But yeah, I would say those two are the biggest ones for me. I'm trying to think of a third. Um, I really don't know on the third movie. I think probably Godzilla versus Mothra would probably be my third favorite. I love that original during the Heisei era. Uh, it's a toss up between that or Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla, the first one, the very first one, one of those. But I love Godzilla, so yeah, gotta be one of those. Between those two, I think they're both great. So what about you?
The two movies that I brought up earlier were they're both Miyazaki movies. It was because it was the first anime movie / Miyazaki movie, which was Howl's Moving Castle, and then Spirited Away that I'd watch, like a week or two later.
Oh well, I mean, if we're talking like top five, Kiki's Delivery
Well, no,
Service is in there for
Well,
sure.
what I understand is like you brought up movies that mean the most, so I was like, those kind of have like they're not, neither of those are like my top all time favorite movies, but they hold like a special place there somewhere. But Howl's Moving Castle more than Spirited Away, just because it was the first Miyazaki movie, and I absolutely love that movie. I still do to this day.
I think that Howl's Moving Castle, in my opinion, is better than Spirited Away. They're both good, but I think Kiki's Delivery Service is easily my favorite of all of them. No doubt about it. I love that movie so much. What was it that's coming out that we talked about? There's a cookbook, right? It was a cookbook.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I
don't
need
know
to
if
get that. That's really
Plus,
cool.
there's supposed to be, I think, starting in the summer or starting recently, or maybe be starting right now. But there's supposed to be like certain theaters are going to be also be re-airing Miyazaki movies throughout the summer.
Oh, okay, all right.
But that's kind of up in the air based on what theater and if you're able to catch it.
Yeah, I wanna. You're planning to do a video, right?
I mean, yeah, we'll see how everything works out, but that's the plan right now.
All right, cool. Well, that sounds good. So what other questions do we have, topics wise? We got more news.
Was there a first game that you remember playing?
Oh god.
I kind of went over this earlier while you were putting your stuff away, but I don't know if you had like
Okay, so
to be fair, it's like a handful of games because I don't have like this is like the first memory of me playing an actual game. I don't remember.
I don't remember which one was first, but it would have been one of these. It would have either been the original Zelda, Tetris on Game Boy, or the original Super Mario Brothers. It's one of those. No, that's a lie because I had the 2600. So we were like way behind until the 64 came out, and I didn't get that until I think like 2 years before the GameCube came out. So it was towards the end of the lifespan. So it actually I think it was Pac-Man for Atari. That's really bad. It's notoriously bad. We had E.T., which also is notoriously bad, and a couple other 2600 games like Defender. I want to say Lunar Lander, couple games like that. So it would have been one of those because that was technically my my first system. But yeah, the other ones were like shortly after. We had the 2600. We didn't have it super long. We ended up getting an NES, and my dad like for a long time just swapped out systems. He'd keep them for like a few months. So that's why I had like a couple of the weird ones growing up, but like we didn't have them for long. And
yeah.
The Turbo Graphics, we talked about that, how we bought that because Showtime Video was selling it they weren't renting it out anymore. So like, that isn't a common system that most people have, but we also couldn't find games for it. So we had it for like 6 months and he sold it and got a different system. So I think PS1 after that or something. Yeah, it's one of those Atari games. So
fair enough.
What console do you love the most and why?
Oh, that's a little bit tougher.
You don't like retro games, so it's nothing old.
I mean, it's an older console. I mean, the GameCube's retro at this point. That whole era of consoles would technically be retro because it's like 20 years old. But
I did a GameCube post today. That's funny. Yeah,
Probably would be the GameCube just because that's what I'm the most nostalgic for. Because that's definitely really what I played growing up. Because it has, obviously, it's a lesser favorite Bomberman Jetters game. I
Great
enjoyed
game.
playing it. That Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on it. There's
You
like a
need
handful of other
you
games.
need to do the mod for the GameCube because it is super easy, and there's a new one that's even easier that's coming out called the Flippy Drive. But literally, I mean, it is so simple to do if you look it up, and it costs you like $20. But you can get every single game on your GameCube. It goes into the bottom of the GameCube, and
I think I know what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've got every single GameCube game on there that I can play at any time.
There's also a lot of really good Mario sports games that were on the GameCube, from the soccer and the baseball.
GameCube is a
Some
top
really
tier
good games.
system for me. I think it's between GameCube or DS for me. I'm leaning towards DS because I just played I played every genre on that system, and it's such the GameCube sold poorly and doesn't have a big library. It has a lot of really good games. It's got a good library.
They're also all like Nintendo games too. It's pretty much all first party games.
That's the problem, right? So PS2 has the biggest library, even bigger than the Wii, believe it or not.
Because the console's out for like what, 15 years?
Dude, there was a what
It had
was
a
it?
ridiculously long life.
2015 soccer game that came out for it.
Yeah, like third party games still coming out for it. It's crazy. I mean, that's what happens when your console's that easy to make games.
It's still
for.
the biggest I mean, I think the Switch has a potential to beat it. It's getting closer every day. But yeah, it's still the number one sold console, which is crazy. So you got that, what is it? That DS, Switch, and Wii, right? I think I think we said the DS Lite was like might have been the second most sold, or the Game Boy.
I don't know, because the problem is, the one we were looking at earlier, it had the DS as the second best selling at all time, but it's like that's like all versions of the DS combined into one. From the OG DS to the 3DS, it's all classified together when they combine the sales.
The 3DS is not classified as the same. That's a complete different system.
But no, you're right. So it's everything before the 3DS.
DS Lite and DSi would be the ones combined together, which it's the same system, so that makes sense. But the DS Lite dropped down to $100, so they were, they flew off the shelves. Everybody had a DS. I just think it has a phenomenal library. It, just like any other system, has a ton of shovelware, but it's got a lot of really good games. Here, let me show you my favorite. I'll show you while you're talking.
Oh, well, no, I was gonna bring some up to you. It kind of makes it a little bit hard there to bring it up. Hey, it's going up, Zap. I like the Howl game. I don't know. Is that what the game's actually called? The Howl game?
Okay, so these are probably my top DS games.
Oh, they are Howl games. Okay. Serious right now?
I got 4 of the Pets series. I've got Pets Dogs Pack, Pets Fantasy Sunshine Magic, Pets Dogs 2, and Pets Super Hamsters. This it's a hamster simulator, and I just love these games. And then right here, this is Pampered Pets. You get to pamper your pets. But no, legitimately one of my favorite games of all time. And I just joined a Discord. There are people actively playing this online every day, and I figured out how to get my DS. I gotta do it, but I want to do it with you, and I want to make a video of it because this game means a lot to me. You love Metroid, and I think it would be very interesting because there's like no videos of people playing it in 2024. I think that would be so cool. I mean, don't you think that'd be pretty? And it's like pretty simple.
No, yeah, it would, definitely.
I'll send you the Discord, and it gives you full instructions on what to do, how to play it online now. But like you can do it, you can emulate it. You could do it on your computer if you don't want to play on original hardware. But you play it on original hardware, and if you have your original copy of it, all your data is saved. This isn't my original copy. I had thousands of hours in that game. Thousands.
I'd have to get a whole new game for it.
I played. You don't have it?
I'm pretty sure I lost it years ago at this point.
That game, I got so obsessed with that game that I bought the DS wireless headset, and it was like a one piece that you put. and
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I've got it in my other room. And then I bought the Nintendo Wi-Fi USB connector, and that's how I played. Your Wii and your DS could connect to this
Yeah.
little adapter that you could buy in the Nintendo store. So I've actually got both of those. And funny enough, the little headset that I got, it's Wii branded, and it's Wii Call of Duty branded.
Not bad. No, but Zap. No, I didn't even know this was a game series. Definitely looks pretty dope for sure. I'm not sure exactly. Is it more like a puzzle based game or not? But definitely a game to check out. Thanks for that information. Yeah, and oh no, I'm waiting for Brandon to come back for what I wanted to bring up. Well, while we wait for that to happen. Oh no, you're back. Only had to talking. Hey, welcome back. No, but before you originally stepped away, what I did want to say was I thought it was funny that of the top 10 selling consoles, which is both console and handheld, only one of them isn't either Nintendo or Sony owned, and it's the Xbox 360.
Well, I believe that. Yeah, I mean everybody has.
Which is down to like number 8 or something like that.
So yeah,
essentially just Nintendo and Sony just dominate the top of this list.
So Nintendo Switch is very close to hitting those Nintendo DS numbers. So
yeah, it's like right. It's like just shy of 140 million.
I don't know why they combined the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, because they're two separate systems and they take two separate carts. So that's a little weird to me, but
to be fair, the Game Boy Color felt like a midlife upgrade until you actually got to the Game Boy Advance, which was like a true successor to the Game Boy.
It definitely
yeah,
it was more graphically intensive than the Game Boy. I mean, you were playing on a green screen,
but it definitely felt more like one of those. Probably not the right word for it.
Like
it felt like
you're saying
upgrade.
like a PS4 Pro or something. The problem is that it takes its own carts and it is categorized as its own system, so that makes no sense to me. Like you can't play Game Boy Color games on the Game Boy.
The DS, the DSi, and then whatever DS came after, those are all classified as the same thing. So why not the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color?
They don't take the same carts.
When did the DS change its cartridges where you can't go backwards?
Never, not until the 3DS. 3DS is a different system.
Well, then
DSi.
I don't know, Brandon.
It's the same system. It plays the DS cards. It's just
I'm not the one that makes these lists. Or
I think you did.
What's sold.
I think you did. All right. So topics wise, we've also got. You said favorite Zoomer TikTok meme. I don't even know what that means.
There is a joke. I'm not even on TikTok, and I know one of the weird memes that came out recently was like a it's like a parody type meme, but it's Drizzle King.
What is that?
It has to do with you're in your soft boy era. It's making fun of girls that are doing the same thing. It's like it's a soft girl era. You're gonna wife me up or something like that. I don't know how serious it is, because I think TikTok is just uber cringe and Chinese spyware, but we need good old American spyware. I want the American government spying on me, not the Chinese government spying on me. But I don't know. It's just a stupid thing that came out. But I think you go just search soft boy area or Drizzle King on the Urban Dictionary, and it'll give you probably a better definition than I could. But it's something real stupid.
Okay, I'm looking up the meaning. So while I'm doing that, is a verb and a noun that means to rain gently and steadily in fine drops, or pour liquid slowly over something in a thin line or in small drops.
I think you're taking the drizzle too literally.
I put in drizzle meaning. That's what comes up on Google, the first thing.
You gotta go to Urban Dictionary.
It says, why do men say drizzle? The term was originally used primarily by women, but drizzle is being adopted by men in response. Men seem to be supporting one another as they discuss their soft guy era. I have no idea what that means. So
I mean, I'm trying to pull it up.
That sounds like an Asmongold Gold video or something. See, I don't keep.
I'm sure he's done a video on it.
I can't keep up with him. I sent you one today though. I don't know much about him.
All right,
but...
so I guess the I don't even know if this is the right word. No, that's probably the bad definition. I want the Urban Dictionary definition, not some Google definition.
Well, that dang Microsoft Copilot came up and gave me like a long list. It says soft guy era is a slang term associated with men who proudly embrace a soft approach to dating and relationships. This is AI telling me this.
I mean, it's not too far off, but it's a weird TikTok trend. There's like 13 million posts already about it.
Yeah, it's crazy. See, I don't watch all that stuff. I can't handle it. It's so stupid. I'm on TikTok. We do TikToks and Game Junction. And I like that, but I can't watch this stupid stuff. Anytime something like that comes up that's like unrelated.
I guess the best idea is it's like men who, it's the opposite, where it's like, I'm gonna stop working, I'm gonna find a woman who can provide and take care of me type thing. It's supposed to be memeing on something else. Kind of like a lot of stuff that women say on like TikTok or dating apps.
So like you basically?
Not even close.
You in your soft guy era?
I'm not a zoomer on TikTok, so I just somehow know these memes when they pop up.
Hey, who comes up with the generational names? Who comes up with these? The Zoomer? Why are they called Zoomers?
Because it's Gen Z.
Okay, I never.
I think I don't know. Like Gen comes up with after millennial. It's millennial. I think it's Gen Z after millennial. Before us, it was the baby boomer generation.
What are we technically? Are we millennials?
Yeah, I think the millennial generation, somewhere from the 80s up until like 95, 96 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I think it's like 8. Yeah, 89.
Technically, you're like the back end of millennials, so you're like in between two different generations. So you're kind of in that void between two.
Gotcha. So that's Zoomer would be after like 2000,
like
right?
around 96, 97, I think is when the Gen Z.
Interesting. All right, so we also got why do you like podcasting?
Why do you like podcasting, Brandon?
I feel like it's a very open form conversation, long form. Most like podcasts I listen to kind of very open. We can have open dialogue and discussion on whatever. I mean, like, look what, we're talking about, a lot of other stuff. I like that long form conversation. I think that we are losing touch of people talking face to face. I think that's becoming a thing that's happening less and less. I enjoy that. If we could do it in person, I would, but we don't have that option. So like, I just enjoy that face to face real life discussion, like people actually talking, being men, like, we're talking about things that we like or whatever, our opinions, like we'll just, that's it for me. I mean, what about you?
I just like talking about games, talk about BS. So that's not related to work. That whole escapism from reality is always a nice thing.
Yeah, and it's like a good thing too, you know what I mean? It's like I look forward to it every week. I get very excited. I love Fridays. Like I look forward to the podcast every single week. It's a highlight of my week. It's one of the few times I can sit down and, I mean, like I'm running the back end of the podcast, but at the same time I can just, we can sit here and talk about stuff. Like there's so much news now that there's, a lot for us to cover, and we can, I am all for giving your straight up opinion on stuff. People seem to like that too. Like we're just, two regular dudes. That's it. I mean,
pretty much.
I enjoy doing that, and like when guests come on, I like to talk with other people, and I like to listen to podcasts, and like I listen to a lot of music ones. I've been trying to listen to more game ones as well, but it's that long form conversation is something that we were losing because of the TikTok era. That short form, you only have 60 seconds. You know what I mean? I like long form discussions. Yeah. I like being able to really talk.
Actually, have a more than 5 minutes of discussion type thing.
Yeah, I just like the long. I just enjoy the long form discussion. I mean that's the biggest thing. It's Yeah, I mean, it's just everything that I kind of thought it would be. Uh, Crazy, we're here with 82 episodes of a podcast, and I've been doing it since 2022, and we didn't even the thing that I really kind of liked is we didn't even know if it was going to like get up off the ground, like where it was going to
Yeah,
go. Like we just went
it's
into
gonna
it,
blow up.
and yeah, I mean it's cool. I enjoy it. We talk about a bit of all pop culture, and I feel like it's a good way to do that, and people like it. I feel like people like that a lot more. We talked about a lot of anime, talked about a lot of movies, been talking about music. Um, yeah, I just enjoy that. So that's it for me. So, but we also got from you most expensive Pokemon card.
Oh, let's have a topic. But I guess I had a question. What do you think the most expensive Pokemon card has ever sold for?
I can't remember the sold number, but I know that Logan Paul owns it and has it graded a 10 PSA or whatever. Charizard first edition. I think it's called Shadowless Charizard or something. Um, there's like Shadowless cards. So it gets very in depth, but I can't remember. But it was over $1 million, right? He like
Yeah, so
wore it
I
around
know.
his neck in the WWE or in one of his boxing matches or something.
Yeah, so from the site that I pulled up for it, and I don't know if it's the same thing with Logan Paul, but it was definitely you brought up word around his neck during a WWE wrestling event in 2022, but in 2021 it was a Pikachu Illustrator card. It's a
Oh
Japanese card.
yes, the
Sold
child
for
made.
it sold for $5.275 million.
I remember seeing that. So it was like very like
Blew it out of the water.
a kid made it in class or something like that, a
Yeah, something
contest.
like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's
yeah,
really
YouTuber Logan Paul bought the PSA 10 Illustrator in exchange for a PSA 9 version of the same card. Said to be worth about 1.275 million.
that is absolutely insane. There's only like what 10 of the
That's
cards
crazy.
or something, right?
I think for that one, there was only one known PSA 10 of that card
Huh.
for sure, but I don't know how many versions of the actual card there are. Uh, all right, so yeah, I brought it out. It says it's no surprise it's so expensive as it's one of the rarest cards out there. The Pikachu Illustrator was originally given to winners of a promo contest held in '97 and '98 by a Japanese magazine, Koro Koro Comic. 39 copies were officially awarded to the winners, while 2 copies were later rediscovered in 2020 by one of the card game's co-creators, Yuichi Kono, bringing the total number of Pikachu Illustrator copies in existence to 41.
Wow.
Which is, yeah, it's a pretty rare card. I don't know how more rare you can get for a Pokemon card there.
Yeah, I do remember hearing about that. But the Charizard's right behind it, right?
I think Charizard, at least for officially for the sold, it was number 3. Sold for $420,000 in March of 22. It was a 99 first edition Shadow Lewis holographic Charizard number 4.
It's crazy that at one point in time, have I told you the Pokemon card story? What happened to me, my Pokemon cards?
I feel like you did,
Well,
but you can bring it back up again.
people haven't heard. So I was still collecting Pokemon cards. This was, height of Pokemon cards. I think we were on. This must have been right after the the first Team Rocket set. So I had all the way up to there where like Dark Charizard came out, and I had three first edition Charizards. Had the first edition Blastoise and Venusaur. I had so many of the top Pokemon cards for those. I think it would have been the 4th or 5th sets that released that I was still collecting. So had all those in a binder, and I took them out. My mom did yard sales all the time. I took them out to take some out doubles that I had to sell. She sold my whole binder. My whole binder organized from one. I had the entire fossil set, the entire first base set, and even doubles. She sold the entire binder for $5.
That's
I
frustrating.
walked down the street to go to another yard sale to look for Pokemon cards. I
You made
walked
the mistake
back.
of leaving it out. Period. Or it'd been like,
I left
nah,
it by
nah,
the
not
door.
at all.
I left it by the door. I didn't even put it on like the table. and somebody asked about it, and she sold the whole thing. $5. Whoever has that, I got. Oh man, I would have. Yeah, that would be retirement money, like legitimately retirement.
Yeah,
money.
at the very least, get you pretty close to it. It's
Yeah.
a good, a few $100,000 probably at the very least.
At the very least, yeah. So
But that was only beaten out by the only other card that beat out as far as sale was a 98 Japanese promo silver second tournament number 2 trophy Pikachu that sold for 444,000 in September of last year.
dang, okay, that's interesting.
And but it's also a PSA, mint 10 as well. That's why these are selling so high. But even then, if you just had like some of these cards, you just had the card, you probably still get a few $1,000s for some of these cards, even ungraded.
Yeah,
It's
I
crazy how much some of these cards sell for.
I don't have many. I've actually got like a small stack sitting over there. I've got a few in my other room, but like I don't have many Pokemon cards right now. I bought so like GameStop, you get that $5 a month deal. So a few months I got a Pokemon card pack and used it that way. And so like I bought a few here and there, but like I have like maybe 25 cards or something right now. And they're just like all I have this Pokemon, you can actually see it there in the video. There's a Pokemon 10 there that's still sealed, and it has like 6-pack of Pokemon cards in it. My daughter got me that. I haven't opened it up yet. I was going to use it for a short, but yeah, it's got like 6 packs in it. So I'm going to open that up.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I really don't have Pokemon cards anymore.
Pokemon is the OG gotcha.
I mean, it really is like legitimately.
It's literally it's the same. It's
it
just
was
because some of those old packs, like if you had like a first edition sealed like a pack, like a booster pack or something like that, essentially you could sell each pack for as much as like the most expensive card you could potentially get in it is worth. Is kind of when I understood how that works.
Yeah,
might not be in there, but that's what you're selling it for, is the potential to get like a holographic Charizard type thing.
Well, did you see that?
What you potentially sell it for?
Logan Paul bought a sealed box of Pokemon. It could be fake, but like it was, like actual news.
Yeah.
He bought a sealed box and opened it up, and it was like GI Joe cards or something. Like it was full of other cards, and he paid like some crazy number for. I forget what the original
got scammed.
Original box was called, but it was like the one that had Blastoise or Charizard on it. I can't remember, but
yeah,
it had the Charizard. Yeah, it was full of other cards. So whether that was like real or not, I don't know, but like made headlines even. And he's like, $150,000 for this, opportunity to potentially get a Charizard, however much it was. They're expensive.
He's not missing that money though. To be fair.
He's in the WWE, man. It's more popular than ever right now.
But as I was looking through, apparently the newest card that I saw was a 2019 Japanese Sun Moon promo extra Battle Day full art Lily card that sold for $108,000 back in 2023.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently this is one of those cards that apparently was won via a round of rock paper scissors at a Pokemon tournament. I don't know if something happened that it ended in a draw, but in the way of whoever ended up winning this card before they sold it, they won it via potentially one of the ways they won it was via rock paper scissors, which was
wild.
Essentially like a game of luck.
So I played the game as a kid, and I used to go to Columbus to go to the matches. They did the Pokemon Leagues, and I got 3 of the badges. I earned 3 of the badges. You get like all the badges. So I
had no idea to play the Pokemon card game.
Oh, dude, I loved it, and I did Yu-Gi-Oh too. So I did some Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, but I did like the actual like Pokemon held tournaments to earn the badges. So I had I had the first 3 badges. I never got to do it again after that because it was in Columbus, but it was a cool experience. That was so cool just to get together with other kids that like Pokemon cards and like do an official thing to earn these real life badges. It was so cool. It was so cool.
That is dope, especially like the hype of the Pokemon Mania.
Dude, it was Pokemon Mania. I had Pokemon curtains. I had Pokemon bed sheets. I had Pokemon
everything.
Whatever I forget what it's called, but like the wallpaper that goes around the top of your ceiling. You know what I'm talking about? I had that. That was
Yeah, I know what
Pokemon.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't even know if people use those anymore. But
I don't even think so.
that I had this Pokemon. You know how they had like the sports banners that are like a
Yeah.
track? Yeah, Pokemon wanted that.
I don't
yeah.
think anything else will capture the magic that Pokemon did when it first came
I don't
came out.
I don't think
It
it
was
can.
crazy.
It's the #1 series in the world. I just don't even at the height of people still loving Pokemon the way, and it's such a massive thing that specific time period was just insane.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, the first Pokemon card, I didn't even know what it was yet. I found a Leaf Energy card in kindergarten on the ground, and that was my first Pokemon card I ever got. I found it on the ground. Didn't even know I didn't even know what it was yet. I had no idea. It looked so cool to me. The back of it, I was like, hey, did you ever know that they changed it now apparently, but did you ever know that it's like backwards on the cards? The Pokeball is like if you look up the Pokemon card, it's like backwards or something. It's like not correct.
I've never paid that much attention to it, to be fair.
Yeah, apparently they fixed it now just like a year ago or something, but like the back or like the Pokeball is like reversed. Yeah, so I'm looking at it here. So like they
I don't know how you reverse a Pokemon card or a Pokemon ball.
it says Pokemon. This is February of this year. Pokemon is finally fixing its most embarrassing, Pokemon is finally fixing its most embarrassing mistake after 25 years.
I highly doubt it's his most embarrassing mistake.
The corrected design is exclusive to the new digital app. So it's that one that we reported on a few months ago, that Pokemon card game. But they're fixing the design of the Pokeball. I don't know. Apparently it's like upside down or something. It says Pokemon franchise finally being corrected. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's like upside down or something. Oh yeah, it's showing it there. So I'm trying to look. I'm kind of confused what's wrong with it. All that's wrong with it is that the button is at the bottom of the Pokeball and it's supposed to be on the top. That's what they fixed. So like that button, the Pokeball's always been on top in everything, the games and the movies. Yeah, in the show, but it's on the bottom of the original card. So like, yeah, I get it now. All right.
It's so stupid. Like
it shows
thing that literally nobody knew about.
I don't know. There's a tweet here. Somebody said they finally fixed it. Yeah, I had never noticed. I never noticed as a kid, but yeah, it is. I mean, it's wrong, but that's pretty funny. So, we also got you said favorite YouTuber. Who's your
favorite YouTuber?
I have a couple that I watch consistently.
There is one that I do like, and he does a lot of gaming content. But you ever heard of Kev Do It?
Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff.
I think he's a really good. He does a lot of good quality videos.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers, but he's one that I would say like, yeah, no, I consistently go back and watch his stuff.
So I'm trying to think. One that I watch all of is definitely Spawn Wave. I love his channel. I think it's great. He has amazing. He's live on his podcast right now. So we're competing with 5,000-6,000 other people watching him. But I really love his stuff. He's like one of those few YouTubers where there's never been a controversy or problem. Just a regular dude. He's a dad. Talks about video games. Their podcast. They talk all video game news as well. Like that's what they do. So he's like very similar because every now and then he'll have like a retro thing like that he either mods or does something to, but he does a news video every morning at 7 a.m. drops every single morning. So like it keeps me up to date. I watch that every single day, and it's like 10-15 minutes long. But Spawn Wave is I think an amazing channel. Seems like a great dude, and I would say most of what I watch is like not video game videos. I mostly watch like music stuff. Joe Rogan podcast. I love that. There's a pretty.
That's crazy. Yo, Jamie, can you bring that up? Let's double check.
There's a new channel that it's a small channel that I started watching, and I've actually listened to it the last couple nights because he does music discussion, but it's called Realms of Metal. So shout out to him. He's got a pretty cool channel. He very much does his content like us, like how we used to do, like record in Discord with the videos and have like a discussion. So that's how he does his stuff. So just a cool, smaller YouTuber. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, there's not many. I mean, like I like RGT85 a lot. Video on the video game side.
Yeah. Have you heard of a YouTuber called Brewstew? Just really, it's not the most detailed, but he does like animated short videos that he talks about stuff that happened in his life or when he was a kid and stuff like that. Because we were talking about it, and he did a specific video on a Pokemon card that he stole. That's a
that he stole
holographic Charizard. Yeah, when he was a real kid, because like it's just like laying on this dude's ground, like not being taken care of at all. And he's like, I just took that. I take care of my Pokemon cards, and he showed it like the end of the video. He still has the actual card to this day. I think he said he's got like 3 holographic Charizards, but I thought it was funny we were just talking about. But if you're interested, you watch Brewstew. He does a lot of videos because he kind of grew up. I think he's a little bit just a little bit older than us, but he talks about stuff growing up that it's pretty relatable. That you'd be like, I remember something similar being a kid, riding bikes around the neighborhood and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like, oh, here's this mean lady. Does a video where they're like, pretending like they're in the WWE as like kids and stuff like that. That's like outright just wrestling each other and stuff.
Do you ever watch Meat Canyon?
Yes.
Okay, so do you watch his other channel where he does like stories and stuff?
I think I've only seen his actual Meat Canyon one.
What's Meat Papa? I think is a channel.
I think I've probably seen a video or two on it.
I like it better than Papa Meat. I like it better than the animated stuff because he does like, I don't know, just like the most random stuff ever. Like you might have like a true crime video, and then like I'm looking here. One day ago, he had playing children's horror games, and then he's got the death of children's biggest icon, JoJo Siwa. Like just random stuff. He'll hit like the big controversial topics, but then talk about like something that's completely random, makes no sense. And he's got 2.14 million subscribers, so he's massive. And he wears a T-shirt for my friend's band that is local. He lives 30 minutes away, and they're like,
that's crazy.
They're massive. Like they're big now in the metal scene. Like touring the world consistently. And he wears their shirt all the time. He lives just in Westerville. Like, it's so cool. But yeah, like I like that. I don't watch every video. Like there's the only I watch the Garza podcast. So I do watch every one of those, and that's a music podcast. I don't watch every Joe Rogan now, but a lot of them I do. I just find that long form, they go into tangents like we do, just whatever type of podcast. Like it can be about a science thing. You have a political thing here. You can have a UFC fighter here. Like everybody. Cat Williams he had like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I really, really like the Joe Rogan podcast. And I would say that the Joe Rogan podcast and the Spawncast are probably the reasons that I wanted to do a podcast. Like they're two that I just absolutely loved. Spawncast, like I said, they cover all the video game news too. And I really, really like their stuff. He's very kind of wholesome guy. He doesn't even, doesn't cuss or anything. He's not controversial. He's just a dude, man. That's it. So I really like that. But yeah, like I said, the Garza podcast as well. I usually listen to every one of those. Most of what I watch is like music related stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? So
yeah, man. There's a little bit of everything for everybody.
We got. You asked, what is a favorite Mario Kart game and track? My favorite game is Mario Kart DS. I don't know. I'm trying to even remember any track. I liked Rainbow Road on DS. It was rough.
I say like I've got 2 specific tracks that I like, but the game is a little bit harder for me because I really like the OG.
I like it too.
Super Mario Kart for the SNES, though it is brutally difficult because it does not have the best handling in the world. Obviously, it's the first game.
Well, have you
but
played
I have a lot
F-Zero?
of nostalgia for that. Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I think that controls a lot better.
Yeah, it came out after, so.
Yeah, you also don't have AI that just gets the same
Dude,
ability over and over, and then it can jump over, and the whole rubber banding's terrible in that game. But it's nostalgia,
well,
and then as far as the tracks themselves, it's the original Rambo Road on the original SNES because it's not the same in.
They're all different.
Mario Kart 8.
Usually, a lot of them are.
It's
different.
the same. Well, they brought 8 back. It's pretty much the same in 8, but the track's too wide. There's no difficulty. Like that was the difficulty in the OG was if you didn't take a turn perfectly, you're falling off, and you weren't gonna win that race.
Yeah,
and then it was also because I think probably my second favorite would be Mario Kart Wii. It's
great.
What's it?
It's
the Maple Tree track.
Yeah,
it's probably like my all-time favorite track.
Well, Mario Kart. I mean, people still play that online too. Like the whole DS thing with the Metroid Prime Hunters. It goes through the same thing to be able to play. People are actively. You can go on the Discord and see who's online right now, and people are with that Pretendo are going back to Mario Kart 7. Like you get every single time you get a full.
I didn't care for Mario Kart 7. I'm not gonna lie.
I liked it.
I just didn't care for it.
I
thought
it,
DS and the Wii were just better.
DS is easily my favorite. I think Wii is second, but I also really love, and if you like the original Mario Kart, I really like Super Circuit for the GBA. It's kind of like a fixed version of the original game to me.
I didn't play it growing up, but I went back and played it, but I'm like, I'd rather either play the original player or one of the newer ones if you had to be me. That's just me. Like it's a solid game, but there's other Mario Kart games I'd rather play. I'd rather play Double Dash.
Well, DS, the reason that I liked it so much is because of the extra modes it had, and I played it online constantly. Constantly.
Best battle mode.
Battle mode, the challenge mode. I loved all of those. The missions.
I hated the online with DS because of
the snaking issue.
The snaking completely ruined the online.
When it first, so I played it at launch. When it first came out, that was not an issue, but people learned
because nobody knew about it yet.
Yeah,
but once snaking became the meta, you had to do that. Or you just weren't gonna win.
I ended up figuring out how to do it as well, but yeah, I hated it. It was cheating. But when it first came out, the online was so fun with that. I loved it, and the battle modes were awesome, man. Like I loved it. I mean,
it's a well-developed game. I like the time trials. It's the only Mario Kart game that I've actually played the time trials on.
Dude, the
whole
like
ghosts
the
and the developers ghosts and stuff like that.
I loved that.
That was really neat.
That was so cool. Yeah, I mean, you could challenge the developers race. It was so neat. I loved it, man.
I could usually pretty frequently beat them for the most part, but it keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, everything that was on it, I know I 100% completed that game and then just played online all the time.
And it's the only game that had pixel art that you could draw for your
online. Yeah, you could draw. I
miss that.
I miss it too, man. It was
so much fun. One point, like I did the American flag with the blue in front of it from Foster's. Like that was like
Blue Regard Kukazoo. I'm trying to remember what I feel like I made a Triforce on mine, and then like I definitely did some other inappropriate stuff on it at one point too. So it was fun.
I know why they got rid of it, but surprisingly enough, that's not why, or that wasn't something that I did was make any kind of like inappropriate art, but I know it existed.
Yeah. So another thing was like, you know what was so cool about, this is a little kind of off topic, but you know what was so cool about the Wii U that like the Switch just doesn't have? That Miiverse and that whole basically having like a forum on your system.
Like on the homepage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
That was so cool. I mean, people could like leave messages and things, right? It was like a whole social media on your Wii U. Like you could go leave whatever you wanted. People were drawing like these crazy cool pictures, and
that just goes back to even on the original Wii, like all those channels they had and stuff like that.
Yeah, they had the news channel and the weather channel and the Wii
web browser.
Web browser. I mean, the DS. I have the DS browser too. Yeah, man. There was something. There's just something special about. I feel like there's something special about every system, and the Nintendo Switch is obviously an amazing platform, but it feels like there's all that kind of cool, innovative stuff. Like the Switch is obviously innovative. It's the only reason we have all these Steam Decks and all these other, things like that. But I feel like it's missing that community aspect that, Like
It's just
even
not there.
Metroid Prime Hunter, yeah, like
Oh,
you have to go on
because
your
it has.
phone to talk.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest issues with the Switch is
Yeah,
to do any with a handful of games that has voice chat, you have to use your phone. Like that's the worst. Who designed this? Like,
it's
this is
so
terrible.
stupid. I've used it one time ever. It's just so dumb. I'm like, let's just go in Discord. Like I'm not doing.
That has to be an issue they fix in
And
whatever
the
comes out,
fact that
whatever comes next.
Discord isn't available on your Switch or like all the streaming apps, like what? Like that makes the Wii U. What was cool about that is I could watch Netflix, Hulu, all those on the gamepad, and I did it all the
Yeah.
time.
I mean, to
And
be fair, I got a PlayStation which already has all that stuff on there, so I don't need my Switch for that.
no,
But for
but
those that only get the one console, it's nice to have that on there.
the
So I'd have that
the
option.
handheld aspect, like I could lay down and watch on the gamepad itself.
As
So
you
that
hold it above your face, inevitably drop it on your face.
I'm pretty sure I did that many times, but
Even
um,
just playing a game.
it was just like I just feel like the community aspect that isn't there with the Switch the way that was like Metroid Prime Hunters had
Yeah.
voice chat built into it,
Hopefully they, fix some of these issues in the coming or whatever gets released. I know we talked about the Switch 2 yet, the Switch 2, but
we
who
have
knows
more
what it's going to be called.
we have more news on that too here shortly to talk. That's apparently a leak on the Switch 2, but we got two more questions before we head into your anime corner. What makes you decide to buy a new game? Is it reviews?
Is it part?
Is it
No, I don't pay attention to reviews. Is it either part of a franchise of games that I already like, or does it look good? Does it look like a game I would enjoy? Really comes down to it.
Yeah, I think for me, obviously I'm a massive Nintendo fan, so a lot like for, it's really hard for me to answer that because I really don't know. I think it's just, I mean, if it sounds interesting to me, then and
Yeah,
it
gameplay
tends.
looks fun.
I
It's got a good
love
story.
all. I have all the current consoles. I love all the platforms, but I feel like Nintendo still just captures me that they don't put out a game that it isn't like done. You know what I mean? There is
Yeah,
a couple of the Mario sports games where it's like lacking with content. Like there was like nothing. The Mario Tennis game for Switch like didn't have anything. The Mario Soccer, but like they don't come with buggy problems and they come like the new Princess Peach Showtime. Everything's already on the cart. There isn't even an update for it. You just throw the card in and play. Like there's there's
ideal.
no problems with it. You know what I mean? Like yes,
Yeah,
there
definitely.
is
It's a
there
big
is
benefit.
Switch games that the updates come, which is fine. But I'm saying like that game's like completed and there's no problems with it. You're not having a glitchy mess. It's not a Bethesda type. So that's my thing with that is it's like a lot of Nintendo stuff. I tend to lean, especially if it's Zelda or if it's Metroid or something. Like I'm grabbing it right away. Like Metroid Dread Special Edition, like immediately got that. Fire Emblem, I become a big Fire Emblem fan. I bought everything except I have all the special editions that have came out since the 3DS except the newest one. I don't have that one and I haven't played it yet. But a lot of Nintendo stuff, like I do choose to grab it first. There are some that I'm waiting on, like Pikmin 4 waiting on a sale. I like it. Fun series, but I don't want to pay $60 for it.
Yeah.
But I think it just comes down to interest, man. Like we talk about this news, and as these games develop up to the release date, like I kind of decide whether it's a game I want to get. And like Sandland, like kind of came out of nowhere, and like I know that I'm grabbing that, and I know that I'm grabbing Stellar Blade. They just interest me.
Yeah.
But there's also things like we talk crap about Helldivers 2 and how bad it was going to be, and we didn't care about it at all. And it's doing very well, and now we're interested in it. So, it is usually with us covering the news whether that it kind of captures me and it's my type of game. So, but there are like series where, like, if it's a new Ease game, I grab that. If
Yeah.
it's a new Dragon Quest, like things like that I always grab, Fantasy Star, whatever, So, and then our last topic before we head into your anime corner is who's your favorite comedian?
Oh, that's a hard one. Probably Dave Chappelle though. It's actually pretty easy.
That was mine too. Dave Chappelle. You know he lives in Ohio.
Yeah, and Dave,
Yellow
right
Springs.
down. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. He just
he talks about it in some of his specials.
yeah. That's so cool. Uh, why he chose Ohio, I mean, it's beyond me. But apparently he's got a nice spot. So, easily
Yeah,
is
I wouldn't live there.
my favorite. He's hilarious. He doesn't hold back. That's what I love. He
Yeah,
doesn't
he knows how
care.
to do comedy right. Yeah.
What he put out those like double specials. Do you remember that in like 2020 or
Oh yeah.
2021?
No,
And he's like
I watched when they
smoking
came
the
out.
whole time. And I'm like, how's
Yeah.
this guy up there even alive right now? He's like the whole time he's smoking.
I think it's technically a vape, but yeah.
No, it's not like a nicotine vape. That was like a real one. Like and Joe Rogan's talking about it. He's like, I would not be able to function. He's doing the whole special, like an hour and a half special, and he's doing it the whole time. I'm like, holy crap! But like no, Dave, like the Dave Chappelle show, was so funny. It was hilarious. Some of those skits I still go back to and watch on YouTube all the time. Like the one where he does like the crack guy. It's like hilarious. You know what I'm talking about?
Is that from the Chappelle show?
Yeah, the Chappelle show.
Oh yeah.
And then he does oh god, when he did who was it that was really funny that he dressed up as? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember, but yeah, he's hilarious. That's easily my favorite. All right, so we're gonna hop into Marky Mark's Anime Corner with a K, and what do we got
Cringe.
this week? You did it.
Yeah, I think you're cringe. You should go back and double check that.
I didn't type it, so.
I feel they all say no, but for this week, and there's a really weird similarity from this one in High School of the Dead that I talked about last week. But have you ever heard of an anime called Kaze no Stigma?
I have. I remember when it came out.
Yeah, so it's one of those shows that I actually really enjoyed. But a quick kind of plot summary of the show: the main character Kazuma Yagami, if I can say his name right, he uses what they call Fujutsu, which is essentially a wind magic. Pretty much the ability to control the wind. He returns to his old home, the noble Kanagi household, after being banished for not being able to use the fire magic, or whatever they actually properly call it. And he lost to his younger cousin in a match. This is before he kind of comes back, and he's now like fully mastered this wind magic that he has. But after returning from his what they call his exile, there's an issue. Not only does he already have a grudge against the family, but apparently there was somebody within the family that was murdered with allegedly using wind magic, which they kind of look at him as like the first culprit, and this leads into the Kanagi family, including the hot-headed, because she's a redhead, so of course she's gonna be hot-headed, Ayano, to suspect him as the culprit, and she definitely immediately, when she first meets him, just attacks him like head on without even no questions.
Dang.
But eventually, he has to clear his name, so he works with a family that he has an issue with in order to identify the killer. That's like the whole introductory premise to this show. And then it's mainly Kazuma and Ayano essentially teaming up to hunt down this culprit, and then the story just kind of evolves from there. But I thought it was a really good show. It was originally a light novel. There's 12 volumes of it that ran from January of 2002 to March of 2010. There's a spin-off manga that there were 2 volumes of that came out between 2007 and 2008, and then the anime itself, it's 24 episode anime, came out from April to September of 2007. So at the time when it came out, it was pretty much fairly close to covering most of the light novel, and there's not that much of the light novel that actually continues after the anime ends. But unfortunately, kind of like what I talked about with High School of the Dead last week, the author, Takahiro Yamato, I can't speak today. I can't speak names. He passed away in July of 2009, essentially leaving the light novel to be incomplete. Obviously, there was one last volume released after he passed away, but it was already complete and planned to be released type thing. And it was a really good show that I definitely enjoyed. Deals with
I liked it too. That was I don't remember when it came. It was somewhere around the time of when we were like into animated together, because I remember.
I think I watched it probably somewhere around 2012, 2013.
Yeah,
That's when I
that
probably
was
got it
it.
and watched
That was around the time. Yeah, and then there
because it was also it's also the era. Funimation's gone now, but when they were doing the
yeah,
whole
the save.
save thing, so
I
you could
got
get
some
like
of
a whole
those.
series for like $20 or less.
Yep.
Because it was one of those shows that I picked up, didn't know anything about it. Either I was watching on streaming, it was still new, or I was just going through the store, and I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. It's really cheap, so I buy it and I go home and watch it, and then you figure out whether you actually like it or not, type thing.
We got Cats for Nelson in the chat asking where can I sell Pokemon cards? eBay or Mercari or something. I think there's like
I'm probably gonna say like eBay or something like that.
yeah, for sure. Did you know there was a tabletop RPG for Kaze no Stigma?
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's a whole. It's a dice based. It came out in 2007. From Far East Amusements Research Company Limited. The game uses a standard RPG system that is the same rule set as Alshard and Tenra War, whatever that means. So, some type
I guess
of.
they'll make a game out of anything.
Yeah, not a video game, like a tabletop game. So that's kind of interesting.
But it's one of those things where the name definitely plays right into the show itself, because the name is Kaze no Stigma, so it's Stigma of the Wind, because Kaze is essentially wind in Japanese. And if you don't already know what a stigma is, essentially what the Oxford Dictionary classifies it as a mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance, quality, or person. So they see his wind magic as, a disgrace on the family, who is a family of, we're all fire users of this old, ancient, powerful family. So because you can't use fire and wind, it's seen as kind of like a bad thing. And, the name perfectly matches up with, what goes on with the show and stuff like that. But the show is technically classified as like an action fantasy romance, because while it's not heavy, there are, a handful of romance elements within the show.
Yeah.
It was also made by Studio Gonzo, which just always seems to churn out a lot of good stuff. If you're interested in what a lot of the ratings are, it's kind of that 7 out of 10 rating. So on the My Anime list, it's got a accumulated rating of 7.16. IMDb gives it a 7.2. And then on Crunchyroll, it's got a 4.5 out of 5.
Okay.
But technically, it's whether you find a physical copy, and you can also stream it currently on Hulu or Crunchyroll as far as the US goes.
Is it?
No one of those are always bound to change.
Crunchyroll is shutting down, right?
Funimation shut down. Crunchyroll bought them out. Crunchyroll is owned by Sony.
Yeah. So.
Which was a whole issue, or I mean, it still kind of is.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it. That's crazy. 8 hours ago, the Fallout Arizona energy drink was in stock in Amazon. I'm gonna see if it's in stock, but keep an eye out for that, guys. If you care, it's $36 for a case, though.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. But no, I think I would give it probably about a 7.5 out of 10. It doesn't do anything new or unique, but it's a solidly well-written show. It's not super fast.
Yeah,
the plot is fairly thought out. I mean, obviously you tend to get that with anime shows that start as a light novel and then they transition. Because another well-known one that I like that started off as a light novel is High School DD.
Yeah,
which definitely is, you classify as like an ecchi, and the show definitely knows what it is.
DXD, right?
No, if you see an X in Japanese title, the X is not said at all. It's just silent. It just it's
called it DXD.
It just combines the words or something like that. So technically, it's just DD.
Okay, all right.
But like, obviously it's a really perverse show, adult show, and it plays into that. But then you watch it like, this is a really good story. Well, it's because it's a light novel. So as perverse as a light novel could be, it still has to live and die off its writing.
Yeah.
So you tend to see a lot of well-adapted light novels, have a fairly decent story to them.
Well, I was gonna say, this doesn't have to do with that, but we talked about that new Yuden Chronicles game last week.
Yeah.
That came out on the 23rd, and it's on Xbox Game Pass, PC, and console. So if you wanted to check that out, I would grab it. And I'm so glad that I saw this, because I completely forgot. Another Crab's Treasure is on Game Pass right now. That's that Soulsborne crab game that everybody's been talking about. So that's on Game Pass right now. But that Yuden Chronicles, it looks really good. I think you watched gameplay last week with me, but yeah, really cool stuff. So another thing we have is definitely wanted to let everybody know because it's going on for a little while. So if you're listening to the audio, you still have an opportunity. But Microsoft has teamed up with X-Men, Marvel, for X-Men 97, and they're putting out a X-Men 97 special edition controller and console, and it's absolutely beautiful. And it is so cool with the controller. They're putting it in a blister pack style thing that they used to have the figures in. So those X-Men figures were in this like blister pack. This controller comes sealed in like one of those, like a toy. And it looks wild. There is a bunch of controllers, a whole bunch. But you just go on Twitter. I think all you gotta do is retweet Xbox. Yeah, you retweet hashtag Xbox 97 sweepstakes to enter for that. And there's a bunch of like a variety of, it looks like 11 controllers, all designed after characters. So they're all the color of the characters, and I thought that was really cool. This is going on. It started on the 22nd, ends on May 19th. So if you're listening to this or watching now, you're able to do that right now. So I would definitely, all you gotta do is retweet that hashtag. But those are going to be very valuable. Let's put it that way. If I got one of those controllers, it would not get opened. I've got controllers to use. It's just very cool. So that's so neat. I love those special edition like partnerships. I always liked that gold PS4 that you could have got from Taco Bell, and
that's weird.
Yeah,
yeah.
I love that, man. I miss that. It's obviously still happening, but it was just so cool. You have like these random like fast food, and these things end up being worth thousands and all that crazy stuff. So did want to mention that for sure. What else have we got? I know we got the Nintendo Switch rumors. What do we have next on our list?
This is a little bit, a little bit smaller, but there is That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime series. It gets an action RPG for consoles and PC. It's a Bandai Namco. I cannot say their name. I can't pronounce any name today, apparently. Announced on Thursday that That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime series is getting a action role-playing game titled That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime Isekai Chronicles for the Nintendo Switch, PS5, PS4, Xbox Series XS, the Xbox One, and PC via Steam on August 8th.
Does it look good? Does the gameplay look good?
I mean, it kind of it has that anime style, but from what I've seen, it's more of like a left to right slide beat 'em up type game.
Oh, okay.
So it's got it. I don't know. I don't want to say it has that platforming scene to it because there are some areas that have that 2.5D kind of look to it, but it's kind of like a left to right, hack and slash type of game from what I saw. But I mean, it's a decent game. Not the biggest budget, but it's what you get. It's kind of hit or miss as far as like anime games themselves kind of go. So, but I know when that anime first came out, it was really popular. A lot of people really liked it, so I'm sure it'll get some attention when it first comes out. Whether or not it'll hold up long term, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that sounds interesting for sure. So one of the big things this week is there's apparently a rumor / leak that the Switch 2 will have magnetic Joy-Cons. It says they're using it in a fun new way with the upcoming Switch 2 console, according to a new report. The magnets will apparently be used to stick the Switch 2's Joy-Con controllers to the device rather than relying on the rail attachment. The current Switch has used it since 2016. I also had heard earlier that it says that the Switch Pro controllers will work with the Switch 2. It says the Switch will have... Okay, this is the full rumor for the console as well. New details about Switch 2's purported magnetic controllers underscores how Nintendo may be aiming to improve and refine its popular Switch console design rather than invent a new gaming device altogether. Previous reports have claimed Nintendo claim next generation will have a more powerful processing chip, a better screen, and possibly even replaceable batteries. So, and then like we know the rumor about the uh, DSLR. Is that what it's called? No, not DSLR.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah, that the AI.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, DSLR. It's camera.
Yeah, right.
I forget what it's called. I don't know why. I'm forgetting stuff tonight. But yeah, I don't. What do you think about that? Magnetic Joy-Cons rather than a rail system?
I have no idea what that would even be. As long as it doesn't break or have drift,
I'm like, how do you?
I won't care.
How do they stay? I mean, they got to be
no
some
idea.
strong magnets, right? Like, that's got.
I assume that that's what they call it. I don't know how it mechanically works under the controller. I'm sure we won't know till the controller actually gets released and someone rips it apart to see, what is actually going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds interesting. But
yeah,
they absolutely, these companies have to have the Hall effect joysticks in there now. So we don't have drift. I mean, you get drift in all the modern console controllers. All have the possibility. I have drift on my Switch OLED. My left one has drift. And it's like really annoying because you have to send it in to fix it. And like I did a fix myself and it worked again for like a month and then went right back to having drift. So
I've never seen drift on my Joy-Cons, but I almost never use them, to be fair. I always use the controller.
I mean, because like these literally have not come off my Switch. It feels 10 times better than Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
The Joy-Cons are just too small. It's just not comfortable.
Yeah, I would say they are. It's not ergonomical. It feels weird to use them to play a game.
Yeah, so like you have this grip that holds your hands, if you're an adult, that actually holds your hands to be able to play.
Yeah.
So, and you don't have that. You have I feel like no grip
the Joy-Cons.
with the Joy-Cons.
They're just cheap, and they feel and they act like they're cheap. Like they were trying to save money.
Yeah, I don't.
And then resell it to you for like $60.
Yeah, the whole deal about the pink. The new pink Joy-Cons, they're like sold out everywhere and going for like $120 on eBay.
Stupid.
They launched with the Princess Peach game. They're just 2 pink Joy-Cons and they're like being scalped on eBay.
Yeah.
So.
But this past week we got another game announcement. This one was from Atlas. So they released a trailer for their new game, Metaphor Fantasio.
Okay.
Its first full-scale fantasy role-playing game will launch on the PS4, PS5, Xbox XS, and Steam on October 11th. And they also announced a collector's edition and pre-order incentives. So this is coming out on the Atlas's 35th anniversary. The collector's edition includes a steelbook, soundtrack, art book, a Homo Tinta metallic pins, sticker sheet, Kingdom of... I can't even say the name. A map of the kingdom of this game, costumes, and Battle BMG set DLC vouchers as well.
Okay.
As well as there was a Japanese specific one, but I don't know if it was any different from the one that we're getting here in the West. But it looked like a pretty good game, like the whole anime-esque style game. And if it looks like a Persona game, that's also because Katsura Hashino, I cannot say names today. He worked on Persona 5, is directing this game as well. So you can definitely see some of the Persona influence on this game. But it looks really good. It's definitely one of those games that I will keep an eye out as we get closer.
I've got the I have it, the collector's edition pre-ordered. Everybody's talking about this game. I've seen it on Twitter the past couple of days, and it looks really good. I think I sent it to you, right?
I think you did.
Yeah, so yeah, I pre-ordered it. It looks great. We're also getting the new version of SMT5, the Vengeance. It's like a redone. You know how they always do, like they did Persona 4 Golden. It's like a redone. It's got all the DLC, but it's also like a redone game. It's kind of like a remastered, better version, but also all DLC together. So I sold my collector's edition that I had of it, because that's coming out. I'm like, well, I don't need to own this because I know I'm buying it. You know what I mean? Like at that
fair
point,
enough.
I'm just like not collecting like that right now. Like I'm just not doing that. So I was like, this is coming out. I literally we'll never touch this version again. So I'm excited. I pre-ordered that collector's edition for that game. I think it looks really good. It's being talked about a lot. I think it's gonna be fun, so I'm pretty excited about it.
And there was no, we're gonna say sorry.
I was just gonna say, I meant to ask, do you plan on grabbing Sandland too, or?
I probably will get around to grabbing it.
I think you'll love it. I think you'll fall in love.
I'll
with
probably
that
just
game.
grab it later down the lane. It's just grab Stellar Blade. So
the tanks.
Do my best to not go down to easy mode on that game to try to beat it.
When you,
I'm starting to get a handling on the combat, but it's probably gonna take me a while to get through that game.
Well, here is I'm gonna do a couple shout outs real quick. So do you know about the Saga series, the JRPG Saga series?
I've not played it, but I've heard of it before. Yeah.
Okay, so Saga Emerald Beyond, which comes out this year, there's a demo on here that you can play, and I started it. Oh my god, dude, you would love it. You would love it. I'm telling you. So download that demo and try it. But the other thing I wanted to do is shout out. I plan on doing some posts and things on it. But there is a indie company that we've supported on the channel for a long time. 8-Bit Legit. They have a new game called Kudzu, and it is supposed to be like an original Game Boy game. It's made like literally like an original Game Boy game. It's like a mix of like Zelda / I don't even know, so like a platform. It's really, really interesting. But yeah, like you can look here, it's got Mega Cat Studios, which I showed off the demo. They sent out a demo of the Rocket Panda game, which like I'm very thankful that they did that because it's like one of the coolest things I've ever had. They sent out a Genesis demo cart. Yeah, it's just so cool. But yeah, like it's got the original style. It's called Kudzu, and it is available now. I want to say it came out about 2 weeks ago. So I still got to play it, but I think I'm probably going to stream it. So I can get that.
You definitely should.
Yeah, it looks fun. We're gonna be doing some more stuff on the channel here soon. So I'm thinking this week is gonna get back to normal with the channel, getting back to normal with the videos. I'm wrapping up school soon. And you're possibly reviewing that movie, correct?
The Spy Family movie.
Yeah. So there's some cool stuff coming. So definitely, if you're an audio listener, very thankful for all of you. You guys have been awesome. We're doing crazy good with audio. We had our highest download last week ever, 219 downloads, which is awesome. We broke the record. We charted again. So cool. Dude, yeah, absolutely awesome. We appreciate you guys. But if you are listening on audio, you should go on the YouTube channel and subscribe. It's youtube.com/@GameJunctionMedia. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and you can also become a channel member and help support the channel. We've got our Patreon as well in the link tree, and I plan on trying to do some more stuff with all that soon. I got to talk with you. I've got some ideas of some pretty cool things that we can do, but we also got
so because this was kind of related to this, you were a fan of that anime Madoka Magica, right?
Absolutely, yeah, I loved it.
So it was announced. We don't have a date for it, but it was announced that later this year there's going to be a Madoka Magica phone game coming out. Obviously, it's not the first one. We don't have an actual date on it, but there's supposed to be another game called Madoka Magica Magi Exadra. And there was an illustration from the artist that got put out. Obviously, there were some other games that came out, and the last game that came out, the English version of the game came out like about a year later. So hopefully it doesn't happen.
Legitimately didn't know that we've ever had video games in a series. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I don't like phone games, but I might try it because it's like one of those series that we haven't really gotten anything from it in a long time.
Yeah.
So I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a game. Do we know the type of game that it is, or?
No, from what I was reading, no trailer. It was just essentially announced that, hey, another game's coming, but nothing's been ready to show yet. So don't know exactly what it's gonna be. It's probably a phone game. There's a chance it might be a gacha style game.
It says it's a free to play with optional in-game purchases. So
yeah, so there's probably a chance that it might go the you might go that route, but I
I
guess we'll have to wait and see what it'll actually look like. But if it's free game, at the very least you could get
I
it,
could
try it,
try
maybe
it.
you'll like it.
Yeah. I'll definitely try it because I love that series, and because we've been talking about anime again, like my interest has blossomed again. Like it's just kind of come out. Like specifically because we've talked about it a lot. Like there's things I
Yeah.
actually want to watch now, and like that new Rurouni Kenshin. Like I actually am very interested in some stuff like that new Gundam that's coming out, whatever it's called, like Freedom S. Um, is that what it's called? Gundam Free. There's a new Gundam coming out.
You talking about the movie that's coming
I
out?
don't know if it's a movie. Yeah,
Because it's a
yeah,
Gundam
yeah, yeah.
Seed movie that's
Yes,
coming out.
yeah.
Obviously, there's no release
Mobile Suit Gundam
here in the
Seed
West yet.
Freedom. Yeah, I want to watch
Yeah.
it.
I'll watch it as soon as we ever get it over here. But I'll probably have to wait for it to actually get either put on streaming or actually physically released. I thought we're gonna get a proper theatrical release for it.
It comes out May 7th, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm expecting not to get it, or if it ain't gonna be in theaters, it'll be like in like New York or LA.
It says subbed May 7th. It says we're getting a subbed. Yeah, I mean it could be like very no. I'm pulling up right now. I can go see it in Lancaster. They you can buy tickets right now for it. 7 p.m.
I guess I'll have to look out for it.
Yeah,
then.
I think we're probably gonna both go watch that then, because every one of them, Pickerington, Columbus, Grove City.
That's definitely dope.
They're all the same time too, 7:00. Every one of them. I'm like scrolling down. I scrolled all the way to the bottom. Every one of them is 7:00.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're gonna have it here too. So
yeah,
that's cool. If you're
trying to find it,
I'm all for more Gundam stuff, man. I feel like we don't get it as much as we used
and
to.
I rag so much on Sea Destiny because I absolutely hated it when I first watched it, but it's one of those like I haven't watched that in over a decade.
Yeah.
So I was sitting there like maybe I should actually go back, give it a try. I know there's plot points that are stupid that drive the plot forward. There's some bad writing decisions.
Well, there's just some bad Gundam in general. Like there's several bad series.
I think Destiny's probably one of the worst. It's not the one I'd hate.
You don't like
if
Gundam
I put my thoughts together
right?
properly. I think See Destiny would be the
Unicorn.
Of all the ones that I've actually watched, See Destiny be the worst. Wing would be probably just above that.
See, I love Wing.
Wing's a prime example of nostalgia not holding up because the more I watch it, the more I look at it with a critical eye.
It reminds me of Star Trek.
It doesn't hold up.
It reminds me of Star Trek, the way that.
But it's so bad. There's no character development at all. Your main character, Hiroyui, is a cardboard character throughout the whole series in the movie.
It was my introduction to
no
Gundam.
Development.
Like
it has some good scenes, but the character development is pretty much non-existent for most of the characters. And then the story just drags on way too long. Like it shouldn't have been 49 episodes. Should have been like 24.
I started to get into the mech thing because I had Robotech tapes when I was a kid, VHS tapes. So I watched that.
Robotech on my shelf.
Yeah, I watched that first, and then got introduced to Gundam Wing because of Tanami, and so I just kind of went down the rabbit hole there.
I mean, it's my introductory, but then I realized this is really bad. It's a really badly written show, and it was poorly received in Japan when it came out, which I think is but it was the first thing that came out here in the West, as far as like Mobile Suit, and obviously that's kind of where it all starts. But the more I go back to it, the more I'm like, this just doesn't hold up. Like I'd rather go back and watch the 80s and 90s, or I guess the 70s and 80s versions of the Universal Century Gundam. That's what I've really have come to fall in love with, because it's the only universe they put more than one series in. It's the only universe that's actually properly developed and has any basis in reality. And when I say reality, I mean it deals with real. If you made mechs like a realistic thing, there's a lot of politicking and military stuff that goes on that makes it feel like this could be believable potentially, compared to something like a Mobile Fighter G Gundam, which I love, but requires a completely suspension of disbelief, because nothing in that show could even be remotely realistic.
Well, okay, so this is along the lines of anime and video games. This is something I'm very excited about. I didn't know that this was announced, but there's a Hunter x Hunter fighting game that's coming out, and it says it's being heralded as an Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 spiritual successor. They tweeted out, and you can watch a little trailer.
Could be a good game,
dude.
It's a really well received show.
I am on board. I love Hunter x Hunter. I am on board.
I still need to watch it. That sounds
Oh,
terrible.
dude, you would.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
anime I need to watch though.
But
Because
watch
for
the
like the past
original.
few
Watch
years,
the
I got into
original.
watching it.
Yeah, I still like the original Hunter x Hunter better, but like the fighting, like it looks really good. Like the fighting mechanics look really like. uh, We know JoJo's weird, but like I was super disappointed in that game because it's too weird of a fighter. It's not. It's by
Have you watched the anime?
yes, yes,
Oh
yes, but
my
it's just
god, it
it's
is.
like
I love it. JoJo's
unbearably
Bizarre Adventure.
unbearably wacky. Like you don't like fighting
the
games.
anime's
I love
wacky.
fighting games, and I know. And
It plays into the show perfectly. I think it does.
have you played it? Have you played any
I've
JoJo?
watched. I'm not a fighting, but I've watched gameplay of it and stuff like that. I'm
How
like,
about
yeah, no,
this?
this is what I would expect of a JoJo
I sent
game.
it to Lucas today and went on sale on Amazon for $10. I paid $60 for it. $10. So you grab it and we're playing. We're gonna stream it. We're gonna do our little community.
I never
stream
bothered
night.
to grab it because I know it's not a gameplay that I like, so I wasn't gonna waste my time.
It's gonna be
buying it, but I was like, I can believe this is a JoJo game.
for Game Junction. It costs you $10. And
I probably get that cheaper.
dude, that it's still a $60 game. It was some weird. I don't. Sometimes these deals just pop up. Like I got that Pac-Man for $3 and it was $20.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know why, but sometimes these things tweet out these deals. But I wanted to bring up. This is kind of sort of off topic. Two things. First, the Godzilla store, the official Godzilla store, they have merch out now for the new Chibi anime. So I'm considering grabbing one of the shirts just because I think it's really, really cool. But you can go on the Godzilla website and buy it on their store. And they have shirts of even like the Hanna-Barbera era Godzilla on a shirt. Like it is
crazy.
if you go look on their shop, dude, go look on their shop and they've got Mecha Godzilla Chibi like hoodie on there. It's just it's really, really cool. Like really cool. It's a silly show, but it's just the fact that I love Godzilla. It's really like they've got one on here. It's supposed to be like it's Chibi Godzilla, but it looks like the Hanna-Barbera it's like style Godzilla, like an actual dinosaur. It's just really cool. Like it's so neat. But the other thing was oh crap, I can't remember. I'm trying to pull it up. Oh shoot. Oh,
Got it?
today Spawnwave posted a video and he did a mod for the 3DS to be able to make a charger, like to set your 3DS on, like a magnetic charger. Yeah, so he like did this mod. He said he never plugs it up anymore. He just sets it on this little magnetic thing.
Crazy.
It's really, really cool. I thought it was kind of neat. So
I can't even get that to work with my phone, so
I've never done it. Yeah, I've never done it before with my phone.
Well, my phone. I don't think that my phone case is rated for it, but I was like,
I've never
it's
tried. I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool because I am a fan of having things docked. So you guys can't see it, but down here I have a whole line. I've got my Analog Pocket docked. I've got my Switch Pro controller docked. I've got my Xbox controller docked. Vita docked. Everything. I like to have my controllers docked and charged.
Yeah.
Like I just, you know what I mean? Like and
pick it up, ready to go. It's all good to go.
Down here, like even I have something silly like this Naruto. It's not a charging dock, but it's a little controller dock, and then I've got like these.
Oh, Brandon's definitely reaching for something.
Got like these little Retro Fighters 3D printed stands for the controllers. I got a couple down there, but I like to have things like, I don't know, like my whole line down here. I've got my PSVR 2 docked, the little things docked. I have a PS5 charger dock, and then I've got the Mamba dock over here. I just like to have things ready. You know what I mean? These obviously aren't chargers, but I just like to have things like look neat. You know what I mean?
It makes it look nice.
Yeah.
So there was an error. It was mentioned earlier in chat for this next article because Johnny earlier in chat, really early on the podcast, was asking whether he should get the Paper Mario Thousand Year Door,
Yes.
digital or physical. And obviously, we have a bias towards the physical. But speaking of, getting stuff on physical, GameStop revealed the special Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door a pre-order bonus, which was essentially because they also put on their Twitter, or their X is what they're calling it now. But essentially, it's a new cover for the Switch, but it's the old GameCube cover that you can slide in, which I thought was really, really dope.
That's awesome. So it sounds like I'll be getting it there.
So if you go to just to get that because
is it on the GameStop website now?
It might be. But this was posted. It was originally posted on the GameStop Canada, and hopefully it's the same thing here at the GameStop here in the US. I have to go double check. But
it's Canada.
Instead of that's who the article was referencing, was the GameStop Canada one. But essentially, it was, instead of using the Switch art for the box art, it's the OG GameCube box art with the GameCube logo at the top and everything that you can just slide right in.
Dude, I love
which I thought
that.
was it's something small, but it's really like neat to have as part of like a collection and stuff like that, referencing old box art.
Yeah, so the Sonic Mania did that too, where it had reversible cover art and it made it look like a Genesis case, and that's how I've got it set up on my. I really like that. I think that's super cool. I am very excited for this game because they've completely redone it. It looks really good, and apparently there is like some new content that they haven't revealed yet. And everybody universally says this is the best. This is like the best Paper Mario, and Paper Mario is basically, it pretty much is, and it started out in development as a sequel to Super Mario RPG. Now, obviously, after this game, the franchise changed. It was no longer an RPG. Super Paper Mario is a 2D and 3D platformer. You switch between being flat and then doing 3D. It's not an RPG. It's no longer an RPG. But
I feel like this is what people or what fans liked about it, was the RPG elements, and then after this they went away from it, and now people don't like it in what Paper Mario became.
Well, like they tried to do it with the new one, but it's got this stupid battle system where you like have to fight people in a circle, and it's just like I've never seen any other game do it. They tried to do the RPG, but the battling is grueling, like so much so that I haven't beat it. It's just like frustrating. But yeah, people universally love this game. It's a really good RPG. Apparently
the physical pre-orders on Amazon are already like sold out pretty much.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because they when I was looking through some other stuff in the article, it's like, oh, the Amazon was like when this article was written a few days ago, it was like sold out. I don't know if they've got it fixed by now, but that's crazy. Or maybe they didn't expect this game to be that popular.
Does it? Okay, so I'm looking. Yeah, I only see GameStop Canada for the.
That would be unfortunate. Obviously, it's always worth asking your local GameStop. Maybe if people find out, they'll export more of it. Because it's got if you look at the actual box art, it's got the ESRB rating for it. I don't know if Canada uses the same one. But at least from that doesn't make any sense if it was in Canada but uses ESRB rating on the box art.
Yeah, I'm looking at the GameStop Canada Twitter right now. Man, I hope that comes out here. I was there today. I picked up a couple more display things, their promo things. I got that.
I'll probably go there next week and ask about it.
You should, when you go in there, you should ask. You should be like, hey, do you have any of your promo stuff left that you're getting rid of, or pre-order bonuses? Like, I got a bunch of those Sonic 3D acrylic displays. I've got like 6 or 7 of them. I have a whole bunch of stuff from there. Sonic Frontiers. I have like 10 steelbooks.
That's crazy. Yeah. And I probably should, because I'll go a few weeks without going in there, but every time I go in there and the owner's in there, there's times we sat and talked for like damn near an hour, just me and him, like just talking about random stuff.
See, I'm friends with the store owner now, so like he hooked me up with 3 things today, but like everything that I have is from. I have a giant Mario Day that you can't see; it's right behind here. But giant Mario, do you remember seeing that one?
Yeah, I do.
Huge. So like
it's crazy.
Everything I have is from GameStop. So and holds value, but it's also just cool.
As much as people rag on GameStop, it's the only physical game store that still exists anymore, really, especially in smaller communities. even if you live in the big city, there's not that many gaming stores to still go to, or they're like exclusively retro stores that don't really do a whole lot of newer stuff. And it's unfortunate every time I hear something negative about GameStop because, well, yeah, I get a lot of people don't like it. It's not, if GameStop was to go away, you have to order stuff online pretty much. And
Yeah.
if GameStop went away, physical will probably very quickly follow.
Yeah, I know. I did want to mention we slightly mentioned it earlier because of the game, but it is the anniversary of Kirby. So Kirby's Dream Land came out in 1992. So that was what is that? 34 years, something like that. So Nintendo of America did a Kirby post there on Twitter. So I'm about to look at the Amazon pre-order because I'm not gonna pre-order it unless it has that bonus. I'll go get it. Amazon doesn't do pre-order bonuses normally. I don't think I've.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's always GameStop or Walmart or Target.
Yeah, an actual retail store that you can go to.
Yeah, are you grabbing this?
I probably will. Whether I pre-order or not, it's probably gonna be determined whether or not that bonus is there. But I'll probably eventually pick up the game. But it's such an iconic, really good game. Why not pick it up,
dude? I'm stoked for it. I was looking at, they had a list of games coming out, and I think it had, I want to say 12 games. And I'm like, and this was for till the end of the year. They had 12 games like displayed on this paper up front. I'm like, I'm interested in every single one of these listed there. I'm like, there are a lot of games coming out this year that I'm pretty excited for. Like the Luigi Mansion 2 remake. I'm pretty excited about that. It's got a really cool online multiplayer mode. I mean, I think we're in the last year of the Switch. So we had the Indie Direct, and it's just kind of holding over until the system comes out at this point. So they always do,
and
every time they do the remakes at the end of the life. Like 3DS, they remade Metroid 2, and they remade the Luigi's Mansion, the first one for the 3DS. They remade it, and the Switch is already out.
But I'm still gonna hold. I think we talked about it like last year. That I'm gonna hold on to it. That my original guess of 2025 was still a good guess for the Switch, successor.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously the reports, on it's
very unreliable more often than not. You might, out of like 100 reports, you might get maybe 5 good ones, if that. Maybe 1 out of 100 is actually gonna be accurate. Because how many hey, there's this Switch thing, these games are gonna get announced, and one if none of them ever get announced type thing.
Yeah, and then Nintendo now is just because I think because of Metroid is usually announcing things kind of right before it comes out, or they're out today. Like if you watch their direct, there's a lot of things that come out that day. This one we've known about for what, I don't know, at least 3-4 months, something like that. So
this is a realistic time frame for most Nintendo games now.
And they needed it because it's the end of the life cycle. So they had to let people know that stuff is coming. They had to. So I feel like if it weren't the end of the life cycle and this was coming out, they would have waited a month or two before.
I guess the question now is, when do we get that next big Nintendo announcement for, hey, you're getting new games, and it's probably going to get bundled with the, announcement of a new console. It's probably going to go hand in hand at this point.
I think, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a strong possibility that it could come out at the end of the year, but I'm thinking now that they're going to do spring 2025 is what I think.
I think sometime next year is probably realistic, and you're probably getting the direct probably about 6 months out, kind of like we did with the Switch.
It's either spring or November or the launch times for consoles.
Because I mean, normally you would say a holiday season, but the Switch came out in the spring, and I think it worked really well for them.
It
came out with no competition, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did the same release cycle.
Yeah,
again next year.
I think that there's a strong possibility of spring 2025, but I don't.
But that means what? You're looking a direct in the fall that would announce it, if that, maybe late summer.
Yeah, so normally they have the July direct, and then I think September direct. I think July and September are normally directs.
They usually do like about one a quarter.
Yeah. So I, my guess is that if it's 2025, then they're doing the final quarter, the last direct for the year, and they're announcing.
Probably would make the most sense.
If it's coming out at the end of the year, they're doing it in probably the July direct. But I think there's a strong possibility we're looking at spring again of next year. So that's why they announce these so far out. Hey guys, we still got stuff coming. Here's an indie direct. There's going to be a bunch of games coming. So like they gotta continue to try. Obviously, they want to make the Switch the most sold console. They want to beat the PS2. They're striving for that goal now, 100%. Which I mean,
how do you do that when you don't really also you're dealing with the financial aspect as well, and like you only have like so long to get those sales.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and like I have a feeling that they continue to sell the Switch for a few years
until the moment the sequel comes out. Those sales are gonna tank.
They always do, but like there were still, I forget what the report was, but there was like 2 or 3 3DSs that sold on the last physical report for Nintendo Japan. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's
yeah, like you'll still make sales, but if you're trying to like beat a record, unless you've already got it beat, you're just not gonna hit it once the announcement comes out.
Or they do like Xbox, and Xbox did a 360e the day that this final model, which I have, it's the best 360 model, like most reliable. They released that, which was a budget Xbox, the same day as the Xbox One. So you got a brand new 360 the day that the Xbox One came out.
That's crazy. Like that doesn't make any sense to me personally.
They sold though, and like they're very sought after now. Just like the Game Boy Micro. The Game Boy Micro came out a year after the DS was out.
I thought the Game Boy Micro was a joke when it came out.
I got it over here. I love it. I love it. That's how I play.
I think it's just get an SP at that point, or get an old school DS.
Yeah, the screen on the Micro is just way better than the SP.
It's too small. That's the problem.
It's very small. I mean, I play like I don't even, I've got my GBA EverDrive in there, but I use an analog pocket for everything now. You can't beat the screen. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you have 20 years of technological advancements to make a better screen.
Yeah, and then, and you can dock it, so you can stream from your analog pocket, play it on the TV. I mean,
bring back the
I think you would
the
love
Game Boy
the
Super,
analog pocket.
or what they did with
Super
the
Game
GameCube,
Boy,
where you could play handhelds.
I have that
console.
I have one of the GBA EverDrives in my Game Boy player right now. That's why I've got 2 of them. I got one to use in the handheld and one to keep in. I was literally loading this up. I told you right before, trying to get this one done, so I can just put it in one of the pockets and use it. But I play the Game Boy Micro a lot. I really do. Like when I lay down, I'll play the Game Boy Micro. Play some I've been playing a lot of Gradius Galaxies. I had that as a kid, and I started a new game of Metroid Fusion. I got like an hour in, but
talk about a game I struggled to beat when I
Dude,
was younger. It took me forever to beat that game.
But it's so good. It's so good.
Well, there's only one section that's hard. It's the spider boss, and then the immediate, without healing, the SAX chase after that. That always got me.
The Metroid Dread at the end, oh my god, that was, holy crap. So I'm still stuck at the final boss. Like, I'm at the very end of the game. I can't beat him. Like, it seems impossible. I watch videos, and he just, like, goes around the entire screen and kills you. I mean, like, I don't have enough health. I can't beat it. There's now an easy mode out. I haven't gone back and played the easy. They added it later as an update because it was so difficult.
Of course.
But maybe I can do it with the easy mode. I gotta go back. But
it's crazy for a series that started off the original Metroid game with the first 2 games, really, that 5-game series. The stories is essentially non-existent. You only get a story in the first game with with Zero Mission. Let's be fair.
I mean, it's a remake.
Even the remake of 2, you just hunt down and kill.
But it's really good.
There's no story.
It's good.
Yeah, but
2 is one of my favorites in the entire series. The original.
It's probably my least favorite of the original.
I think it goes, for me, just all Metroid. I think it goes Metroid Prime Hunters, Metroid 2, the original, then the remake, and and Fusion. I mean, Fusion's great, but I mean, that's how I feel. I played through the original 2 again, maybe like a year ago, and I loved it. What?
Weird enough, I would go Dread, Fusion, and then Super Metroid. Probably my top three
gosh,
of those five. And then it's 1 and 2.
Dread is so good too. I'm just mad that I can't.
The Prime series is kind of hard because they're so different of a game compared to the original games.
I mean, you're going
Hunters
from a side is the best all day, but
to like a full 3D. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like them both. You said you're more of a fan of the Prime games, right? Like,
yeah, I do prefer those, but I like the old school. It's just I think they did, as far as going from a 2D to a 3D, they waited long enough with Metroid, and what they did with Prime and Prime 2 specifically, those two games, they made that transition really well. And you still have, especially in those first two games, you still get that sense of, you're alone in a foreign world trying to figure out what's going on. It gives you the same feeling of the 2D Metroid.
Yeah. This thing is so cool because you can change like your display. So if you want to make it like the original Game Boy, you can have that like green screen, or you can do the white. But
I mean, want that green.
But just look at it. It is the most beautiful screen I've ever seen in my life for a handheld. You can't beat it. Thing's crazy.
I'd rather play the Mario, the handheld Mario games.
I mean, that's on. Yeah, that's
over Metroid 2, personally.
Like, you could just play that and open.
I don't like that game.
I'm using EverDrive to play it FPGA, but they got the open FPGA where you could buy this and never even buy a cart or an EverDrive and play all kinds of crap. Like systems, it's just Turbo Graphics, PC Engine, all of those. Really good stuff, man. I want you to get a PCFX because of the anime games. We talked about it. You were thinking about it
for one specific game.
I would love to get your thoughts on it because it's something I've been after for years. I've just never tracked it down. I like to hunt in person.
Buy it on eBay.
I know that's the thing. I don't like to buy systems on eBay. I like to find them, marketplace or yard sales or.
I live in too remote of an area for that to be, to be viable, unfortunately. Yeah. But I also don't mind buying stuff online. If I find it online, I'll buy it.
Well, if it's cheap, then yeah. I mean, if I find a deal, but eBay is like, it's competitive pricing. So it's like, you're buying this at full. I like to find deals. That's how I am.
Yeah, but sometimes it's just if you're stuck with the one option, then that's what you're kind of stuck with. But speaking of like old school retro games, how old were you in 1981?
I wasn't even alive yet.
Not even a twinkle in your father's eye yet?
No, wasn't even close.
So a classic RPG from 1981 is getting a remake that comes out next month on May 23rd. The game is called Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord.
Oh, what kind of?
And it's coming out by Digital Eclipse are the ones remaking this game.
You ever played Catwoman?
No, I didn't.
Game Boy Color.
You just derail this whole conversation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Audio listeners, I was showing off the analog pocket. I just want you to see how beautiful it is. Anyway, so this new game, what kind of game is it?
So it's an old school RPG. So it originally came out in 81 on the Apple II. Surtech released the world's first party-based dungeon crawler game. Is what this game is. Now, in the article that I was looking, that was from Game Rant, didn't have any of the old images for what the game looks like. That comes out, it looks like they took an old 80s RPG, and it still kind of has that feel, but they obviously gave it modern graphics, modern controls to some degree, and it looks pretty interesting. Like, it looks like it still plays the way an old RPG would be.
So is that something
those
you
old
would
computer
play?
games? Might look into it. Probably not a game I could actually beat.
The turn-based RPGs much, right?
No, but for the sake of the channel, I could probably give it a shot.
I think
because it looks. They just gave us some screenshots. I'm sure I could track down some video because it comes out next month. It looks like it still has the feeling of an old 1980s computer game.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I mean, that's.
I wish we could able to show all y'all on the podcast because it looks pretty interesting. Like it's that old turn-based
So
RPG.
the what are they called? Crap. The Etrian Odyssey games. Are you aware of that series?
I don't think so. No.
So look it up, and basically it's an anime dungeon crawling series. It's very, very, very popular in Japan, but we've gotten a lot of them here, and there's a bunch on the DS and 3DS, and like they're classic dungeon crawling games, but they're like, and they've made an anime of it, and they're really, really cool. So they're like this, but you know, I don't know,
This definitely looks like a much newer game. At least the HD version that was on Steam.
See, I forgot they even came out. I played the 2 of the DS games, but yeah, this looks. I mean, I would play this. I like old school dungeon crawling games. I'm a fan. There was my first one I played was Shadowgate Classic on the original Game Boy. Have you ever heard of that?
That's good. I have.
Yeah,
not played it, but I've heard of it.
I got that. That was my first experience.
But I mean, this definitely, if obviously talking back about game preservation, a game that probably most people have never heard of unless you were playing games in the 1980s, early 1980s. What's another way to preserve games by taking an old IP and remaking it?
Yeah.
But still kind of keeping, or at the very least, hopefully keeping that old feeling of the game kind of alive in the remake.
Yeah.
So it's just good to see a game that hasn't seen the light of day in over 40 years get a remake.
Well, we also got apparently Spider-Man 2 released another update for April 2024. Latest update fixes the classic suit variance bug, and Insomniac Games releases regular updates for Spider-Man 2, aiming to provide a smoother experience. Rumors suggest potential major DLC expansion, introducing new characters and storylines. So that could be interesting. It's definitely not a bad game. I've said that. It's a good game. It just feels like more of the same. So if they introduce some other cool stuff. It's version 1.002.004. So
crazy.
What?
And then
else
I know we talked about this before, but there's more Tekken 8 issues.
Oh, great.
Apparently now on the Steam page, the reviews have gone to mostly negative in the recent days, or recent weeks. Seems like now there's the gamers complaining over primarily what they're talking about is the monetization issue within the game itself.
What? So what?
But the fact that all of a sudden this game now and it's overall is still mostly positive, but in the very recently on the Steam page, Tekken 8 is mostly negative. It's just negative review after negative review. Like it seems like there's an issue with this game and the community not happy, and this seems to be the only way to send
that's a
to get their voice to be heard.
I've been very excited about this game. It's one just like the other big fighters that I haven't grabbed yet. It's this.
But there continues to be issue after issue since this game launched that the community just doesn't like stuff about it.
It has a battle pass. This is Tekken. It's supposed to be an arcade-like game. It has a battle. Yeah, that's disappointing. I actually didn't even know that. They're cracking down on fan-made mods affecting public sentiment.
Yeah, appreciate because you go on Steam and look a lot of these. Almost all these reviews are referencing. They're saying
as they should.
Screw you. Like they're trying to call it out. Essentially, it's like the game itself. What I've seen is it's fun, but there's the negative reviews are just in protest to certain decisions they made about the game itself that negatively impact the game as a whole, or people perceive it to be negative.
Some people need to protest this stuff, and the way they protest is not buy their game and support.
Well, the problem is a lot of these issues didn't come to light until after you already had the game, because I think they said in the first month it sold 2 million copies. Yeah, and then it was after that first month.
Yeah,
all this comes like kind of after the fact, and so now to hopefully get something changed, they're gonna do what you can to make your voice heard. It definitely is unfortunate for that community.
Now, this is off topic, but I just wanted to tell you because we talked about the 64 stuff, and if you want to pull it up, because I can't remember the name of the games, but I was gonna tell you. So there's some new Nintendo Switch Online games. There's 64 games. I forget which ones. But this is the controller I was telling you about. This is the Switch Online 64 controller, and it
Yeah.
makes playing the
I mean,
64. Dude,
looks nothing like a 64, but
it's great. I mean, it works absolutely. I mean, I got the Nintendo release up there, but I refuse to open it. They look so pretty in the box. And this is what I would use, like playing GoldenEye with this, rather than using the Joy-Cons, was like night and day. It would, dude. It was it's insane. But yeah, we got some new Nintendo Switch Online games. I just can't remember what they are. I know they were 64.
yeah, I was trying to look for them, but I didn't see.
I saw them.
I saw a few days ago. You know, the Nintendo Life was ranking all the games on there right now, but no, it didn't say when they came out. They
definitely dropped. I just saw. Okay, so yeah, I see the ranking. I'm not sure. Maybe on Nintendo's Twitter, but they were 64 games, for sure. I have to look. It keeps doing that stupid co-pilot thing. Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so.
Oh, hey, you can play the OG Paper Mario on the 64.
Yeah. Yeah. For some reason, I can't find the new games. That's really weird.
That's crazy. I didn't know that they had Banjo-Kazooie on the 64.
Uh-huh. Yep, and that Microsoft owns that too.
Yeah, no, I guess it makes sense when we got.
They did it with 007. Yeah. But have you played Jet Force Gemini on there and seen how much it doesn't hold up?
I didn't realize it played.
Dude, there's a lot of games on here. There's a lot of games. Mario Party 1 through 3.
I think it took them longer than it should have to get all these games on there, but
Metroid Fusion's on there. Metroid 2, original Metroid.
Oh, there you go. You got Blast Corps. Blast Corps on there. A game I definitely remember playing.
Yeah,
never owned it, but I remember playing that game.
I played it. It is I didn't hold up very well in my opinion.
No, it doesn't.
I for some reason cannot find these new games, but I definitely saw the drop. I'll check Twitter while we go over the next thing, but see if I can.
Well, I think the next your retro spotlight comes up next.
All right. So, I found it. So the Switch Online adds 2 N64 classic racers. We got Extreme G and then Iggy's Wreckin' Balls. Iggy's Wreckin' Balls is a very interesting game. You should watch the Switch Online trailer. It's a very weird game, but it's like kind of fun, man. Both of these games are pretty good. Iggy's Wreckin' Ball is like, it's not really a racer. Like it's like, it reminds me of Super Monkey Ball meets mazes meets racing. But if you watch the trailer for it, you'll see what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, I want to check the Iggy's Wreckin' Balls out because I wanted to play. I remember wanting to rent it at Blockbuster back in the day and couldn't because it was checked out or whatever. But I knew that like I wanted to get it and never played it. So yeah, so those two are added, and we got my retro spotlight this week, which is Okamiden for the Nintendo DS. This released on March 15th, 2011, published by Capcom. On the DS, obviously, so a little sort of premise of it. It's very interesting, completely different than the original game. It's nothing like it. Okamiden plays similar to its predecessor as an action-adventure game, but it's similar to games like The Legend of Zelda. So it's very much... it reminds me of like Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, sort of. You get a celestial brush if you played the original, you understand the whole like gimmick and fun of the game. The ability to freeze the screen and draw symbols via the touchscreen with the stylus to bring changes on the game's world remains central to the game for solving puzzles and fighting enemies. So what I did not know, because I got this, I loved it, and I think it's kind of an expensive game now. I'm not for sure. I wouldn't mind noting this one again. I really did like it. But Capcom considers this a spiritual successor rather than a sequel. That's what the developer said, which kind of doesn't make sense. Because it says Okami in the name. So
yeah.
How's it like a spiritual successor to me is like a different game.
Yeah, wholly different game. But there's more like a spin-off of anything else.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it came out after, and it kind of is like a sequel, but apparently it's not. So, it's very fun. Check out a trailer of it. I loved it on the DS. The cool thing about it is that, like, things like Phantom Hourglass, when you like fight the enemies, you can draw like a circle around the enemy or whatever to attack
Yeah.
it, and draw like symbols to attack it along the way. But you
It's like
control it.
kind of like Pokemon Ranger did
Yeah,
the same something like
yeah,
that.
yeah. You do stuff like that, and you create the symbols to attack the enemies, and it's really unique and it's fun. It doesn't like overuse that touchscreen in like a bad way. Like you end up wanting to do that. It makes it funner. But Pokemon Ranger, yeah. Oh my god, I don't know why we haven't gotten a new Pokemon Ranger. I love those
I
games.
was thinking about I'm
I
thinking the same
almost
thing.
I almost picked the second one for this, but I was like, I better not do Pokemon. I'm trying to do stuff that people might not know to check out because
Yeah.
this is really really fun. And then I mean, right now the Delta emulator on iOS is available, so I actually have this on my phone. You can try it that way, and if you like it, maybe you can buy the actual game. Um,
And then because you brought this up, I just had to verify that I do have, the HD version
I
on
need to get
PS4.
that. I need to get it. Have you played it yet?
I played it when I first got it. I haven't beat it obviously, but
Dude, so fun. I've
I need
not
to go
played
back
that.
and play it. It was a really chill, relaxing
Yes,
game
yes, it is,
when
and
I
it's
played it.
beautiful. It's
Oh,
beautiful.
absolutely. The art's beautiful.
Yeah, it's one of those games that you get mesmerized. I imagine the HD version's even better. I played it on Wii, and absolutely loved it. Man, I love that game. It was on a few different systems, but
It's
nobody
definitely
talks
one of those
about
games I won't get rid of.
this one. If you enjoy that, I would definitely check this out. It does have that Zelda vibe, but it's very unique and it's a different way. It feels like the original game, but you're just playing it kind of in a different style, and it still has that aesthetic to it. And it's a really good DS game. The funny thing is I almost picked Pokemon Ranger 2 to put on here, but I was like, let's do the stuff people might not have heard of. But yeah, this one gets totally overlooked. People don't know that there's another entry in the series.
Yeah.
I hope it makes a return because I think it's awesome. So the game is Okamiden on the DS. So what do we got for movie and TV and anime news and all that jazz?
So the first one was a little bit more depressing than you would think. Talking about, death too much.
Oh god, here we go again.
No, just no. That's not what's going on. Junji Ono's Gundam F1 prequel manga is finally coming to an end. So the manga launched in 2020. It's supposed to take place 1 year before the Gundam F91 film. Have you ever seen that one before?
No, I have not. Is it good?
I thought it was. It's still technically in Universal Century, though it's a different timeline, but it's supposed to take place like a few hundred years in the
Is it
future.
canon?
Yeah, it's canon because I got the movie on Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
It's part of my
It's got a
Mobile Suit
black
collection.
Has a black case.
Yeah, this one for whatever reason
is
had
it
a
a
black
4K
case.
Blu-ray? Because 4K Blu-rays have a black case usually.
No, it's just marketed just regular Blu-ray.
Huh. Yeah, you don't usually see that.
Oh, it's native 1080p.
Okay, yeah. So they just did a black case. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I told you there's a couple of things that I want to get the 4K Blu-ray of, and it was the two movies I mentioned earlier. I'm not collecting movies again. I still got some anime. I've sent you some pictures of ones that I keep finding, and I found a few more I forgot to send you. But, yeah, there's a couple of those I would like to have. I bought the Mario movie 4K Blu-ray, and I do want the Sonics. I haven't bought that yet. I have 2 copies of the Mario movie because I bought the Star 10 one from the Walmart exclusive. I didn't realize there was a 4K version of it and just a regular Blu-ray. So I bought the regular Blu-ray, and
I
then
just have the regular Blu-ray version of it.
on Amazon I got the 4K Blu-ray. It went on sale for $5, so I grabbed it. $5.
Steal.
Yeah, I was like, I'll just get that to watch and leave the other one sealed. So
Yeah. So I just want to say because I did get it wrong. Technically, the manga it's set a few years prior to this movie, but it's set in Universal Century 0122. So 122, and the original Mobile Suit Gundam is set in what's it 0079, I believe, because I think it matched the actual year in real world. So it's shy of about 100 years in the future. But it's compared to everything else in Universal Century, which happens within a few decades of each other. This one's like super far in the future. But
Huh.
I mean, it's definitely a brutal movie because fairly early on, when there's like an attack on a city or something like that, I don't want to say it's funny, but I laughed just because of this scene is in this movie. But this movie, there's a scene where there's a mobile suit firing, and obviously it's actually firing, bullets, and so there's empty casings, coming out of the bullet. Well, there's and I feel so bad that I laugh and I can't help it, but I'm sitting here like, why'd you put this in here? But there's a scene where there's a mother holding a child, and a shell bounces and hits her in the head, and then
Oh,
she's just dead. It's
daggone.
brutal,
That's
and I
wild.
feel like an asshole, but I laughed at that scene, and I was like, I don't know what that says about me.
That's
But I mean,
crazy.
it doesn't do anything like super unique to Gundam, but it's a decent movie.
I
Not
have
far
to
from
check
like
it
my
out.
favorite movie, but I mean, if you like Gundam, you like it. When I was researching, this article, uh, I didn't even realize there was a manga prequel to the movie. So like now I've got another manga I need to check. But their June issue in the Kadokawa's Gundam Ace magazine published its final chapter on Thursday this past week. So this manga literally just ended.
Huh.
So I've been to a Barnes and Noble recently. Never once have I actually seen a manga for this. I've seen the Gundam the Origin ones because I've got the first two volumes. I'm trying to get more of the Gundam the Origin, but I've not actually seen any of the F91s. So I don't know if it's just a little bit harder to get the actual English translation versions of this
Yeah.
manga, or it's just not been translated. But if I see it, I'll definitely pick it up, and I definitely I want to read it now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. That would be cool. Looks like we also got some more Deadpool Wolverine. I guess kind of new news, right? They're talking about the new Loki. I guess.
Yeah, I didn't get a
Before we
chance. Obviously,
start, give
we
that
know
little
this
shirt.
movie's coming out, and
Yeah.
in my opinion, this will be the last not to bomb Marvel movie. I think this is the last gasp of a dying franchise. But
It's gonna do well. They're marketing it
you've got
right.
you've
They're
got Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. It's hard for this not to be a good movie,
yeah.
unless the writing's just that awful.
There's some new screenshots that came out and it's showing Logan differently. So like he's not wearing the suits. And Deadpool like is in a bar, raises a gun to him. So you see like him as just Logan too. So he's not. My
But
guess is that he's not
wouldn't
going to be in that suit that long in the movie.
I can't imagine it, but this also feels like if you put it in the timeline, this would have to happen before Logan, like years before the Logan movie technically
Oh
happened.
yeah,
Or is it
yeah.
like a different timeline?
No, Logan is the end of life of Wolverine. Like that's him
Yeah.
until he dies. So yeah, that's him
I
at an
didn't know
old
if it was
age.
ever
Is it even
canonized.
canon? I don't think it's canon.
I didn't know if that was canon to this timeline or it was just kind of like
There's
was
no
supposed to be the send off to
the old
Hugh
X-Men.
Jackman.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's the case because that would if that were the case, that would be the end of it. Or that's the end of the. You know what I
I don't
mean?
know if
Like
it
that would be
originally
like
was supposed to be, or at the far least, it was supposed to send off Hugh Jackman.
the whole like concept
Wolverine.
of that in the comics is like that he fights, I believe, Incredible Hulk and ends up dying. But that's like the end of life. Like it's really like a super brutal series. I didn't read it all, but I started reading it. But that would mean that like this is the end. Like that would be like the final movie that we have right now. And so I don't think it's canon
Or
to this. It wouldn't make sense.
or maybe we'll get lucky, and this is just a sign that Hugh Jackman will stay Wolverine for another decade or so. Maybe more movies if we're
Well,
lucky.
I'm looking here and there's 46 screenshots and it's showing a lot of him in the suit, like a lot
I
more.
guess we'll have to watch the movie, but I guess we won't really know until the next X-Men's movie finally comes out.
Yeah,
Because God knows that they're gonna reboot or they're just gonna find a way to shoehorn it into the MCU.
Well, they show him in the costume and it's pretty like beat up and stuff like that. So my guess is that like he puts that on later in the movie. But it does show screenshots of Deadpool without his mask on. It's shown a
I
lot of
will
him like battle damaged Logan. So
Yeah, I
with
will
the
say this: it's hard to not see him in that yellow jumpsuit, and it just not to look weird on him. Obviously, I know in the comics and in the old X-Men
it's
animated series,
it's
he
so
wore
hard.
that costume.
Yeah,
But as far as the Hugh Jackman's X-Men, it's weird because I'm not used to seeing him in that costume.
I feel like it would have made. Obviously, it's because it's Hugh Jackman, but I feel like it kind of would have made more sense to have a different Wolverine because he's not. There's no way that he's sticking around that long. He's like what, almost
Unless
60?
he's changed his mind, or I don't know, or maybe they just saw it as
That's
maybe
like
Ryan Reynolds really wanted to get him in this movie, and he, try to help sell. Because obviously Marvel's been a lot of the movies have been struggling recently, and maybe they saw this as a way to get people to come actually see a movie.
yeah, this is going to do well. We know that this is going to do
Because as
very
far
well.
as I'm sure as much criticism as Sony's X-Men has gotten, uh, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine was like the one shining symbol of those movies.
Not in
And to be
everything,
fair,
though.
I wasn't always obviously the origin movie was terrible.
What's funny is that he fights Deadpool in that movie. You remember
And
that?
Ryan Reynolds
And
is
it's
Deadpool
Ryan,
in that
it's
movie.
Ryan Reynolds. So it's like
I hope to God they reference that in this movie.
they have
need
to. They have to.
Obviously, he did in the original Deadpool movie, but I want them to reference it again because
they will. I mean, he's like third wall breaking, so it's gonna be like some. But there's a ton of screenshots of him in that costume, so I could be totally wrong. Like I'm looking, there's 46. I'm almost to the end, and most of them he's in the costume. You also see Deadpool like in regular clothes talking to an old lady with no costume. So
yeah.
I'm super. I am very interested in this movie. I definitely do plan on going to go see it. 'Cause the original the original Old Man Logan is like a really depressing end of life dying, Logan. Like it's that's the end of him.
And
So,
then were you clicking through some of these pictures as well?
Yeah, I just looked
once
at
again
all
another
of
reason.
them.
Hopefully we can show you all, or if you can find the article. There's one picture that looks like Ant-Man's mask.
well, unfortunately,
You
we
can't
don't
tell me
have
that
it
doesn't look
set.
like it.
It does. We unfortunately don't have a way to show these right now. We're trying to set that up so we can make it a little more interactive for you guys. But
Yeah, but I saw that. I'm like, that looks like Ant-Man's mask, but it looks really big. Maybe it's just a reference, or maybe I'm looking into it too much.
Are you talking about the one that is like giant?
It's this giant
Yeah.
mask-looking thing, and there's a bunch of people surrounding it.
I thought
That's
it was
what I thought of.
I thought it was what do they call it? The centroids or
I
thought
I could be completely wrong. That's just what I thought of, but I was like, it probably just resembles it, but it's obviously not accurate.
yeah, he's in the costume a lot in these screenshots. So I mean, there's definitely a few of him in like regular clothes as well, but it looks like maybe he's gonna have the suit on longer than we think. 'Cause, there's a bunch of completely different scenes.
It looks like they also are bringing in what's that wizard dude's name?
Doctor
The
Strange.
character. It looks like because it looks like his portal's in one of these screenshots as well that they're jumping
Oh,
through.
I didn't notice that.
I think it's almost at the end.
I'm
But
going
there's like
through
two
it
different
again.
scenes where you look at that, like that looks like Doctor Strange's image. At least of these 46, it's around
Wait,
43 and 44.
29? Do you recognize who that is on image 29? Somebody walking down the steps? I can't
Click all the way back.
tell who it is, but they're walking
No, I
out
thought
of
it was I thought it was that chick that was in some of these other pictures because they're both bald.
Oh, it could
But
be.
it's just
Oh,
too
yeah, it
zoomed
is.
out.
Who is that? Dude, okay.
I don't know. I'm not
That is
familiar with the
Ant-
comics, so I
That
couldn't
is
tell you.
Ant-Man's that's Ant-Man's mask. 100%.
Yeah, I swore.
100%. Yeah, it is 100%.
And now this is just raising questions
Yeah, I see
about what's going on in this movie.
I mean, this is not the end of the MCU. I feel like they're doing.
Well, I mean, the MCU is still going on, but let's be fair. The MCU has pumped out bad movie after bad movie.
I'm hoping this changes that. That's my hope. Because I want it to be enjoyable and fun.
We want it not to, but Disney can't help but not make terrible decisions.
Endgame was my last one that I loved and was like very attached to the series.
I know a lot of people that after Endgame they were done with the MCU because they just weren't a fan of some of the movies or the characters. They're like, nah, after this I'm done. I'm just done with the MCU.
I was so excited for that movie. Like I can't even tell you. I loved the MCU at the time, and after that, it just felt like they did some like they did some of the series. I'm trying to think of which one that I really disliked. There was a series that was really bad that came out after that. But I did like the WandaVision. Like that was pretty different and unique. Um, so I don't know. I hope they do it right. Like if they're adding in, all the other TV shows and things that are coming out, like they really gotta. They've got. I feel like it's becoming a little convoluted, like the comics. You know what I mean? Like because
Yeah.
like even the comics, they get reset all the time. Like new universe and like new start. Like they can do anything. That Ant-Man costume, that I mean, that's got to be a reference to something big that's happening with that. That's got to be some kind of pretty big reference. I'm curious who the lady is that's blind though. I think she's blind.
Oh,
She's
she
got.
was in some of the earlier movies. She's just like an old woman that the Deadpool knows, or was his neighbor or something like that. She was in some of the earlier
I
movies.
gotcha. I don't
I remember
remember.
seeing her.
I don't. I didn't like Deadpool 2 myself. I liked 1 a lot.
No, yeah, it wasn't as good as the first one.
But I'm curious on. It says, could Wolverine be the new Loki? The first Deadpool and Wolverine trailer show Reynolds, Wade Wilson being recruited by the Time Variance Authority. In the second, we get a slightly better idea of why Wade wants to recruit Logan to fight alongside him. Wade has no experiences in saving the world, let alone the entire multiverse. So they bring up the multiverse, so Doctor Strange's got to be involved
Yeah, because
there.
I thought that that looked like his portal. So like I don't know what's going on with the story, but obviously now that Sony kind of has, not Sony, but I had a brain fart. I'm sorry.
I thought you froze. I was like,
now
what?
that Disney has X-Men, obviously it's a lot easier to incorporate it into the MCU and bring in other characters and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we don't even know like where this fits or like what this story is telling. It says Deadpool and Wolverine versus Cassandra Nova, which I gotta look that up because I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with who that is.
Never read a single comic, so I'm completely no idea. I'm sure somebody knows who she is.
Okay, so
Unless she's
Cassandra Nova is a supervillain appearing in the comic books, most commonly in association with the X-Men. She is a Mumadry, a parasitic life form, bodiless on the astral plane. So that's got to be something with Doctor Strange and X-Men,
yeah, it says
right?
something. She's like, as far as the Marvel
Twins.
fandom website, it says like Earth 616.
Yeah, because see, that's the thing. Like, at the multiverse, there's so many different. You can do anything. It says Cassandra is the twin sister of X-Men founder Charles Xavier. So,
Yeah, it says it's that's her in quotes brother. Is
oh,
what the Marvel database was saying.
well, then that's wild because that's introducing a lot more X-Men stuff.
Is it her brother from a different dimension then?
That's what I'm trying to look. I can't
Yeah,
tell.
I'm sure there's people that like, oh, you have no idea what you're talking about. This is how the comics are. This is
I don't
everything's
care.
kind of related.
We don't know what's going on.
I'm not trying to make fun of, but I'm sure there's people that know exactly who she is.
It says she began life at the same time as Charles Xavier, conceived without a body. Cassandra improvised one by copying Xavier's DNA to make her own body.
I have no idea what that even means.
Effectively becoming his twin sister. She grew up with her brother until she had fully formed hands and eyes. She decided to kill Charles by attempting to strangle him with his umbilical cord. Yeah, so it gets kind of wild. So this
has to be an alternate dimension then that
yeah,
this happens in.
Bringing in more X-Men related stuff. So I mean, it's got to be some kind of introduction with bringing in, which I think is important. What I'm curious about is like where Fantastic Four is going to fit in, because I hope it does well. I want it to do well because like I love the Thing.
It has a bad track record.
It has a very bad track. I just don't know how they're going to do it, man. I mean, the Thing's got to look good. He can't look like crap like he did in the other films. Like he took me out of those movies because I thought it looked so bad.
So is this a different Logan from a different dimension than now?
That's what I'm wondering, because it's saying.
This is how we retcon the Logan movie.
I don't know. It says, explaining Emma Corrin's Deadpool 3 villain. Fans received their first substantial glimpse of Emma Corrin as one of the X-Men's most formidable adversaries, Cassandra Nova. For those unversed in the Marvel lore, the presence of Nova isn't just another villain added to the mix. It signifies an introduction of uniquely profound and sinister threat in the MCU. So it sounds like they're setting up for a new end game type. They're setting up something big. I feel like is what is happening. So I feel like this.
I guess we'll find out.
This could potentially be like the next big villain for the whole saga of whatever 10 movies that come out. Like we just don't know. But I am interested to see.
I mean, it looks like there's some connection to this. This Earth 616 has like its own whole like timeline.
Yeah, there's several. This says the latest portrayal of Cassandra Nova hints at a character that transcends universe boundaries, set against the backdrop of the Marvel Cinematics exploration of multiverses. Emma Corrin's Nova seems poised to become villain who is ambitious. Ambition is not to just challenge the hero of a single world, but to wreak havoc across multiple realities. So this is going to be multiverse heavy. I guess we'll see
how much it carries on to a potential sequel. Maybe
the Logan that's not in the costume is not the same Logan that's in the costume. If maybe they're pulling him from the Logan movie. Yeah, because he's wearing the same outfit. He's wearing the same That's the outfit.
So they going to is he going in the future now to grab the same Logan from the Logan movie and then nope, you're coming with me? I have no idea.
Maybe
I guess we'll find out.
Saving that Logan from not dying. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. He puts on this suit, so something happens. But it'll be interesting to see what comes of that. I'm not familiar with Cassandra Nova, so
I'll have to wait about another 2 months.
Yeah, it's out soon. So
July 26th.
We also got G-Kids anime limited license Naoko Yamada. Science Saru's The Colors Within anime film.
Yeah, so it's just kind of this is a anime film that is coming out at the end of August of this year. Don't know a whole lot about this. I didn't see an actual trailer, but I'm sure there's one out there. But it's just another anime movie. Can't speak. I'm stuttering over my words.
I keep doing it too.
I hopefully this is a new IP. I don't know enough about this movie to know if it's actually based on something new, but it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if G-Kids is licensing this, there's a good chance it's going to come to theaters here in the U.S. in some form or fashion, because a lot of G-Kids movies tend to get
it's got a unique
some form of
a
theatrical release. Yeah, the art looks unique, so I'm like, well, give it a shot. I mean, it's probably going to deal with some kind of. It looks like the main character is a teenage girl, so
yeah.
But if I'm able to go see, I'll definitely give it a shot, because I love watching. I like watching anime films, but there's a theater in Salt Lake that I go to that does a lot of foreign films in general that I like to go see. So hopefully I'll be able to catch this and do a review for it.
Yeah, that'd be
hopefully
cool.
It's a good movie.
Well, let's see what some of our biggest news here is, since it is getting late on the podcast. We got Netflix streams new episodes of Pokemon Horizons on May 10th. I have watched some of this with my daughter. It's pretty dang good. It almost makes me wish that they had done away with Ash a long time ago, because these characters are more filled out than him, if that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. I like it. We've watched it. I'm not caught up, but we also got.
There was another one, because it's another anime film, but it's not. It's coming to theaters only in Japan, but it's coming out here in May 24th on Netflix. It's My Oni Girl, which is an Oni is supposed to be like a god or something like that in Japan. But I saw this, and I was like, another thing that looks kind of interested to actually want to go see what the story's like. Because you get the feeling it's like a mixture of a story of two characters caught between two different worlds. I just saw it, I'm like, oh, that sucks. It's coming to Netflix.
Yeah.
So I gotta find a way to watch it, but I saw that, I'm like, that's definitely a movie that I'm gonna watch as well. Yeah. The more the merrier.
Yeah, for sure. We got Godzilla Kong. Go ahead.
No, you can go with the other one.
Godzilla Kong New Empire drops again to number 3 in the 4th weekend. Spy Family Code is number 5 in the U.S. box office.
Yeah, so it was actually this article that I realized I didn't even know the Spy Family movie was even out, or that it was even going to be in my local theater.
Well,
because he usually
that
doesn't get
Gundam
movies
is
like
too.
these.
And I'm shocked it's going to be all around every one of them.
Yeah, I gotta double check as well
Yeah.
to see if I'm gonna be able to watch it. I've got to go to Salt Lake to watch it. But I mean, like after a few weeks, this kind of makes sense. Godzilla's probably gonna start dropping off after a while.
Yeah.
Obviously, some new movies comes out, but it's I mean, still doing pretty strong.
Yeah.
But no, there was the other one because I know we talked about it before. The live action One Piece series adds Joe Trags as a showrunner for season 2. So since we have a confirmation that the live action One Piece is getting a second season.
Well, that's good.
I never watched it. I watched about the first 4 episodes, and like obviously, it made me want to go back and actually watch the anime. But I thought for the adaptations that I've actually seen, I thought it did it pretty well. It adapted the story pretty well.
Yeah, so I think I watched 4 or 5 episodes. It's one of the better ones, but I still don't like the character that plays Luffy. I'm not a fan.
It's nothing against Tim. It's just the casting. But it's not as a whole. It's like I could watch this whole thing and still be enjoyed. It's just
much better than some other stuff we got for sure.
Like the Cowboy Bebop one, which was just god awful.
Absolutely horrible. We got. Let's see what else is big. Japan's animation home video sales decreased by 8%. Is this physical media?
Yeah, so I brought this up just because obviously you talk about physical media a lot, and it's the JVA, the Japan Video Software Association, released its report from January to December of 2023. Including the anime and overseas animation titles amounted to about $173 million, down 8% from the year prior. So obviously there's still the trend that physical media is kind of going downhill, which is sad to see, but it's kind of not shocking. But I mean, it could be bigger. It's only 8%. Maybe it'll not decline as much this year, hopefully. But because I still see Blu-rays at Walmart, I'll pick them up. But obviously, a lot of retail stores just stop carrying physical media for no reason.
I know.
Other than they just don't want to carry it.
I'll tell you what I've been wanting to grab. I just don't like DVDs, right? Like I really like to get 4K Blu-rays, but a lot of stuff does not get that. And I want those Cartoon Network ones, but I don't want DVDs. Like I don't know why those are not at least on Blu-ray. Like they have those box sets.
I will. Because I see them at Walmart too, but I'm like, I prefer it to be in Blu-ray, but if I want to watch it and it's in DVD, I'll still get it on DVD just so I can watch it. Even if it's not the ideal version, I don't care. I mean, it's not native it's not native Blu-ray anyways. This is like 4:3 is what it was shot in, like the whole the squares.
I keep hoping that they will, but I mean, at this point, I don't think that's even on the table.
I don't think it's just not profitable enough. They'll package it up.
I want to have like the set of Fosters and Dexter and Johnny Bravo. I want to have those, but I keep hoping.
I'm just gonna have to, at this point. I just suck it up and get the DVD. At this point, that way you can at least have it before it's out of print forever.
Yeah, I
so they say you at least have the physical. That's how I look at it anyways. I was like, if it was in Blu-ray and Walmart carried it, Walmart would have the Blu-ray, not the DVD version. So I'd be like, we're probably never gonna get a Blu-ray. It's just unrealistic at this point. So, I'll just take what I can get.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's probably like the way to go. But yeah, there's a couple there that I eyeball like every single time that I go, and I'm like, man, I would love to have the Foster set or, some of these classics so I can watch them. But yeah. So what else do we have that's big? Is there anything else on there?
I think there's just a lot of like some anime stuff, kind of getting adaptations and stuff. There's only one other major thing that I did want to bring up.
Okay.
Voice actor Yasuo Muramatsu died at the age of 91.
What?
I was trying to pull it up.
What was she?
No, it's he. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Some of his more famous roles I had to pull it up was Tom in One Piece, Pisco and others in Detective Conan, the Io, I'm sure I mispronounced that, in Naruto Shippuden, uh, Johan,
Wow, you so
Ibram
voice.
Revi in Mobile Suit Gundam,
Holy
and then he
crap!
did something else in the Coffin Princess. That's just like some of his notable work, but obviously he's been in voice acting for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, he did Naruto Shippuden, and that's crazy. Yeah,
I'm sure I butchered that character's name, but unlike a lot of other things, it
Yasu
kind of makes sense. He's
Yasuo.
91. It's not like it's unfortunate, but rather see
Yeah,
someone die of or pass away of old age than pass away when they're in their 40s, which just seems too young.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Yeah,
So
that's
not
sad.
the most famous voice actor out there, but done a lot of relative high voice acting and stuff
Yeah,
like that in some relative shows.
yeah, he
Um,
definitely has. I guess we'll highlight a couple of the new releases and then wrap up. We've got so we talked about Saga that actually just dropped a few days ago. So if you're listening to audio, it's out now. It's Saga Emerald Beyond. It's on Switch, PS5, PC. We obviously had Sandland and Stellar Blade, but also that Manor Lords came out the same day as those and still had those consecutive players. That's crazy. Same day
I
as
think it
those
helps
two
that
games.
because Sandland's on PC, but you look at a game like Stellar Blade that's stuck on PlayStation. So some of these other bigger releases, it doesn't necessarily have to compete against.
Yeah, and then we got. I mean, this is kind of interesting because the series hasn't been around for a long time, but the new Top Spin came out the day of those as well. We haven't had Top Spin in years, so I actually know a lot of people are excited. But I like tennis games. I would never buy this at full price, but I think they're fun. I've always found tennis games fun. Sea of Thieves comes to PS5 on April 30th.
And
The new
actually, talking about that, I think there was some early, like if you pre-ordered it, there's some early access
yeah,
on the
you get like
PlayStation for that game as well.
I think you get like a couple days early or you can play it now, right?
I think some people were playing it already
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I think you do get.
Essentially early access.
But at this point, I mean, it's out in a couple of days from the recording of this.
Yeah,
2 days. So
it comes out like early next week.
then we also have the new Endless Ocean from Nintendo Switch comes out May 2nd. Very interesting series. Very chill, relaxing, fun series. We got Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut comes to PC May 16th. Hellblade 2 comes out May 21st. That's obviously highly anticipated. World of Goo 2, love that first game on the Wii. It comes out Nintendo Switch on May 23rd. Multiverse officially launches the actual game.
A year later.
Yeah, I mean it was in early access forever or beta, but it comes out May 28th. Elder Scrolls Online Gold Road comes out June 3rd.
Yeah, every June is the new DLC update for the MMO.
I have not played in forever. Got new Destiny 2 The Final Shape comes out June 4th. And the other big one, obviously, everybody's looking forward to is Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree. So those are the upcoming releases. Did you have anything else you want to bring up?
No, I think for the most part, minus some of the other smaller stuff, I think I pulled up most of the other stuff I wanted to talk about. So unless there's anything final that you wanted to bring up.
No, we just had a question. What is gaming podcast? Says Mark, do you like Nintendo? They also said we don't get Switch 2 until 2027.
It's a ways out.
Is the Wii U even good? I like the Wii U.
As a console,
set up. Oh, I just dropped my mouse.
I would say as a console, no. The games on it, absolutely. Though most of the games did come to the Switch. It was just marketed terribly, and it has a bad name. Shouldn't have been called the Wii U, personally, but.
Just a moment. My mouse battery's dropped.
As I criticize his Wii U, because I wasn't a fan of it, but it had a lot of good games. But I eventually bought a Wii U at the end of its life cycle. And I think I bought it for the Mario Maker game or something like that. It was really cheap. I got it for like $100, like brand new. Though it's sitting in a closet, probably never gonna come out again because I have no need to play it. I've got like one game officially for it, or no. I think I bought it for a few games, but I think I bought the Wii U now that I think about it. because I have a handful of Wii games. I wanted to actually play my Wii games, but I didn't have a Wii, so I ended up just buying the Wii U to play the 3 Wii games that I have, which is a Call of Duty game for whatever reason. It's a Call of Duty Black Ops on the Wii.
That for my set. I need
You
that.
so
one
I'm
for
going to
my
sell
set.
it to you.
I can't.
I
find
played
my
the
other
crap out of the
battery.
game when it came out.
I just have
But
to
it's
use
a
my-
Metroid Prime 3, and then I'm trying to think of the third game that I have for the Wii.
I'll take that Black Ops from you. I'll give you a trade.
Oh, yeah, I should have. I should have known better. So, because I only have 3 Wii games still, so obviously, I have the Black Ops. I would say complete in box, but it's just the
Need it.
there. The case is definitely it's scratched in the back. I'm pretty sure I bought this used. But obviously Metroid Prime 3 that got used. But it was actually Other M was the other Metroid game that I knew that I had on it. Both of which are pretty heavy. Like they've got really thick manuals. Just don't get anymore, which is really frustrating. But yeah, no, I think I got Mario Maker digitally on the Wii U, but it was because I wanted to play my Metroid Prime 3 game. Obviously, I got no reason to go back and play the Black Ops game anymore, but it definitely holds some good memories because I definitely played that game multiplayer on the Wii when I first got it.
I loved it.
It's a really good game. It's not a terrible version of it.
No, I think it's good.
I played the multiplayer, I played the campaign and the multiplayer, and had a good time with it.
Yep, same here. I thought they're really fun. That's why I was saying they're totally overlooked, and I like the DS games too. Black Ops came out on the DS, which I need to get, and then I think.
But I mean, like this is such a pathetically tiny Wii collection. You can't see that's all white. But 2 Metroid games, obviously for the Wii, and then
you want to do a trade on Black Ops?
I don't know what it's going to be of equivalent. I don't know if I'm going to get rid of it though. To be fair,
huh?
It can't be that hard to find for the Wii.
It's not uncommon. But do you got any final anything else you want to bring up or?
No, I think we
show?
went down a weird Wii rabbit hole real quick while you were doing whatever you're doing. So
trying to find my battery for my mouse. Oh wow.
Oh well, I guess they less of a thing, but because my GameStop sells a bunch of figures, I ended up getting earlier this week or like last week 2 new figures.
So you did get some pickups.
2 One Piece characters, Luffy, and then I can't remember her name. She's from the.
Let me see again.
I got the box. It's the box. It's
Is it Cammy?
Shinobu.
Oh.
I think it's Shinobu's the name. That's what the box says.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Nice. How much was it?
Like $35-$40 somewhere in there.
That's cool.
Nice. I think I took the price tag off the box, but it wasn't too bad. There was also a sale.
Yeah.
I actually got both the Stellar Blade and those 2 figures for like $6.
What?
Because apparently when I pre-ordered and bought Pokemon Scarlet and Violet,
yeah,
when I picked it up, they didn't update the system, so I'm just sitting there with 2 full pre-order games on the system for months. So essentially, they just use those as a down payment for like all my stuff. So essentially,
I have something too from 2021 that I pre-ordered, or I didn't pre-order. I bought it online and I never got it, and it's still on here, and it's saying something about trying to refund it. And they couldn't help.
Essentially,
they wouldn't help me in the store. They wouldn't give me my money back for it. I'm like, it shows that I never picked it up. And I just forgot about it, but
because they brought it before, I'm like, no, yeah, I got that game a while ago, and then they're finally like, well, screw, we'll just give it to you at this point, like whatever.
Jesus,
this is somebody screwed up in the system. So and long term, I got Scarlet and Violet for free, pretty much.
Yeah, look,
because somebody at GameStop mixed up.
It's an amiibo that I never got. A Yoshi, of course, this is very expensive now, the yarn Yoshi, but yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it helps because I'm in there all the time, and the guy that checked me out, he knows me pretty well as far as like the main guy. So I'm pretty sure I'm in there all the time. I spend a lot of money constantly in GameStop, so that probably
That's
helped them to
sick.
give that to me.
That is sick. Well, all right. I think that wraps up the show, episode 82. Of course, we will be back regular time next week, Friday live. So if you're listening to the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, any of the big places, you can catch us live every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you want to become a channel member, you can get that. It's in the description. Helps us out. We've also got all of our socials that'll be in the descriptions as well. Post every single day, various different things. And yeah, I think it's a great episode, man.
Yeah, no, definitely a really good episode. Hope you all have a good rest of your weekend.
Yep.
Or if you're listening to this on the weekday.
Yep, and we'll be back as usual, and we'll see y'all later. Peace.
Peace out.